A very good morning to all our viewers here at Battle for Bharat. Well, as we all know, it's going to be a thrilling Tuesday, as has already been predicted in the exit polls, which have also in fact predicted that this will bring Prime Minister Modi for a third term, and of course with a very heavy mandate. That's what has already been predicted in the exit polls, if they are anything to go by. Today's thrilling Tuesday will also in fact be following the exit polls, but you never know. Many political pundits have in fact questioned the exit polls as well, including the opposition bloc. But let me tell you that it will be at 8 a.m. in roughly 1 hour from now that counting will begin. And as we all know that within 1 hour of counting, the trends begin to emerge. You will know in which direction is the wind blowing. And we here at Battle for Bharat, with me Akanksha Swarupa, are here very much to get you all those trends. In fact, I'll also bring in our experts. And as I speak, in fact, I'm also going to be joined in by Pallavi Ghosh of CNN News 18. Pallavi, aiye. This is the beauty of digital, that in fact, we'll keep it live and raw and as authentic as it can get. But in fact, before we deep dive into the major trends of this, I'll also be discussing about the process of counting, which, let me tell you, is very fascinating, because remember, India is one of the largest democracies, and as far as 543 constituencies, 542 the results of which are awaited. It's going to be a very fascinating process to in fact know from Pallavi in terms of how counting happens. We speak at a time when there have been a lot of attacks by the opposition as far as the Election Commission is concerned, as far as the authenticity of counting is concerned. There have also been charges hurled at the Election Commission of in fact rigging of votes. So in fact, let's put it on record, Pallavi, in terms of how counting happens first of all, and that this narrative that is being structured around counting, it seems very far-fetched.
Yeah, so basically at 8 o'clock, the postal ballots begins. That's the first counting which takes place, and then the boxes are opened, and then of course the counting begins, as we know. And it's a lengthy process, because the counting agents of the polling agents of all the parties or the candidates are also sitting there. Then they check, and then it's signed, and so on and so forth, and it's also captured on camera.
So traditionally postal ballots are always counted first, and
always.
Is this going to happen?
Yeah, exactly. Well? So that thing which is raised by the delegation of India bloc, that you are not counting the postal ballots, you've changed the rules. It was actually in 2019, so it was not like it's been changed for 2024. But even as we speak, I mean, you are going to see, and I've already begun to see at the Congress office, for example, those banners that this is a denial of democracy, EVM hack hue hai, even before counting has begun, Akanksha. Right. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. That's the kind of
posters. Messages that have been circulated on various groups also about EVMs, and about, in fact, the fact that the Election Commission has shared information that there can be recounting is also being attacked now.
Yes.
That why has this declaration been made on the eve of counting?
And look at Jairam Ramesh's comment, where he said that, I have proof that the DMs were called up by the Home Minister, and now he's not able to give that proof. So now they are saying that, how dare you ask us for proof? I mean, it's okay to, start talking about, not free and fair and all of that. But, how okay is it to have these kind of double standards, Akanksha? Because in Karnataka, Telangana, aapko koi problem nahi nazar tha. You've yourself put a figure at 295. So if you are going to get those figures right, then you mean to say, then the EVMs will be okay. And this whole talk about we have to be tainat, tum log sab volunteers taiyar rehna, it sounds very scary. It's like you're gearing up for a fight, and I suspect, and I won't be too surprised, I won't be too surprised if they start building up this narrative that this is not really a free and fair election.
Right. Just like what we witnessed in the United States.
Exactly. This is not free and fair, inhone pura institution ko kiya, and they'll make a big song and drama about it.
Absolutely. And in fact, that is why I also want to ask you, what is your understanding of how this is now panning out, considering we've also seen how there have been reports of alleged interference in the election. There was a talk about how there's an Israeli firm which is doing so, and I know that the whole phenomenon of election intervention is not new, but having said that, where does this leave us in the age of AI, and that too as one of the largest democracies in the world.
And Akanksha, you must have seen that report which we've all been talking about. The fact is that it is scary. It is something which seems very real. And you know, people do have their own political preferences. That's okay. And very often you see that coming on YouTube channels, some of them, or maybe on TV and so on and so forth. But the fact that there seems to be an outside interference, outside interest is different from outside interference. You know, I mean, obviously, India is a robust democracy. The world must be watching to see because they have to do business with us. But the problem is that are there people who are actively involved in destabilizing our democratic process? That's a worrying sign. And, you know, the kind of data which has been put out by the government of, and the BJP also is talking about it, is that Israel, China, AI, all of that is getting increasingly involved in the way, you know, the elections are being conducted. And then, I don't know, you know, if we are going to see the results by, I think, 12ish, I think it will be more or less clear which way it's going. And uske baad, if there are protests taking place, then the counting booths pe jhagda ho raha and all of that, the world is watching. And there will be a section, and that is what the BJP and the government's worry is, that these listed companies, these listed interference which are coming in, will they try to build up a narrative globally that elections in India were not really free and fair?
And that's why,
you know, like the way we talk about the American election, there's always a Trump factor, there's Biden, this is what everyone is talking about. Will they start talking about India like that? That's not really fair. You are playing into the hands of your opponents.
And what we witnessed at the Capitol Hill during the riots, that too being heralded by, say, a former president of the United States, it's a very scary scenario. Nobody wants to witness something as horrific as that. And that could very much...
In fact, I think on our channel only, Shehzad Poonawala is already talking about the fact that, you know, we fear that there would be a Capitol Hill kind of a situation in pockets of India. I mean, are people planning to go to parliament? I mean, I'm only hoping that that's not entirely true. But, you know, when political parties drum up, opposition parties especially drum up this fear factor and, you know, almost instigating their volunteers to go out and, you know, tamasha karna, fight for your rights, there will be a time when they may not be able to control the workers actually going out, you know, trying to create hangama in front of parliament. After all, they want to grab their eyeballs.
Absolutely. In fact, as we speak, let me also request all our viewers to start commenting, because people, we are very much open to your participation. This is an interactive discussion, not just between Pallavi Ghosh and I. In fact, we want you to start commenting, pose your questions. Our expert Pallavi, who is in fact, Pallavi, how many Lok Sabha elections?
You're making me sound old.
It's not about being old. It's about you being the Pandit that she is.
2004 onwards, definitely.
Exactly. So, you know, here you have it straight from the horse's mouth. Pallavi will be answering all your questions. Pallavi, do you have the link? Because I'm not able to access the comments. Yes, I don't know where the comments are. Why can't we access them? I'm going to request our team as we speak, not able to access the comments.
Yeah, but do keep the comments coming. Let's have those questions also. I mean, by 8, I think, Akansha, the dabbas will open.
Absolutely. And
by 9:30, 10, तो थोड़ा सा idea मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा. But postal ballots traditionally are usually a little different from what the main EVM machines begin. Because I remember Gujarat elections assembly last time, when they opened the postal ballots, they were all going in favor of the Congress. So I was at the Congress headquarters and they got those laddus and all of that. And once the EVM machine started opening, it was completely the opposite. So postal ballots, much as the opposition made a drama about it, they said yesterday that postal ballots actually reflect the reality. I think again what they were trying to do is to show that postal ballots and the main EVM machines में इतना difference इसलिए होता है because EVMs are being hacked and the postal ballots are not being hacked, which doesn't make sense to me. Because postal ballot भी तो हमने ऐसे ही किया. Because I remember I did a postal ballot.
How do you hack an EVM machine?
God knows.
I want to know, especially when they are under such tight scrutiny,
so
under such tight security.
People put their volunteers outside the storerooms for the last 3 to 4 days. कहीं रात को उठा के ना ले जाए. They claim it can be hacked. That आप कोई भी button दबाओ, it goes to the BJP. But there are those VVIP slips also.
Right. But you know, now actually the Supreme Court said that they can randomly choose any of the 5 booths, right? And in fact give a tally of those VVPAT slips as well. But do you think that is going to in fact be the right way to actually go about measuring the number of votes?
It's going to become very cumbersome, but I think the
Exactly.
Election Commission has also made it very clear that if this is what political parties are going to demand, then we'll follow it. Which is why if today many of the opposition parties start doing hangama and insist that VVPAT slips ko bhi count karna hai, there could be a possible delay, you know. I mean, normally with EVM machines, we expect that we get to know much of the trend by 11, 11:30. It could be further delayed. It could be late into the evening also. Agar every jagah they start insisting that VVPAT ko bhi count karo, slip count karo.
It's going to be a very cumbersome
It's going to be a very long day for us.
In fact, for us, certainly, we'll be surviving on coffee and chai, as I already am. But
I haven't even got that. So.
that's a message for my team. Please have some coffee sent for us as we speak. But okay, are we getting some comments now finally? All right. Sahi bol rahi hai girl. Milan Jatav is saying that. Milan Jatav, what is your question? Hum sahi to bol rahe hain, but we'd like you to in fact pose your question as well. T. Gopalakrishnan is saying that I'm in US, we don't have election commission and common election law. I think India is doing better on fairness of election. There you have it, Pallavi. A very interesting comment coming in from T. Gopalakrishnan, who's in fact quoting the United States for us. My friend Abhimanyu is going to come and help me. Abhimanyu, I'd really like you to help me with the comments. If we can open the website link over here. So, what do you think? You know, in fact, T. Gopalakrishnan is making a very valid point over here, Pallavi. He's saying, I'm in US, we don't have election commission and a common election law. So, let's say the opposition actually raises this issue. They say that we are not happy with the results. Is it incumbent on the election commission to now decide how to go about it? How many, in fact, places can go for recounting?
Well, recounting, there has to be substantial proof which has to be given by the political parties for election commission to do it, you know. But see, I think the EC has also been made to come under this pressure to make the point, and you know, yesterday there was a very extensive press conference and they said that never has it happened that there's been so much of malicious gossip commentary on the working of the election commission.
The CEC was livid.
Yeah, he was livid. And fairly so. I mean, you know, to be very fair, the little I traveled wherever the EC was up and about, wherever there were complaints, people are actually talking about the fact that, you know, it seemed to be smooth. Dekho, thoda sa late hoga. People expect कि मैं जाऊंगी and जाऊंगा and immediately 1 minute का waiting time होगा and you know and there'll be no problem at all. That doesn't work like that. But I think the election commission will by and large listen to what the political parties say in case they demand for you know, kind of a recount. But it also has to be legitimate, na? That's not for the heck of it. कि बस मेरा मन कर रहा है कि recount करो तो करो.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't. I mean, look at the exit poll thing. You know, can you believe it, Akanksha? Many of the opposition parties have mulled this, कि election khatam ho jane do, and if the exit poll results are proved right, we are going to go to a court saying exit poll should be banned forever. I still remember that even in 2004, 2009, the Congress actually was happy with the exit poll.
But that's exactly what I want to know from you. What are you learning from your sources? Since for the benefit of all our viewers, Pallavi's had extensive, in fact, experience with the grand old party. Pallavi,
no longer that grand anyway.
But I think at the end, you're the right person to be penning down a book on the trajectory of the Congress party, where it's standing now. But having said that, what are you learning from your sources? Why did they, despite differences within the opposition themselves over sending their spokespersons to exit poll debates, why did they choose to do that?
So there was a call which was taken by 2 in the Congress party, in the media department, that, you know, we don't believe in the exit polls and they're all trash, so we are not going to take part. But, you know, if the day of the exit polls was also the day around 3 o'clock, I think Mr. Kharge ke residence mein, the India bloc was having a meeting. That is where, you know, the Kalpana Soren, the left parties, all of them started making the point that why do you want to give the narrative to the BJP? Why should you not be there? And that is when they did a U-turn which made the Congress look even worse. Because if you've taken a decision, first of all, why? But if you've taken a decision, we're not going to take part in exit polls, then why have you decided to take part in exit polls?
All right, so Abhimanyu just made it very
Yeah,
more
so please keep the questions coming, guys.
Yes, and can you send us some coffee, please?
I will.
And Abhimanyu also ask us questions.
Please, people, send us your questions. But Pallavi, you must finish before I, in fact, ask our people to pose questions to you. You must finish because we need to have that scoop about why did Congress choose to
So this
boycott
was,
the
you know,
exit
so
poll
when they
discussions.
walked into the room, what I'm told is that this was a decision which was taken by two people in the communication department. Even the Congress president was not in the loop. So when they began the discussion, the first question they said, and you know, all of them had come armed with, you know, sheets of paper when they were giving assessment of their own state. And in fact, they've prepared their own exit poll, which is called the People's Exit Poll.
Right.
So then, you know, Kalpana Soren, the left, and Mr. Pawar, all of them said, including Mr. Kharge, that देखो हम अपना opinion poll बना के लाए हैं, exit poll लगा के लाए हैं, but हम बोलेंगे कहाँ?
Exactly.
So you should not let the BJP walk away with the narrative, and that is when they decided to take part, which is roughly, I think, an hour just before Akanksha, before the channels were to beam the exit poll. So around 5 बजे के करीब, 4:30-5 बजे, they decided to send their spokesperson.
तो हम अपना ही exit poll लेके तकिया के नीचे दबा के सो जाएंगे.
जाएंगे.
What do you do with that exit poll? हर शाख पर उल्लू बैठा है, अंजामे गुलिस्ता क्या होगा? All right, so मिलन जाता है saying सही बोल रही है girl, right? Thank you. आपकी बात कर ली हमने. Be aware 24/7. How can the Chandigarh mayor election be manipulated? We are in a tremendous security, isn't it? I believe Be Aware 24/7 wants to, in fact, quote the example of the Chandigarh mayoral election where the BJP was accused of rigging it. But can a mayoral election be compared with that of a Lok
I think
Sabha?
the larger issue which they're trying to raise is because we saw the CCTV footage amidst the allegations that the polling officer himself seems to be in cahoots.
Right.
So I think the issue which many are raising is that if it could happen at one level, I mean the point is which Kaunsa election, and that is not important. If it could happen there, how do we know it cannot happen at a national level? But that's precisely the point. National level larger, there are cameras there, there are polling agents who are going to be sitting there. Everything is going to be under the scanner.
True.
And plus the media. All of us are going to be there. We have over 2,000 people who are manning every booth. So, you know, Akansha, is going to be a little difficult.
And that is why, I mean, we actually vouch for the News 18 exit poll because we've had our agents survey all the states. There's been authentic data. In fact, News 18 poll is one of the few polls that, unlike the other leading polls, has not given figures which are 400 par. We have given very realistic figures. We don't know whether we'll have to take it with a bucket of salt because we may just be proven wrong. But in fact, Four Wheels Marvels UAE said, Jai Ho Modi ji, Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai Ho. All right, it seems like everybody is talking about Modi ji right now. Wait karo sab Parama Niyal. Boss is saying Congress.
BJP wins 700, says Mani Janardhan. There's 700 seats bhi nahi hai. But yeah, I can understand his spirit. I think he was trying to say is that BJP is
Ekam
going to
TV says Rahul Gandhi. All right, Murli Venugopal, Jai Shri Ram, Jai BJP. BJP wins 357. All right, Murli Venugopal, why have you placed your bets on 357? We'd like to know. So people, keep sharing your comments with us. What is it that you have rounded up that figure in your head, even if it is below 300, whether it is, 300 or 295 as was quoted by Rahul Gandhi when he quoted Sidhu Moosewala's famous track of 295. What is it that you are booting for? Please share your numbers with us. Will it be 400 par is a big question for the NDA this time. Several political pundits have in fact said that this will be 400 par. Many exit polls have also called it 400 par for the NDA. Well, if it is 400 par, then that's going to be history in the making.
Well, I think, you know, Akanksha, that if the calculation is, and the political experts are saying that in case the number of the BJP goes beyond 290 seats, just the BJP alone, then that means there's no stopping them. Then it's actually a wave on the ground. Because that's what the BJP leaders are also saying. You know, like yesterday we were just chatting up with some of them. They said कि अगर हमने 290 हमें लगने लगा कि 290 मिल रहा है, then there is a wave, so the number can be limitless. It can be very high.
You're saying in the emerging trends.
In the emerging trends, yeah.
Right.
So if there's a 290 at some point of time, we see we are moving towards say around 1 o'clock. That means the number is going to be huge.
It's like a run rate during one day.
Then, like this 400 par for, I mean, the Prime Minister himself said somewhere कि मैंने तो शगुफा छोड़ा था और opposition party उसी पे उलझ गए. But you never know. Though I don't know whether it's going to be 400 par.
I also doubt if it's going to be 400 par, but
like I said, this one's going to be very interesting parliament. Absolutely. We all began this election by thinking, bada thanda hoga, chodo na ek tarfa. It's such a boring election. But what a fascinating...
Absolutely. And why do you say it's been so fascinating? Share your ground experiences
because
with us.
You must have seen it also yourself.
Yes.
India Front actually put up a fight.
And
we
if
may
you see
argue
our exit poll,
yeah,
their tally compared to 2019 has increased.
Improved, absolutely. And you also traveled, right?
Exactly. And I will not mince my words. I went to Telangana.
So Telangana, what do you think will happen? Because Telangana figures are very fascinating.
People are very happy with Revanth Reddy.
They are.
They are, at least the ones I interacted with. But exit polls, in fact, have good news for the NDA.
But people vote differently for Assembly and Lok Sabha, so you
never know.
Exactly.
So it seems by the exit polls that discrimination is very much in their heads, that they want to vote for Modi but have a Revanth in the state. But we don't know.
But I had the question of it all. Owaisi, the Madhya has stoked a lot of controversy, but she at least added a vibrancy to the election.
But nobody can replace Owaisi's clout over there, which partly has to do with his legacy, which also has to do with his grip over Muslims. Even to an extent, some Hindus, because I will not deny that he's not as communal as is made out to be when it comes to the work he's doing on ground. I've seen hospitals being raised by him.
Yeah, very interesting, because this is what someone was telling me yesterday.
And hospitals at par with a Fortis or a Max.
And apparently he does a lot of work for people, like those individual requests come in, wo kaam karta hai.
But as someone who hails from Lucknow, I was a little disappointed with compared to the Muslim women that I have interacted with in Uttar Pradesh versus Telangana. I felt that women in Telangana, especially the Muslim women, they still have a long way to go. And for somebody like Asaduddin Owaisi, who's a very educated barrister himself, he needs to do a lot more for women education. But do you think he's doing it
deliberately? He doesn't want them to start thinking differently?
He is a conservative, but I don't know if he's doing that deliberately, considering you may have a point, considering the Owaisis have been there for the longest time. He himself has won elections 4 times. Not to forget the fact that Madhuri Lata played it very smart, because when she started doing work for Muslim women over there, she targeted the Pasmanda Muslim women, a section which seemed to have been left out by the Owaisis. And she says that if I was communal, as is being alleged, I wouldn't have worked so much for the Muslim women. But somehow she has managed to grab eyeballs. She has managed to become the social media's favorite. All those banters that she in fact did, that may have backfired for the BJP to an extent. We've seen her speaking to the Muslim women also on the day of voting. So BJP wins. All right, people, please share your views. Be Aware 24/7 says, great job, media. Thanks for an eye-opener. I think you guys, elections for mayor. Okay, everybody's like stuck on the mayoral election. Rahul BK, if BJP goes on 250, then it's manipulation of machines. Why do you say so? Considering we've already seen how they fared in 2019. तब कोई election rigging के allegations नहीं लगाए गए थे. अगर आज 250 पार होता है, तो क्यों बीजेपी पे manipulation of machines के allegations लगेंगे? I wonder why people are saying that. Rahul BK is again saying that all people are saying BJP will not go beyond 250. Then how you media people are saying 300 से 400 पार? How? Okay. Pallavi, how are we saying this? Do explain to our viewers, enlighten them. What is the procedure of exit polls?
We've done a very exhaustive and scientific exit poll. And exit polls are either done immediately after a person comes out of the booth and you ask ki aapne kisko vote kiya, and of course you use your modules. But we've also gone back to people 24 hours later after they've cast their vote to get a better idea also. And I mean, we do have one of the largest teams on ground. I think we're going to start showing it by 8 o'clock, the fastest and the most accurate. I mean, to be fair, we've always usually got it bang on. So I think the same yardstick has been applied as far as exit polls are. I mean, they're
Absolutely.
vetted
And I think
and you were right,
na,
थोड़ी देर पहले you were saying that we haven't given a huge number.
A huge
We've
mandate
given a number
of 400
which seems
plus.
realistic.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, personally, we also do agree with the figures. And this is a very personal point of view. All right. Hallelujah. 7 is saying Jesus Christ died for our sins on the cross. And okay, accept him as your savior. All right. I don't see the point of why we are sharing religious comments over here. Even Kangana Ranaut is contesting in a BJP seat. All right. Beep beep crazy is saying so. Damn beep crazy.
That's going to be a very interesting seat.
A very interesting seat.
She's very controversial.
Thank you, in fact, for taking Kangana's name, because I went to Himachal and I covered Anurag Thakur's Hamirpur seat.
He seems to be winning.
He's winning clearly. But Mandi became a very interesting sort of direct contest between her and Vikramaditya Singh.
I mean, he's the son. I mean, or the heir apparent. I mean, the heir of his
You and
father.
I have spoken umpteen number of times about the kind of legacy that he commands because of his father, late father Veerbhadra Singh. But give us a sense of, do you think that that can be challenged by someone like Kangana Ranaut, who also grabbed the headlines for her gaffes?
But you know something, Akanksha, increasingly in elections, we are noticing that the legacy doesn't always click. I always go back to the example of Smriti Irani in Amethi. There was a legacy of the Gandhi family, and she was chipping away. I mean, you know, Madhvi Lata, for example, we may say that she may lose this time, according to some of the exit poll results. But that doesn't mean that she goes away. Who knows the next time round?
True.
That's what the BJP makes you do. You may lose, but you have to be there. Smriti Irani lost, but she kept on going every day, and she defeated a legacy. Kangana Ranaut may also be that factor which the BJP is working about, that here she is fighting a legacy. But interesting part is that the Congress decided on Vikramaditya because they want to cash in on that legacy. They felt that Pratibha Singh may not be able to win against Kangana, despite being a woman. A Vikramaditya who's young and who's rebellious,
right,
and the son, you know, like the heir apparent, and the way the cycle works, could actually make it. So it's been a tough call. It's been a tight, very, very tight election, which can go either which way. I think it's going to be very difficult to say that Kangana is winning for sure or she's losing for sure.
In fact, many people from Anurag's camp said that, you know, even if she wins, we are very sure that this vote is being cast for Modi ji, not for Kangana. That is what.
But isn't that pretty much
saying.
the same thing for most of the BJP seats?
Exactly,
yeah.
for many of
That's
them.
the difference between the BJP and Congress.
And
In Congress, the individual candidates become more important.
True, true.
And not so much about the, you know, like the Gandhi factor.
It's interesting you mentioned the analogy of, say, a Smriti Irani, because I've always wondered, and what has been your observation in all these years, what was that X factor which finally led to that skyrocketing sort of popularity of Smriti? As you rightly mentioned, it was not an overnight phenomenon.
No, it was not. She went back, she lost, but she kept on going. Again, you know, I think the voters are very smart.
Do you think the Gandhis are losing connect, and that is why was one
factor? The thing of taking people for granted. I remember when Smriti won, I was in Amethi that day, and I'll give you a very quick example, Akansha. It was around 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. We were all told ki jaldi jaldi airport bhago, because Amethi says Fursatganj is around an hour's drive. Rahul Gandhi is coming, and the last 1 hour becomes very important because very often people have lunch and then they come back to vote and all that. So candidates also go back around 3:34 because if not of figures, there's a spike from 4 to 6 in terms of voting, early morning and then in the heat. So we all went to the airport, and you know, the ATC was on alert and everyone was on alert that Rahul Gandhi aa rahe. You will not believe that gates were locked because we said कि सर उतर रहे हैं अभी आप लोग जा नहीं सकते, and suddenly the ताला opened. I said अब क्या हुआ भैया? नहीं वो भैया नहीं आ रहे. This is what affected. This is what hurt him even more. The voters felt that the last 3 hours he can't even come to meet us and ask for voting. The last 3 hours of voting, Akanksha, was an anger voting against the sense of entitlement of Rahul Gandhi. That is what worked against him, which is why if you notice this time round in Rai Bareli, he was there on the day of the polling. He was going booth to booth because he realized he had made a mistake.
Do you think he's made it too obvious that he's going to opt for Wayanad if he wins from both?
That is again another feeling, because now this is going to be, if he wins from both, and we are presuming he's going to win for both, which one will he keep? Wayanad may be difficult for him to give up because Kerala elections are around the corner. But equally, you give up Raebareli, you prove the BJP right that, yeah, black coffee mere liye bhi. So we are chatting and having our coffee and all. So, so Akanksha, if the BJP will be proved right that these people just keep the seat warm for each other, fight for the heck of it, which could have a repercussion on the future of the Congress party, whatever little it has in UP.
True.
After all, state assembly elections bhi to hai.
That's why they said that, actually clinging on to Wayanad for Rahul Gandhi is a very wise decision because
Kerala elections.
of Kerala elections.
Absolutely.
That is why they're saying. But don't you think he should have just kept it under wraps, his affinity for whether Raebareli or Wayanad, considering Raebareli has been a Gandhi
We are
bastion.
no one to suggest.
Yes.
But if I was his advisor, I would have told him ki Wayanad se aap lado. Let Priyanka Gandhi Vadra contest from a Raebareli. No one will have to give up on any seat. She's also a Gandhi. She belongs to a family. In fact, she spent more time in Raebareli than Rahul Gandhi because she used to work for her mother. She looks like Indira Gandhi.
Right.
All those factors.
In fact, Prashant Kishore had once said when he was.
If she doesn't contest now, when? I mean, the point is that.
Exactly. What is the sense that you are getting, that is she being stopped or she doesn't want to on her own?
I think she wants to because she's ambitious and justifiably so. Why not? And she's good. She's a better communicator. She gets more traction. I think the party just can't make up its mind. I think the family, more than the party.
It's very hard to digest that it's a very patriarchal kind of.
No, it's not. But it's just that they feel one at a time. Let it be about Rahul Gandhi. Frankly speaking, Akansha, you tell me. Suppose Priyanka was contesting from Raebareli, Rahul from Wayanad. Where would you have given your attention to? Priyanka, right? So that's not what they want.
Seems like it's going to be a tricky one, but which is another interesting contest that you'll be looking out for.
So let's play this game. Your 5 interesting seats you're going to watch for. Okay, I'll tell you mine. I'm going to look for Amethi.
Gazipur. I want to see if
Gazipur, yeah. Okay, the key constituency I'm going to watch for Amethi, Ranjan Chaudhary, whether he's going to win or not. Coimbatore. So
Thiruvananthapuram.
And Thiruvananthapuram. Shashi Tharoor factor. Yeah, so these are the 5 seats I'm going to be watching.
Yes, it's a very interesting aspect that in fact Pallavi has just highlighted. Guys, please share your interesting VIP top 5 seats, and we will in fact put them up for discussion. Pallavi, thank you so much for joining in here on Battle for Bharat. We'll keep the ball rolling as now Payal Mehta will be taking over. Yes, I would love to in fact know Payal's 5 preferences of the VIP seats and the close, whether tri-cornered or direct contest. We'll be talking all about that, but at the same time let me also take you through all the comments that are coming in. बस रिजल्ट देख लो आएगा तो राहुल गांधी, पलक डीजे गोमिया। ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है पलक जी आपको कि आएगा तो राहुल गांधी? बहुत ही दिलचस्प होगा जानना आपसे, तो ज़रूर बताएं हमें। बीजेपी राजा कह रहे हैं बीजेपी। करुप्पैया नीलवारणम is saying, in what method you have done the survey? Please explain how many people you met. Okay. Neelavanam, let me tell you that we've surveyed close to 23 states, and we've, of course, there was a pool of people who were spoken to, but extensively spoken to by our pollsters. And Salman Sharif is in fact gone on to ask, looks like Indira Gandhi, question mark, how is that even a thing to become a politician? Acha. Hemachandra Jai Shri Ram, media absolutely right, because sure shot 380 for BJP plus 20 NDA is equal to 400. Padmanabhan Veera Raghavan is there. Salman Sharif, bro, I met a Rajiv Gandhi lookalike the other day. Can we also ask him to contest via Congress? अब यही दिन आ गए कांग्रेस के कि वो duplicates को खड़े करेंगे. People, please send us your comments now. In fact, I am joined in by Payal, who extensively covers the Bharatiya Janata Party, and she will be sharing with us her top VIP seats to watch out for. And that's why I would in fact like you to pose your questions to Payal, which we will share with Payal. Payal, tell me, what are those VIP seats that you will be watching out for in the next?
I'm going to be watching out for some seats, especially down south. Will Annamalai win as is being projected by the BJP? That remains a big question. Will you have some surprises in Amethi, for example? because there is a lot of buzz that probably is going to be a little tough for her. Will Sambit Patra win after that fiasco that he did over Lord Jagannath Prabhu? That's something to watch out for. And maybe what will happen to, and what will be the margin for win for Rupala after all the controversy that really happened? And will Prime Minister Narendra Modi be able to score 10 lakh votes that the party set for them? And will Amit Shah also get 10 lakh votes is to watch out for?
Because that's a very interesting insight that you've brought out right now, because they're saying that a victory for whether for the Prime Minister or the Union Home Minister is a foregone conclusion. It's going to be the margin of victory which they'll be focused on, and the figures that you are quoting are going to take them more than double.
Look,
right?
I'll tell you what, when we went to Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar on the day of his nomination, Amit Shah was told by all his party workers, "Aap nomination karo aur aap jao, aapko hum jita denge." But
it's also a record that the Home Ministers never lost either an assembly election or a Lok Sabha.
This is one of BJP's safest seat. Gandhinagar is a seat from where the veteran L.K. Advani used to contest for a long time.
True.
And Amit Shah interestingly worked for L.K. Advani's election, when he was in the party. Earlier as well in a different capacity. But yes, the candidate versus Amit Shah is not very impressive. It hasn't been too much on the ground. So maybe the voter turnout was also a little low. So far, we've not seen anybody cross 9 lakh votes. 8 point some lakh votes was the highest margin which was ever scored by C.R. Patil. That is something which we've seen. He's also inching to go maybe 2 lakhs more as well. But it's for us to gauge and say that, itna lakh vote nahi mila, itna mila. But what Amit Shah and the other leaders of BJP say, कि जीते तो जीत गए ना, चाहे एक भी वोट से जीते हो.
It's very interesting that since we are discussing Gujarat, what political pundits and in fact the pollsters have also placed their bets on, they're saying that MP is now headed into the same direction as that of a Gujarat, of a BJP clean sweep. How do you assess that?
Look, MP has been the oldest organization for the BJP. That is from where Jung Sung had its roots. So MP has always been a bastion for the BJP to watch out for. But the one seat that the BJP wants to capture is the seat which is Kamal Nath's bastion. Chhindwara. They're very, very hopeful that since Kamal Nath did not contest himself, his son has contested there. He's not very popular. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan, just after he denounced the chair of the Chief Minister when the elections were won in Madhya Pradesh, he said his biggest task was to ensure that they were able to win Chhindwara, and he was willing to contest from Chhindwara, but the party thought otherwise, and he's contested now from Vidisha, which is again a popular BJP
also,
seat.
will Nakul Nath be able to sort of hold on to his family bastion?
Look, that's a bastion which has been with Kamal Nath forever, and people do understand Nakul Nath is his son. He's going to be contesting.
So you think that
but
there was a
demand amongst the Congress workers and the Congress leaders also that top leaders should contest. There was no Ashok Gehlot who contested. There was no Kamal Nath who contested. In the sharp contrast to
but
this,
do you think that was a BJP mistake, and that they were in a position to very much challenge them in Chhindwara as well?
The BJP is going to challenge them because Nakul Nath is going to be easy to win, is what they're saying. Should Kamal Nath stand up and claim his own legacy and tell people that I'm here, I'm going to represent you, then probably it would have been
in fact, as you speak, I'm thinking of Mandi also, because a similar trajectory we witnessed in Mandi as well. But let me not digress. Let's talk about Guna in MP. It seems like a crucial battleground seat. We've seen Scindia lose from that seat in 2019, but he was with Congress. The switch happened. We've seen Scindia also evolve not just as a BJP person, but also as a leader and as a union minister, as an aviation minister, someone who in fact sits up, takes notice and takes charge of a problem. But what is your...
Well, for Jyotiraditya Scindia, it will be easy because the Gwalior belt, which is said to be a weak bastion for the BJP, you saw the results come out in the assembly elections. That was pretty much a thing to watch out for. And of course, Scindia has evolved, from a culture to being called Maharaj himself and to be welcomed into a party which is so work driven, so ahead of time, thinking ahead of time, preparing. Leaders are not allowed to sit down. Akansha, they are asked to go and campaign here, there, and everywhere. So that's something which Scindia would have understood, and he would have picked up the ropes of the way in which the Bharatiya Janata Party works. But as an aviation minister, he's been very, very hands-on. Every time there's been a problem, he's either called for a meeting in the wee hours of the morning, got that sorted out.
And even though his mother passed away after Guna in fact cast its vote, the fact is that she was keeping unwell. There may also be a sympathy factor over there. That may just be one contributing factor.
Well, Rajesh Pilot has had, beg your pardon, his father has had his own personality. That's no doubt whatsoever. But Scindia has been very hands-on, and I think for the last 3 to 4 months, most of the time Scindia has camped in Madhya Pradesh itself because he understood it's a very crucial battle. He has to win. He can't be seen, going away from there. So he's been doing there. You've seen him going around and hugging people, you know.
In the interviews to CNN News 18, you can see he's talking about the condition of the roads and how he talks about his own campaign.
There are so many more, more flights that are being, you know, flown from Indore or Gwalior or the other places. That's the kind of work that he's speaking about. It's been a transformation as far as his culture of politics is concerned. He was a union minister, you know, also in the UPA regime, but this party, this government works differently. There's just one boss, and the boss is Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
He was hoping that Scindia can do good to BJP and vice versa, BJP does good to him. But let's also look at all the comments that are coming in. Okay, Sushma is saying Jai Shri Ram. भाई नारेबाजी के अलावा भी कुछ बातें बताइए हमें, ज़रा सवाल पूछिए. जय श्री राम, मोदी जी, जय मोदी तो चलता ही रहेगा. झूठा प्राइम मिनिस्टर को बाय. राहुल गांधी वेलकम. गुरप्रीत संधू is saying that. Gurpreet, why do you say so? This when exit polls are predicting a different kind of result. You must share your views also before also bickering about the prime minister. सुषमा सिंह, गुरप्रीत संधू, आप सो जाओ वरना आपको चक्कर आ सकता है. Okay, so those are all the kind of comments that we are getting right now. But people are still, in fact, emphatically hoping that the Prime Minister, majority of the comments that I'm also getting, and what the exit polls are predicting, that this will be an emphatic win, one that will bring Prime Minister Modi in for a third term with a thumping mandate.
Well, absolutely. The last time that this happened was in the 1960s. You know, since then, no Prime Minister has been able to repeat 3 terms. And even if the projections are 400...
And what is interesting with that comparison, in fact, it was Rajiv Gandhi in 1984, post Indira Gandhi's assassination, who managed to cross that 400 figure. But then it was the sympathy factor. I think with Prime Minister Modi, it goes a step forward. There's no sympathy.
Yes, absolutely. He's been speaking about having a decisive government in place. Remember, the numbers only became bigger from 2014 to 2019. It was a bigger number. They were in the 300s then, and now it's 400 par. But the fact of the matter is, Akansha, that even if they get whatever numbers they get, as long as they get the single majority, it doesn't really matter, because, you know, continuity is something which the Prime Minister has spoken about. He's been somebody who's relentlessly campaigning from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Panchayat to Parliament elections. He's given 80 interviews of all. You know, and each interview would have been about 15-20 minutes, which clearly means that's the kind of effort that he's really put in. This is his biggest test. You know, this is his challenge to the opposition, that here I am, here I have been working for the cause of the people. You can spread whatever rumors you want to spread about me or my government, but the fact of the matter is people are still voting for us. And of course, it will be interesting to see this time around how the women and the youth vote, because they have been the focus of the Narendra Modi election campaign.
Women voters, in fact, whether it is Rajasthan, Assam, Bihar, even Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh, they've played a decisive factor already in the assembly elections and the previous Lok Sabha election as well. So that's a very interesting point that you're making. But let's also have a word on Prime Minister's southern push. You know, you and I have spoken about it every day, day in, day out. The latest was when Prime Minister wrapped up his meditation and tapasya, the 45-hour tapasya in Kanyakumari. Do you think that Prime Minister, and in fact the BJP's conscious southern push, will finally bear fruit?
Look, we've been answering these questions a zillion times. The fact of the matter is that BJP is at its pinnacle. It's at the top as far as the North Indian push is concerned. Western India has also been good for the BJP.
No, but what are those factors that are finally working for them? Is it bringing a local personality like, say, an Annamalai? Is it that factor? Well, is it also Prime Minister's more conscious focus?
It's been the Prime Minister's own conscious effort. The fact that he's given development to all these states. Kerala had multiple demands like metro, etc. All of that has been done by the Prime Minister. He's given respect to the people of Tamil Nadu by placing the Holy Sengol in Parliament. Remember, which was at one point in time called the walking stick in Nehru's museum. So that's something which he's done. He's of course said time and again that Tamil is a very, very rich language. It's a very, very old language. He takes a lot of pride in. And the first time that the Prime Minister spoke in the UN, he spoke in Tamil, because that's the kind of heritage that he's speaking about. You know, what are the allegations of these parties down south? They say that तुम बाहर वाले हो, तुम्हें हमारी language नहीं पता, तुम्हें कुछ नहीं पता. But all of these things have been countered very effectively. And in an interview this season, I remember Prime Minister Narendra Modi telling a southern channel that he intends to learn Tamil. So that's the kind of effort that is being put in. Work has not been stopped because you don't have a government in place there. A lot of effort has been made as well.
In fact, editor.ru11 Are you still watching? Editor.ru11, Best Prime Minister Modi ji. We are just getting that comment right now. Best Prime Minister Modi ji, kyun bhai? Why is he the best Prime Minister? Also share your views. Don't just,
Right.
call somebody the best or the worst, but why? Do share your reasons. Why is he the best? बस रिजल्ट देख लो, आएगा तो राहुल गांधी ही. पलक डीजे गोमिया, व्हाई आर यू सेइंग सो कि राहुल गांधी ही क्यों आएंगे? क्या किया राहुल गांधी ने आपके लिए, बताइए हमें. वेयर डू यू थिंक दैट द इंडिया अलायंस हैज इन फैक्ट lost out on, as someone from your own experience? I'm not going to go by exit polls.
Yeah.
People are questioning exit
Just
polls
generally.
also.
Generally speaking, they do not have any clarity in terms of what their agenda is or what their ideology really is. And you're pitted against a party which knows very clearly what they want to do and know that this is their ideology and this is their ideological commitment. For example, Congress party is allying with the left in one state and fighting versus them in another state. What is the message that they're setting to people on ground? The fact that, on a crucial thing, when the results are out, you'll see probably Rahul Gandhi disappeared into a vacation. Have you ever heard of Narendra Modi or Amit Shah going on a vacation? I haven't heard it in the 10 years that I've covered this government. And probably, Akansha, the next couple of months, say by July,
You
August,
also
they'll start
think-
preparing for 2029.
And that's why I want to ask, do you think that the timing of Bharat Jodo, the Nyaya Yatra, was also eating into his campaigning time?
Yeah, it was very silly,
Ill-timed.
because on one front you should be campaigning in your own states and,
Right.
the leaders would be busy in doing the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Although the first Bharat Jodo Yatra was very
well timed,
effective.
and
Was very
Karnataka
effective. Yes,
actually came
absolutely.
their way because of that.
Yes,
as well.
absolutely.
But having said that, the Nyaya Yatra that we've seen happen, in the most shocking aspect was it there, for the benefit of our viewers who will perhaps attack us for in fact not speaking in favor of the alliance. This is why we are not, because to give you facts, they were short-sighted. There was not a single meeting between September and December of 2023.
And they had no consistent agenda.
This
You
when
know,
you
they
are
were
months
just
away
random.
from the Lok Sabha election. But we've seen a BJP and its star campaigner, Prime Minister Modi, he himself says that the rallies that I have addressed have not been an overnight phenomenon. I've been doing this day in,
Everything
day
is
out.
planned, yes, absolutely. Like, in fact, I would like to tell our viewers that when we, Aman, I and, Amitabh Sinha and Aman Chopra, when we interviewed Prime Minister Modi that day, he had come back, Akansha had left
I
in the
remember.
morning, done 3 external affairs meetings, briefings. He had gone and done an interview with another channel, then he had gone for 4 rallies, then he came back, he did another television interview for half an hour, did a print interview, and that's when we got to meet him at 10 o'clock. And I couldn't figure out that the man probably had been out for like say 15, 16 hours. So that's the kind of energy that he, gives out.
And for all our viewers over there, you have somebody over here who's been tracking the Prime Minister's move every single day, every hour. She knows where Prime Minister is. In fact,
Which
as
is
we
okay.
speak,
I
where
can
is
be-
Prime Minister today?
I can be told that I'm a chamcha or chamchi or whatever. I don't
No,
care.
but you
really.
track the Prime
Yeah, of
Minister,
course.
and that's your job. So
Yeah, absolutely.
let the naysayers say whatever they have to. But
then,
so when Payal in fact shares details about how the BJP's planned its agenda, how the Prime Minister planned his rallies, his focus, his interactions with the public, his grassroots connect. I think Payal's the best person to in fact talk about, because I barely see her in the newsroom.
Well, let me just tell you that it's not just the BJP leadership which of course plans everything. There's a separate department which plans all the rallies, looks at the possibility, etc. But everything is micromanaged by the Prime Minister himself. He takes into account multiple things. For example, if a scheme is being launched, how should that scheme be named, why it should be given, what is the mitti ki khushbu ka essence in that? For example, if they called an operation Kaveri, it was done because they were bringing people from Karnataka, and Kaveri is worshipped like Ma over there. So that's the kind of effort that they really put in as far as that is concerned. And these plannings are done months and months ahead.
Also, don't you think that there's a trickle-down effect from the higher-ups goes all the way down to the cadres, to the grassroots?
This time around, the BJP's biggest focus once again has been to do booth management. Now that is one expert technique that Amit Shah has been using. For example, go ahead and tell your booth that each of you are important. This page committee which was formed in Gujarat, which actually
I'm glad you brought that up, because I in fact had a very detailed discussion with the Vadodara BJP in charge about this, and he said that because of the heat, wherever there was lower voter turnout, they had meetings over why the voter turnout
And
was
Akansha,
low,
believe it or
how
not,
many
page
turned up.
committee hota hai. There's one page on which, you know, for every candidate you have, so for example, X number of votes that you're supposed to manage. Even Amit Shah is there on that page committee. So that's the kind of effort that they make, you know. There is no big or small, there's no point of, you know, talking about कि मैं इतना बड़ा हूँ तो मैं क्यों करूँ कुछ करूँ. But everybody is there. You've seen Amit Shah also campaign a lot. You've seen JP Nadda campaign a lot. Multiple leaders, you know, for example, even if it's a Rajya Sabha MP, whether it's Nirmala Sitharaman, Jaishankar, they've all done their bit. It's a collective thing that comes out. There are committees in place for the campaigning. There are committees in place which handles the publicity. So all of these things have been very much in place, and of course, 200 plus rallies by the Prime Minister. He's 73 for God's sake. That actually tells you the kind of confidence that they have in his leadership, and he's been one relentless campaigner. I don't think he'd ever say no for anything that the party asks him to do, because he still considers himself to be like a humble soldier of the party.
And that is perhaps what makes him so relatable with
Because, you
the
know,
masses.
you can always get impressed by somebody who sets an example. The Prime Minister sets an example for all the party karyakartas himself.
True. In fact, let's also go through some comments that have come in. All right. So you can see a lot of them, in fact, cheering on for the Prime Minister. Samir Bioclasses, best Prime Minister, BJP. Samir Bioclasses again, Modi. Koshi's farming. If BJP comes to power, Andamalai must be put for Prime Minister. Okay, all right. You never know. It all depends on...
the buzz in the southern circles is that Annamalai is the next foreign affairs minister.
You never know. It all depends on his performance as well. Having said that, Sagar Hardcore, at least we proudly stand in international market, and it's all due to Modi ji. Well, Sagar Hardcore, I will finally give you the award for the best comment. Considering someone who actually has experience in international affairs, this is something we vouch as journalists who cover the MEA and follow international affairs, we vouch for. We've seen how India has come a long way. I think the example of which was best last year when we organized the G20. And we've also become a power which has managed to, in fact, toe that diplomatic tightrope.
And you know, Akansha, just very quickly, the fact that you mentioned G20, the way in which G20 was conducted,
Yes.
the Prime Minister said that gave India the confidence that we can be prepared to host the 2036 Olympics.
Absolutely, and it's not something to be denied. The fact that you have various say
So many cities, so many small towns where the events were held, it actually tells you that they were trying to showcase the entire Indian culture, isn't it, through the G20?
the biggest think tanks are in fact saying that India is going to be an economic power to reckon with in the year in say another 50
And bringing
years
the
from
African
now.
nations on board and giving them that the respect.
The South African,
Yes.
in fact, African Union president was honored, and that is how India has now become a unified global voice of global South, thanks to Prime Minister, in fact.
And also the fact that there are many naysayers, you know, for example, there was some report which came out yesterday talking about India's, you know, minorities being under threat. One must understand that out of the awards that Narendra Modi has got, 6 of them have come very recently from Muslim nations as well. So the reality is different from what, you know, the Western media
You, Payal, have covered Gujarat so extensively. You hail from Gujarat also. I mean, I am telling you, I went to Manik Chowk and I met the Muslim women and men both. And the women were very clear कि अहमदाबाद अगर develop करता है तो उसमें हमारा भी development होगा. And I'm not talking about women from well-off families. These are lower middle income group women and marginalized Muslim women from the lower middle income groups.
Look, the sentiment in Gujarat is entirely different, you know, because they feel कि ये हमारा आदमी है, वहाँ गया, he is representing us. आपनो मानस छे वहाँ गया and he is going to be a representative. So that's something
But
which
the
stays.
opposition still will not leave any stone unturned to attack him for the right.
I didn't see any opposition in Gujarat. You know, when
No,
I went
I
to
mean
cover
the
Amit Shah's
rallies when
campaign,
we see.
the opposite candidate Sonal Patel was nowhere to be seen. There was no campaign. There was, in fact, outside the polling booth,
I think they themselves have given up.
outside the polling booth where you put up a table for people to be assisted, you know, every party puts out. There was nothing which was put out by the Congress party in that seat, Gandhinagar.
Absolutely, but is there another Gujarat of sorts that you see happening apart from MP? What are your hopes from Uttar Pradesh?
Uttar Pradesh is pretty much good for the BJP. They scored 62 seats.
It won't be a clean sweep. And
But you know, interestingly,
let's talk about how I think the the Samajwadi Party
I was
could
just
have,
about-
in fact, been given more seats.
I have a
Did they
feeling-
make a mistake by parting with those that they have with the Congress?
No, given the fact that there's an alliance which is in place and the Congress party seems to be very, very confident of winning Raebareli, and probably Pallavi can again answer that question as to which seat will Rahul Gandhi give up, Raebareli or Wayanad? That's a big question as well. But it seems that Akhilesh Yadav has also given good seats. The important factor over here is there are 7 to 8% votes which are in fact Mayawati's votes. Now, Mayawati seems to be sinking as well. So, where will those votes go? Some in the UP politics, people who've studied UP politics for a long time, they feel that if that percentage of Dalit votes goes to Akhilesh Yadav, then he has more chance of winning more number of seats.
True.
Although he's given like 4 to 5 seats in his own family, including his wife Dimple and his cousins, etc. So, it will be important to see if
But
they're
I
able
think
to.
he's played it very smart because Mainpuri...
He's changed multiple candidates.
Yeah, and Mainpuri is known to be a safe bastion for the Samajwadi, but Kannauj is not. And that's why I think Akhilesh could have played it smarter had he made up his mind earlier on.
No, but he has been elected been elected in the past from Kannauj.
No,
so.
but I'm saying that he threw his hat in the ring a little tad bit late. Had he sort of been enthused a little earlier, that would have sort of only worked better for the Samajwadi Party as far as their overall campaign strategy is also concerned. But do you think that, say, a Mukhtar Ansari or an Atiq Ahmed's encounter, Mukhtar Ansari dying under mysterious circumstances, so to say, will that benefit the BJP, especially say in a Ghazipur seat where his brother is contesting, and he's very confident that there is a sentimental value to Mukhtar Ansari's demise.
Well, we may consider them to be gundas or mafia or whatever, but his family and the people over there sometimes feel that he's like a messiah because they've done a lot of help for people. They have a legacy to look forward to that has been set in the past as well. But it's a different game altogether in UP. UP is Yogi Adityanath, of course, one of the biggest factors there.
True.
And Yogi Modi ki jodi is hit jodi wherever you go, whether you go to Ayodhya, Allahabad or wherever. That's the comment that you get to hear. Yogi, the way in which he's governed, especially bringing in law and order, has been something which has been very appreciated with people on ground. People are delighted when he gets that bulldozer to raise off the illegal properties, etc. So that's been something which.
Alright, so as we speak, only for the benefit of our viewers, the counting of postal votes has begun, and we are learning that the counting for postal votes of Mysuru is one of them that has started. Tumkur and Dakshin Kannada is basically what I am learning has begun. So officially, let me inform everyone that postal ballots, the counting of which has begun, and they've always played a crucial role in deciding the outcome in various constituencies. And there's been a lot of talk about how many still believe, including various parties in the opposition, that this was a more reliable way. Why do they say so compared to an electronic machine?
See, look, this is the narrative that they're going to build up. This the Prime Minister said earlier also कि जिस दिन result आएगा उस दिन वो अपना रोना धोना शुरू कर देंगे. So that's something which has been there. Now, when these political parties, especially the Congress, Akansha, when they've been told by the Election Commission multiple times that if you feel the EVMs can be hacked, come and show it to us, come and prove it to us. None of them have gone. So are these the same EVMs that got them the victory in Karnataka, or were they different EVMs? That is also a question that people have been asking them. One has to grace and gracefully accept the mandate of the people. The fact of the matter is that if the people have decided to not give you a chance, find a way to connect with the people on the ground. There's किसी की बपौते नहीं होती है, कोई जीत के ऐसे नहीं आता है. But people put in a lot of effort. Like I've been saying that in the next couple of months, BJP probably will start preparing for 2029. That's the kind of effort that they make. They're 24/7 active.
I mean, that's how they have always been, because going by recent reports, Prime Minister was already planning another agenda for his next 100 days.
Yes, and it's always said within the BJP that अगर कोई हारता भी है तो कोई बात नहीं, सीट हर लड़नी चाहिए, because they feel that कार्यकर्ता should not become lazy. Well, if they become lazy, then the party will collapse. That's been the ideology that the BJP is speaking about. But yes, we'll have to just see how the results pan out. Irrespective of that, whatever mandate he gets, third time in a row, getting a decisive mandate is going to be extremely important.
And that's why I want to ask you, why is it important? when many are saying his victory is a foregone conclusion and he is coming back, then why is it important?
It is important because continuity is important. He's speaking about making India the world's third largest economy. He's speaking about a Viksit Bharat by 2047. He's got a vision in place. He's speaking about the fact that what he has to do within the first 100 days. In fact, a couple of days earlier, he himself held a review meeting after coming back from Kanyakumari. And I know for a matter of fact that all the ministers have been told that give your plan. Even if some of them would not be ministers, they've been told कि अपना action plan बताओ क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है. What can you do within first 100 days? What can you do within the first 5 years?
In the past, we've seen Lok Sabha battles center around issues related to the economy, to the plight of the common man, to the plight of the poor man, Garibi Hatao, where is inflation as well. There's also been nationalist issues. 2019 was that. Where would you place the Lok Sabha election of 2024? Do you think it's an ideological battle at the moment?
No, 2024 is between opposition and BJP's कि क्या मोदी का 400 आएगा या नहीं आएगा. That's been the battle which has been there. So it's more for the opposition to prove, and look at the confidence of the BJP. The Prime Minister made this 400
but all these attacks on the constitution being changed and hegemony and Modi being called a dictator, of being a divisive, most polarizing leader, even though the supporters have seen him as the most unifying figure. But how do you see this as the attacks that were launched by the opposition versus how even Prime Minister attacked them?
Well, the Prime Minister attacked them and told them that they do not believe in development. They believe in only corruption. They believe in dynastic politics, and all of this does not exist in the BJP because over the last 10 years, have you seen a single allegation of corruption? It has not happened. Rafale fell flat on its face. Any other attempt fell flat on its face, and the approval ratings of the Prime Minister got higher and higher. Now, having said that, there is a lot of factors which has been put into place. This is the government which talks about a vision ahead, talks about the fact that they have to, in fact, make it, a good place for the youngsters to come forth and explore their careers. Why would they want to go and say, stay overseas? They would come and Make in India has been a huge pitch. Startup India has been a huge pitch. Startup India, there's a skill development program which has been in place. So working on every startup society, and for the Prime Minister to come out and say कि गरीबी सबसे बड़ी जाति है. The biggest caste in this country is being poor, being marginalized. That actually tells you what kind of effort which is going to be there on ground. And mind you, I remember very clearly, Akanksha, in 2020 in Bihar, things did not look very good for BJP or the NDA at that point in time with Nitish Kumar facing a lot of flack. But it was the Prime Minister's persona which actually changed that election for the people. His guarantee that, he would be working for the cause of Bihar. Bihar was a backward area as well. And the fact that they gave him free ration. So many women that we spoke to on ground, he said कि उन्होंने free ration हमको दिया, हम भूखे नहीं रहे COVID में. That actually played a lot of
the Bharati factor has also worked in favor of the Prime Minister, as we've seen also in Uttar Pradesh, where I think that's the best example of a double engine की सरकार.
And for him to come out and tell his council of ministers कि आखिरी रुपए तक खर्च करना है. अगर हमने कोई स्कीम में आखिरी रुपए,
अगर आप बीजेपी सपोर्टर हैं तो मैं यही सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी. इनफैक्ट I'd like to ask all our viewers, what is it about the Prime Minister and the BJP that has made you sort of opt for the BJP, made you cast your vote for Prime Minister Modi? Have you in fact cast your vote only for the Prime Minister? Are there other things about the BJP and the NDA overall that have worked for you? If you are a BJP supporter, and even if you are not, why is it that you choose to in fact support the opposition? What are those factors? I'm going to in fact request everyone over there on our live stream here at YouTube. We'll be taking you through all the comments in fact that you've been sharing with us. We've had a very active participation so far. People have in fact shared all their views, as you can see. Payal, great job media, unsubscribing, thanks for the eye-opener. Kangana Ranaut is contesting in the BJP seat. Many are not happy about Kangana in fact contesting. She's in fact just went to Hamirpur.
She's facing a lot of flack from the local leadership also.
Is it going to be
the biggest challenge for the BJP battle will be in fact to make sure she doesn't make a controversial statement.
Somehow exit polls have given Mandi to the NDA, only to the BJP.
It's a tight contest on ground, that much I can tell you. Because Vikramaditya Singh is also a local. He's a
local.
He says ये तो Queen movie में बनी थी, मैं तो असली राजा हूँ.
राजा हूँ, and Raja जो प्रजा का राजा है, because he's very connected with the masses on ground level. She comes from Mumbai. Now, I mean, will she shift base to Mandi? I don't think so.
But she's known as the controversy queen. So if she wins, the
made
biggest
those
challenge for
gaffes
us
also.
in parliament will be to make sure she doesn't make any controversial
In fact,
statement.
let's ask our viewers, आपको लगता है कंगना रनौत मंडी से जीतेंगी या फिर उनको चैलेंज करने वाले कांग्रेस के विक्रमादित्य सिंह जीतेंगे? क्या लगता है आपको? In fact, share with us your views. What do you think of Kangana Ranaut? Will she be winning the seat of Mandi? That is a question I'm posing to all our viewers. Keep sharing, people, your views. Tell us what is your view on Kangana Ranaut's political prospects, or if there are any interesting VIP seats to look out for, please. And
Arun Govil should be one seat. Prabhu Ram Meerut se.
all right, Kangana is leading as we speak. Wow, we are learning that Kangana is leading from Mandi so far, but it's just been some minutes since the counting began. So Kangana is leading. Anurag Thakur is leading, is what we are learning from Hamirpur.
Fifth time.
That's of course he says
family,
that ये मेरी
Bastion.
Janmbhumi है, कर्मभूमि है. That is what he says.
You've travelled
Yes.
to Anurag's constituency,
Yes,
and it's
we
a very,
spoke.
very difficult terrain to go. But I saw that his father had come down all the way to just come and cast his vote. He's 80 years old, So that shows you the kind of effort. And Anurag is looking
His
at seeking his
father,
fifth
Prem
term.
Kumar Dhumal, is known to be सड़क वाले CM. जब भी
Yeah,
क्योंकि उन्होंने सड़कों का ऐसा जाल बिछा रखा था और in fact if you remember, you went there as well. There's so many stones that are honoring his father, because I've seen so many inaugurations being done with the name of his father inscribed
Yes,
on
his
those.
father has worked a great deal as far as the BJP's cause in Himachal Pradesh is concerned. And also Anurag Thakur, it's a milestone for him. He's going to become the 5th time MP if he wins. And he's been part of the Modi government since, a long time.
And how do you view him as a candidate, Payal? Apart from being a union minister or the R&B minister, the fact is that he also comes across as a very dynamic and fiery personality, one who can be looked at as a promising personality, if not a future PM candidate, but a very promising candidate for the BJP.
Well, he's been a very promising talent. He's been somebody who's been very, very articulate as well. We've seen him, campaign throughout the entire country. In fact, he was telling me the other day that he just probably had a couple of days to come down and campaign in Himachal, because he was sent everywhere, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. He was very effective.
No, he stayed extensively in Hamirpur, and he was completely there. And the interview I conducted was in a park, and there were people constantly badgering him with requests, not just for
pictures.
selfies, but also they were sharing their issues and their problems.
small state
a
of
woman
Himachal.
who was a widow wanted a job.
Yeah.
Somebody's father, his pension was having an issue. So, and he was at least, I don't know if they are going to be resolved at the end of the day.
Himachal is a small
But
state.
giving an ear, a patient ear, is also something that
Himachal
deserves
is a small
appreciation.
state and things are very local, and people consider themselves to be absolutely connected to the locals. So that's the kind of sentiment that you will see in these small states. For example, Uttarakhand or Himachal for that matter. हमारे लोग यहाँ पे हैं, हमारे लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. I've always seen these Uttarakhand and these Himachal ministers constantly go and meet other union ministers, essentially to put out the facts, the needs of their own people. Especially it's a difficult terrain. There are multiple problems like development of roads, etc. Something that everybody wants to focus on. But Anurag has been in the government, is the cabinet minister. In fact, elevated in 2021, and he's now the I&B minister. He's also the sports minister. Very, very important portfolios to say the least, because the focus of the BJP this time around has also been on the youth.
All right, and as we speak, all right, BJP's Arun Govil is in fact leading from Meerut. Rajnath Singh leading from Lucknow, another expected one. But how do you place Arun Govil's performance from Meerut, considering it was a very quirky decision by BJP to elect him from Meerut?
Well, of course, they would understand that the Ram factor would really work. And let me give you a trivia that, Arun Govil is one gentleman who's been able to portray the character of Ram and Modi both. He played Modi's character in the movie Article 370. But, it's been a new field for him, in fact, to go ahead and campaign for people, go ahead and, do whatever is required. Because, when you become a Lok Sabha MP, your responsibility does not end, Akansha, with the moment you win the election. It starts from there. Because you'll have your constituencies, you will have your people asking for various things. You have to go on ground. You have to know how to use your MP-led funds. So it's
Right.
going to be a new field for Arun Govil, where the party stood very strongly behind him, hoping that the Ram wave would be able to make him win. But Meerut is an interesting seat. It's not a Hindu-dominated seat. There's quite a significant population of Muslims over there as well. And last time around, Rajendra Agarwal won with a very narrow margin. So obviously the BJP is going to be hoping that Arun Govil is able to win from here.
And it's interesting to see that he's leading. But so far, how you also covered the Ram Mandir. Has it actually worked for the Prime Minister and for the BJP?
See, look, the BJP is not seeking votes in the name of Ram anymore. The BJP has been telling people कि हमने जो बोला वो हमने किया. When the Prime Minister said we'll build the Ram temple, it was part of the manifesto in 2014 and 2019, and before 2024 it was done. So the fact that they've been able to do whatever they promised, whether it's Article 370 removal, whether it is of course the Ram Mandir, or whether it is the UCC, which is also effective right now in Uttarakhand, and soon will be effective because it's part of their manifesto in 2024. So the fact that Jo bola wo kiya, Modi ki guarantee, something which they are hoping is resonating with people in a big way as well. And now with the women reservation bill in place, probably 2029, another promise of this will be fulfilled. And the Prime Minister said, they called for a special session, and the Prime Minister said that irrespective of whatever political differences we have, the fact is that a lot of people wanted this to happen. There were various political parties that wanted it to happen. For example, the BJP for the longest has been giving 33% reservation in the seats to women, in their Lok Sabha assembly, etc.
Right.
And so has been the TMC. So obviously, but none of these parties were able to get this bill going. The Prime Minister got this bill going. That's something which of course is very interesting to watch out for.
Absolutely. And then let's talk about the states that are also seeing assembly election as we speak, which is of course Odisha and Andhra. In which direction do you see the winds blowing?
See, look, when I went to Andhra for a week, I probably met all the leaders barring the Chief Minister because he was extremely busy. I met Chandrababu Naidu, I interviewed Chandrababu Naidu and a host of other people. Well, locally speaking, in the urban areas, they are very, very angry with YSR Congress because they feel that he's done a lot of appeasement, has done no development. People complain about jobs, people complain about, the inflation rate, etc. But assembly is going to be interesting to watch out for, given the fact that the rural voters, I think are quite behind Chandrababu Naidu, quite behind Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSR Congress. But what remains to be seen is that there is a big factor, that the women factor is what everybody is speaking about. Last time around, these women rallied behind Jagan Mohan Reddy and gave him that kind of mandate. He practically swept that election. So will that be repeated? Because over the last couple of days, last couple of weeks before the elections actually hit, Andhra Pradesh, many more people, I know of quite a few people who came from overseas to come and just vote for Chandrababu Naidu. Now this is going to be his test as well, because he's 74, I guess. He's 6 months elder to Prime Minister Modi. So he's obviously hoping that this is going to be his last election in a way, and he's hoping to grab onto the chair as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. But interestingly, they are also having Janasena with them right now. BJP is also with them. All these parties were contesting separately last time around, but it was a sweep by Jagan Mohan Reddy. But the surveys are indicating otherwise.
The oppositions also attacked them for the reservations, and especially when it comes to Andhra. Is that a factor which will perhaps influence NDA's performance?
Well, as far as that is concerned, even though the NDA over here in the centre has said we can't give a reservation to Muslims on the basis of religion.
But Chandrababu
Naidu
has
announced it,
exactly.
because there are 16-17%
but don't
Muslims.
you see that as a more confusion in the strategy?
Probably they've had a chat with each other and they understand that locally issues are different and probably nationally issues are different. So, if they go ahead and give Muslims a reservation, the question the BJP leadership has always been asking कि तुम अगर हमें 4% reservation दे रहे हो Muslims को, तो तुम किसका reservation काट के दे रहे हो? Because the cap is only so much. So if I'm giving you 4%, then somebody else's reservation is getting cut. So that's the question that we've been asking. So we'll have to just see how this goes. But yes, Chandrababu Naidu has publicly made an announcement that they will be giving a reservation to the Muslim, which is very much in place. Because I spoke to YS Sharmila, who's Jagan Mohan's sister from the Congress party. She said when Mr. YSR came up with this was to just ensure that there was upliftment of the marginalized sector of society, especially the Muslim who are from the back of the beyond.
Absolutely. And when we look at reservation as an issue, let's not forget how much of it has shaped up, especially after the Calcutta High Court's order. How is this panning out in Bengal? You also have extensive experience in the way Bengal is panned out. Is this going to in fact backfire not rather backfire, but going to place the Mamata government on a sticky wicket?
It is going to be one of the most key elections and most key number of 42 seats to watch out for, because remember in 2014, Akansha, BJP had just 2 seats. There were just 2 seats that the BJP was able to get, and nobody really gave them a chance, but they worked on ground. They actually created a lot of space for themselves on ground, and a lot of that credit must go to the RSS cadre who actually worked relentlessly on ground. 2019 proved out to be a good chapter for the BJP because they had 18 MPs in place, and of course in 2021 they were able to get close to 80 MLAs, which was again a huge jump given the fact that in the assembly before that they had just had 3 representatives. So Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda have also been campaigning in a big way, saying that here is a government
And
which is corrupt.
interestingly, since we talked about West Bengal, Arun Upadhyay, because we also posed a question over there asking who will sweep West Bengal. All right, and we have one of the YouTube live stream participants, Arun Upadhyay, saying BJP, लोकेश गोयल saying मोदी सरकार ही जीतना चाहिए. आपको क्यों लगता है मोदी सरकार जीतना चाहिए? अभी तक तो ममता दीदी की सरकार थी, और ममता दीदी की सरकार को क्यों जाना चाहिए, मोदी जी को क्यों आना चाहिए, ये भी बताइए लोकेश गोयल. Arun Upadhyay, we are reading your comments as we speak. So over there you have it. Everybody emphatically insisting for the BJP. It is an election of a way. It is a wave election, don't you think so? And when you look at Bengal, if Bengal comes to the BJP, first of all, do you think that the BJP will come in Bengal, or will they just increase their tally?
Well, they would definitely want to increase the tally. The target that has been given to them was to win 35 seats out of 42 seats. That seems to be a little bit too far-fetched. But the BJP is certainly hoping that they'll be able to gain in, states like Bengal. For example, they're expecting at least 25 seats to come in Bengal. That's what the target currently is. I've been speaking to the leaders on ground. The fact that, women have been protected, the Prime Minister relentlessly kept on targeting Mamata Banerjee, a woman Chief Minister, India's only woman Chief Minister right now, for failing to in fact help the cause of women. Sandesh Khari was a glaring reality that one saw on its face, and the BJP said that they would not want to just make this a mere tokenism or mere political issue. They've signified it and justified it by giving Rekha Patra a seat, for example, in the Lok Sabha, because she was one of the first complainants of the Sandesh Khari episode as well. The fact that Mamata Banerjee herself as a woman has not been able to protect the interest of women has been appeasing a certain community in a certain manner, and of course the cut money that the BJP is constantly been speaking about, that everything that you do, you have to give a certain amount of cut money to the TMC local leadership. These are the factors that BJP is really playing on. The BJP says that enough has been done, and they do not want to see.
Perhaps she could have in fact dealt with the situation better had she in fact brought him in the dock.
She refused to in fact get him arrested.
I mean, exactly. She could have just dealt with the situation better perhaps, because it's not just about the crime committed, but also the kind of shelter that's been provided to the criminal. But having said that, apart from Sandesh Khali and the treatment meted out to the poor women there, how much of a role has corruption within the TMC also played? Something that came out thanks to all those raids that were conducted by the central agencies, for which of course BJP is again being attacked.
Well, there were in fact agencies which were in place. They had to do their own job, and remember the ED officials themselves were attacked, when they went to Sandesh Khali to arrest Sheikh Shah Jahan. But the fact that corruption has been a key issue that the BJP is being harping on. The Prime Minister said that there were 3 factors to watch out for as far as these opposition parties are concerned. A, they are not united. They have no ideology to speak about. They are dynastic parties, and third, they do not have any action against corruption, because corruption is something which binds them all together as well. But the buck over here stops at Mamata Banerjee's doorstep, given the fact that her own nephew is facing ED charges, etc. So that's something also which has been pointed out time and again. So the people of Bengal want development, given the fact that there's nothing much which has been done.
Right.
Central government schemes have not been implemented. I remember this huge war of words between Mansukh Mandavia, the health minister, and the Bengal government, given the fact that Mamata Banerjee herself is the health minister, for not allowing people to make Ayushman Bharat cards. So
on that note, let me also pose that question to our viewers who are watching and in fact right now participating in our live stream. Do you think it is time for NDA to sweep Bengal, or it should be Mamata Banerjee's reign? Because remember, Bengal has seen a kind of, when it comes to governance in Bengal, we've seen how there was the left which was replaced by Mamata. The TMC, is it time for TMC now to be replaced perhaps by the NDA?
That's exactly what the BJP's target is. They definitely want to win Bengal, because that's been one of the states that has been on their wish list. They know that they've come a certain way. From 2 MPs to come up to 18 MPs and now targeting 25, 30, 26 or whatever they get MPs. That's actually a jump for the BJP because a decade ago, nobody spoke about the BJP in Bengal.
Okay,
And
Anupam Jassal says BJP. Anupam, आपको क्यों ऐसा लग रहा है that it should be the BJP? Do share your thoughts and views with us. We will, and in fact, if you have any questions, we'll take them from Payal. So, yes, Payal, go ahead.
Right. So, the BJP is looking to grow in Bengal. They're looking to grow in Odisha. Last time around in Odisha also they had 8 seats. They are targeting 16 seats is what the party is saying right now. And they put people forward. Nishit Pramanik is contesting from Bengal. Shantanu Thakur is contesting from Bengal. Subhash Sarkar contesting from Bengal. All of these are sitting ministers as well. So, you know, whether Dilip Ghosh's seat has been changed, he's been asked to contest. There are women who have been put into place, whether it's Agnimitra Paul, there's Loket Chatterjee in place, there's Debashri Chaudhary who's contesting from South Mumbai, South Kolkata, which is of course the seat where my family belongs from. That's the seat where Mamata Banerjee originally hails from.
Right.
So very interesting, you know, the BJP wants to put up that fight, and they do understand that, you know, in a couple of years the assembly elections are in place. Those close to 80 seats that they got in the assembly has given them a lot of confidence that they can actually bring in that parivartan, the change. And gone are the days when Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah and the others were called as Bohiragato, which means outsiders. They're not outsiders because they feel that just by not speaking the language doesn't make you an outsider. They're also trying to pick up the language, and that's why, you know, in that rally that the Prime Minister held in Kolkata on the support of women.
You covered those rallies.
Yeah, the Prime Minister spoke a lot of facts in Bengali, and his Bengali is pretty good.
Nadia was one of them.
Yes.
Bashir Haat also apparently visited. And these are also interestingly places which have witnessed sporadic violence. And you can see the kind of resistance that BJP is being met with from Trinamool Congress. And they are making it very difficult for them to make those inroads, even if
because eventually the administration is with the state government.
Right, of course, of course. Let's also talk about MP, in fact, because as we speak, I am learning that the BJP is getting some leads in Madhya Pradesh. It seems that's an interesting trend that is emerging. BJP leading in 9 seats in Madhya Pradesh. All right, Anupam Jassal is saying BJP is future proof. Okay. I don't know, Anupam Jassal, what you mean by saying BJP is future proof. Please share and expand on why you are saying that. We would love to hear from you, Anupam Jassal. But I believe he's saying that for Bengal. And I will keep reading all the comments as and when they come in, but now we have shifted focus to Madhya Pradesh, considering Madhya Pradesh is showing a trend of BJP. They are leading in 9 seats, which is enough for us to in fact ruminate. We've already talked about how MP could become another.
Are they in Chhindwara or not? That's something to watch out for.
We'll have to watch out. I think counting still ongoing. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Raebareli. Before I deep dive in Raebareli, let's talk about MP. And I'm going to pose that question for our viewers also. Do you think MP will be a clean sweep like Gujarat for BJP?
Well, MP is the least of their problems right now. They'll want to see what happens in Maharashtra, what happens in the other states, for example, Karnataka, because the Congress is very, very confident of getting a double-digit figure in Karnataka. That's what their thinking really is. Because as of now, they had just one Lok Sabha seat, which is DK Shiv Kumar's brother, DK Suresh. But yes, let's see what happens in Madhya Pradesh, for example, because that's the least of the problem. The only thing that the BJP is hoping to win is win the 29th seat, which is Chhindwara.
All right, and that would be interesting if Chhindwara goes to them, because then that means it's game over for Congress in MP.
Well, absolutely. Then, you know,
Chhindwara is the last.
A lot of that blame will go on to Kamal Nath as well, given the fact that Kamal Nath refused to contest. He in fact was spearheading the entire campaign for the party in the assembly elections. He was allowed to take.
So what is the reason? Dynasty again?
He
make
was allowed
space for your son?
Yes. I mean, I would not really know why he refused to contest from that seat, although this is his bastion.
All right, we are getting in a very interesting comment from Arun Upadhyay. Arun Upadhyay, I'm finally reading your comment. We don't believe anyone can replace Modi at the central level. However, if you have suggestions for potential candidates, please share. BJP is poised to win Bengal, given Modi's achievements over there. Achievements over there, you mean all the rallies and or the crackdown on corruption on TMC and Sandesh Khali? I'm sure you are referring
Modi
to those.
Modi ki guarantee has been a big factor.
All right. And why do you say so?
Because he's gone around and, you know, done his work over the last 10 years. Whatever was promised has been done. Development has really happened. So that's the reason BJP's manifesto also said, Viksit Bharat, Modi ki guarantee.
All right. And we have Shailesh Pandey. In fact, Shailesh Pandey is asking what's the projection for BJP, the real numbers. He's asked, Shailesh Pandey, till when can Modi ji be the Prime Minister of our country?
Only
Shailesh
Modi ji knows.
Pandey, only, yes, she said it.
I'm not
only
treading that
Modi ji
path.
knows. And perhaps you need a stronger opposition and perhaps an opposition with a more clear foresight and strategy. Those are factors. In fact, I think Prime Minister Modi himself has said that I also want to have a stronger opposition, a more interesting, challenging opposition.
Well, you cannot give absolute power to somebody. There has to be checks and balances in place. But the onus, like Prime Minister said in his comments in the Parliament, he said, okay, there has to be a strong opposition for a vibrant democracy. But if the opposition parties have chosen to sit in the opposition, what can I do? What can anybody do? Because they've chosen that path to sit in the opposition.
And in fact, Shailesh Pandey, referring to the comment that you've just made, what's the projection for BJP? Well, unlike some exit polls, we have not given a mammoth figure of 400 par. The News 18 exit poll has given a very realistic figure, which is in fact in the 350s only. And that is something which most of the pollsters are seeing as a realistic figure. Most pollsters, in fact all pollsters, have agreed that it will not be anything less than a 350. That is a common consensus, and that is also a figure which News 18 poll has given. We have not inflated the figure to 400 plus. That for us right now is Farziwada, but having said that, that should answer your question. People, please keep sharing your questions. I have with me Payal Mehta, who has in fact extensively covered the BJP. She has in fact been on the campaign trail of the Prime Minister also. And when you talk about Prime Minister's campaigning style, has that been one major decisive factor in getting NDA and the Bharatiya Janata Party where it is at the moment?
Well, he's the leader of the NDA Dal, so which clearly means that he's the topmost leader over there. But he has not shied away from putting in efforts. He's not sitting in the AC rooms of Delhi and just issuing instructions. He's there on ground. For a person of his age to actually be able to do 4 rallies, travel so much, and you'll be able to still go ahead and hold continuous meetings, whether it's for the heat wave, whether it's for the flood situation in the northeast, he's pretty hands-on. And what does he do to rejuvenate? Akansha, you and me were having a conversation the other day.
Yes.
That, we would like to go on a vacation the moment the elections are over, because I know of a dozen leaders who are just waiting for the results to be out so that they can go for a vacation. But this man goes ahead, meditates for 24 to 36 hours and comes back with back to the rigorous grind of the business of politics.
True.
He's a 24/7 politician. He's a 24/7 person who's so activated, has a lot of anecdotes to share, has a lot of personal connect with people. I've done a lot of stories on Prime Minister's interaction with people. So whether he's interacted with a 10-year-old to probably
this
a 100-year-old.
time he's done, in fact, interviews as well, because he was
for the longest time also,
yes.
when a lot of kids go and meet
he
him.
was also accused of not interacting enough with the media or addressing press conferences.
Well, we certainly can't complain because our network has got 5 interviews
yes,
with the Prime
exactly.
Minister.
That's what I'm saying, that this time he's even gone on to do that. But let's also talk about Rahul Gandhi leading from Rai Bareli. Now, one is wondering if leading from Rai Bareli for Rahul Gandhi is good news or bad news, because that finally brings that Dharam Sankat in focus. Rai Bareli or Wayanad.
But if I'm not mistaken, then Sonia Gandhi made an appeal to the people of Rai Bareli and saying that मैं guarantee देती हूँ कि कहीं नहीं जाएगा. So if he doesn't go from here, then what happens to Wayanad?
Exactly.
Is he going to trounce Wayanad? Will he put his sister in place in Wayanad? Because his sister, although was pitted to contest, she's not been allowed to contest because Rahul Gandhi on multiple occasions.
Will they let the left or Annie Raja in fact take over Wayanad?
She's from a different party, so if the Congress has to hold by-elections, either they share the seat with somebody else, because in Kerala they're pitted against the left party, so that's an interesting contest, right? Bengal they're contesting together, but in Kerala they're separately contesting, so that's also going to be important. The fact that the mother who's been holding on to the seat for the longest has said that she can't contest, that's why she's gone to Rajya Sabha from Rajasthan. But what happens to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra? What happens to Rahul Gandhi's seats? Will he, if he leaves, if he leaves Rai Bareli, he's gone. Uttar Pradesh is gone
absolutely
forever. But if he leaves Wayanad,
then Chhindwara kind of a case like in MP we are seeing. Do share your views with us, people. We are constantly coming back to your comments. They are very important for us because remember, it's not every day that you witness an election of this magnitude, of this scale. In fact, the Election Commission has talked about it, how this is the single longest election since 1951 to 52. Lok Sabha election of that time. This is
And what
the
terrible weather
second
to have this in.
longest. Exactly. Ask us when we all had to be on the field for this election. But let's talk about another interesting, crucial state for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which for the longest time tried to bring BJD on its side, Odisha.
Well, there was a sense within the BJP initially saying that we should do an alliance with the BJD because the BJD have been silent partners with the BJP. They've supported them on all bills possible because there's a huge connect between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Mr. Naveen Patnaik themselves. Naveen Patnaik being one of the oldest chief ministers in the country, probably looking at his 6th term if I'm not mistaken. And but then the state leadership vehemently opposed that. The state leadership said that we've been fighting tooth and nail in the state of Odisha. And if we go ahead and ally with Odisha's BJD party, then our party cadre will be disgruntled, they'll be finished and we will be left nowhere. So, falling under the pressure of the state leadership, especially the leaders in the assembly, the BJP decided not to ally with Naveen Patnaik's BJD.
Absolutely. And do you think that the health factor as far as Naveen Patnaik is concerned and Pandyan factor of Pandyan being labelled as an outsider, that is the rhetoric that has also been woven by the BJP, especially now Prime Minister also raising suspicion over Pandyan's role in Naveen Patnaik's overall health, when he says that it's something that needs to be looked into. Will that work in favor of the BJP? Because I'm told from people, by people from Odisha themselves, that there are concerns over the CM's health and in terms of who will be the next chief minister.
There are two factors to look out for. A, yes, the BJP definitely has been aggressively attacking Pandyan because they feel that Mr. Pandyan has been parachuted from there as well. Now, it was very interesting the reply that you saw from Naveen Patnaik in response to what the Prime Minister said. Naveen Patnaik said, "You are my friend, why didn't you pick up the call and tell me? Ask me about my health." Now, his health has been always a subject for discussion, even in the 2019 elections. I remember the BJP released a video of Naveen Patnaik, doing something in the gym to prove a point that he's okay, he's fine. But, to talk about somebody's health, will that be a factor to watch out for? Naveen Patnaik has been accusing the BJP, some leaders within the BJP ranks, and you all know who it is.
No, but then also accusing Pandyan of perhaps being the keeper of the treasury, Lord Jagannath's treasury.
Yes. That's been the allegation as far as the BJP is concerned. There's been a huge battle between the BJP and the BJD as far as this seat of Puri is also concerned. The fact that Mr. Pinaki Mishra put in all his power and might, and that's why Sambit Patra, who got his ticket, I think 20 days before the election, lost that seat. But since then, Sambit Patra has been campaigning forever in Odisha. He's always been in Odisha, and we've been joking and telling him that you've turned so dark because, he'd be out there in the sun, campaigning day in and day out as well. So that's also one factor. Yes, and Pandyan, will he be somebody who can take his legacy forward? What is this connection? Because Pandyan is also not Odia. His wife is an Odia IAS cadre. He's of course from Tamil Nadu, but he's been holding on to the reins of the BJD for the longest. He's been the one who's been controlling the government. He's been the one who's been controlling the works of the party as well. But now he's officially in the party, so that's something which he obviously counters by saying that. But what is his role from here on? Is he taking over Naveen Patnaik? Because the video of him, moving Patnaik's hand was received very badly by people because they felt that he was being, he was using his power.
And it was after that video only that Prime Minister spoke about his ailing health. But to give all our viewers who are tuning into this live stream a quick update on what's happening in terms of seats, BJP is leading in 11 seats in Rajasthan. Seems like BJP could very well ride on their recent victory as well. What are your views, Payal?
Well, Rajasthan, the BJP scored a perfect 25 last time around. But
need a strong opposition. Shailesh Pandey has in fact gone on to say need a strong opposition. India Alliance should get some seats for the government to perform its duties. Okay. Shailesh Pandey, it's a very interesting comment because how do you assess what he's saying?
Yeah, this is the same thing which the opposition ka role kaisa hona chahiye. That's some same thing that Modi also said, in multiple interviews that, we need a strong opposition. There need to be checks and balances. Talwar ke nok pe sarkar ko rakhna chahiye. That's what he had said in one of the interviews that he gave to us as well. But, the onus on the opposition being strong, winning seats is not on the BJP because the BJP is going to play their game. So it is important, and the Prime Minister said also on the floor of the House that the Congress party will stoop further lower. They'll not cross 40 seats. We'll have to see how this goes. But, the fact is that they'll have to come up with a strategy. They'll have to come up with a common ideology. If they all want to come together, you've seen the alliance breaking multiple times. In some meetings, some leaders refuse to turn up. For example, Mamata Banerjee has been giving them a cold shoulder on most meetings because to her, certain leaders within the Congress party are not acceptable.
all right.
And of course, is Mallikarjun the force, Mallikarjun Kharge, can he be the force which binds the entire opposition together? That also seems to be different, because, you know, when Mallikarjun Kharge says something else, then, you know, you have a counter from Jairam Ramesh, which is something else as well. The whole fiasco over, you know, not participating in the exit poll was completely unthought for.
All right, so the other question that I am posing to all our viewers on our YT live stream is, what is giving BJP the lead in Rajasthan? I know they've in fact won the assembly election, but what is it that you know, it all goes back to the assembly election. What brought them to power at the state level first? And perhaps that is something we are seeing translate on ground level, as has also been predicted in the exit polls. What do you think caused the Congress party to lose?
Well, the paper scam was something which actually cost Congress party a great deal. The fact that the BJP promised that they'll make an SIT, they'll put the paper leak into place. Given the fact that, you know, they feel that the youngsters' careers should not be really messed with.
Women's security also.
Women's security is also one thing that is speaking about. And women and their respect has been very dear to the people of Rajasthan as well. True. But the fact that Mr. Ashok Gehlot was only concentrated upon certain things, there was fighting within the Congress party, that is between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, that is also something which people saw, and saw it very much on ground. For example, in 2019, because Vaibhav Gehlot was contesting versus Gajendra Shekhawat, for most part of the campaign, Ashok Gehlot was camped in that same seat as well, Jodhpur. So that is something which has also been seen, and the fact that BJP has 25 seats, you know, at present. So we'll have to see if they are able to win all 25.
I think this is something I would like to ask you. When Bhajan Lal Sharma was appointed as the CM, was it on expected lines for all of you who cover the BJP so extensively?
Well, we stopped speculating and we stopped expecting anything, because, you know, backbenchers are getting most of it. So whether it's Bhajan Lal in Rajasthan,
right,
Mohan Yadav, nobody knew about them.
Another one.
You know, at least the Chhattisgarh CM we knew, because we had seen him as an MP.
But do you not agree, Payal, that is also BJP's own way of putting or driving home a point that we are not the dynasts? We will give everyone a chance. As long as you are dedicated to the party and you've proven your mettle, you will get a chance.
Yes, a worker on ground like Biplab Dev was suddenly made the Chief Minister of Tripura. Bhajan Lal Sharma, like we've been speaking about, Mohan Yadav, the BJP is known to spring in surprises. Who would have thought that Om Birla, was a couple of times MP, would have become the Lok Sabha Speaker? Because generally you would expect somebody much more veteran, you know, 7-8 terms to be given that position. The Prime Minister experiments and gives them a lot of confidence, and the leaders know that they have the Prime Minister's back as far as their cause is really concerned. So springing in a lot of surprises, giving, you know, uncharted names and probably not discussed names. The responsibility is something which the BJP is known to do in multiple places, for example, not just Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, even the northeast states like Tripura.
Absolutely, and that is also about rewarding meritocracy, in fact, to be precise, and that is something we are seeing also pan out in Rajasthan at the moment, something we've also extensively observed. And all right, so thank you, Payal, for giving me those precious insights. It was a thorough pleasure talking to you. Payal is in fact going to take our leave, but Arunima is going to be joining me in. And in fact, keep your comments coming, people, as we are also taking you, we are mentioning all the names. I think Arunima can join in. Need a strong opposition. India Alliance should get some seats for the government to perform its duties. That is what Shailesh Pandey has to say. Shailesh, thank you for sharing all your comments and views. Arun Upadhyay is saying, we don't believe anyone can replace Modi at the central level. However, if you have suggestions for potential candidates, please share. BJP is poised to win Bengal given Modi's achievements over there. Where is it, do you think, that Prime Minister Modi or BJP is not going to win? Do share with us those states where you think Prime Minister Modi or the BJP will not perform, because that would be interesting to see, considering everybody is talking about how this will be a wave election for the Bharatiya Janata Party and for the NDA. And keep those comments coming, people. We will keep reading them out. And we have our experts joining in right now. In fact, I'm joined in by Arunima. Hello, Arunima. We meet yet again.
Good morning for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
The Bharatiya Janata Party. What are you learning in terms of the leads, Arunima? It seems like they are leading in MP, in Rajasthan as well. and MP being one state you have extensively covered.
So what I'm watching out for is Nakul Nath. I haven't
Yes,
yet received
yes,
the
yes.
leads for Nakul Nath Chhindwara constituency. That's the one seat that the Bharatiya Janata Party
Because
really
critics
wants.
have already said that this is going to be another Gujarat of sorts for the
Yeah,
Bharatiya Janata
yeah.
Party, barring a Chhindwara. And as you said, it would be interesting to see if Chhindwara still stays with the Naths or not.
Yes, and we discussed it on the day of the exit polls as well. This is one seat BJP is really craving for. Mohan Yadav, the chief minister, has thrown his might behind it. Amit Shah has visited multiple times. JP Nadda has gone there. So that's one seat in Madhya Pradesh that I'm watching out for. I'm also watching out for Digvijay Singh's seat there. Last time he was, he was on the losing side in Bhopal. Now he's gone to his home turf of Raghugarh. How does he fare there? Jyotiraditya Scindia again, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The reason I'm watching Shivraj Singh Chauhan's seat in Vidisha is whether he will set the record for the maximum win margin, or will he concede it to Amit Shah. So there's no question of whether these two are winning these seats. It's only ab ki baar 10 lakh par is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's
all
number.
of them.
Yes.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan or
Amit Shah.
and Amit Shah, even Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Some posters have said he'll cross 8 lakh. We'll have to wait and watch and see how that happens. But in fact, I'm getting a very interesting input over here. Arun Upadhyay wants to ask, ma'am, with the anticipated victory of BJP in the elections, what do you think Prime Minister Modi's first plan of action will be for the people of India? So Arun Upadhyay has given Prime Minister Modi his victory a foregone conclusion. He's saying what will Prime Minister Modi's first plan of action will be for the people of India. As we were discussing, it's all going to be about margin. But yes, what in your view, Arun?
So I think Arun, Prime Minister has not wasted a second. I mean, even while the model code of conduct, was on, he was meeting. Even when he came back from Kanyakumari from his meditation, he took a meeting.
Set an agenda for the next 100 days.
We just don't know who his cabinet colleagues are going to be.
True.
I mean, the top four, will he retain them? Nirmala Sitharaman in finance,
Right.
Amit Shah in home, Rajnath Singh in defense, and S.
But we've
Jaishankar in
always
external
seen a
affairs.
reshuffle.
But we don't really know because, where do you really send an Amit Shah? From away from a home ministry. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, where else can you accommodate him? S. Jaishankar is completely in sync with Prime Minister's vision of making India a Vishwa Guru.
Trend of the EAM always getting replaced.
Yeah, but I'll be very interested to know where he sends Jaishankar next, because like I said, so the first thing I want to know, Arun, is whether the Prime Minister changes, does a reshuffle as far as the top four is concerned. Next, he's already set the ball in motion for one nation, one poll.
Right.
So how soon is that bill brought into the parliament? How soon are the amendments really carried out to ensure that one nation, one poll becomes a reality? Then he's said it very clearly. His vision is to make India world's third largest economy. So what are the steps? I mean, the budget will be in July. We have a good cushion. We have a good cushion right now. So what is it that he's going to announce in terms of economic reforms to be on that path of being the world's third largest economy? Is there something for you and me? Is there something for Arun Upadhyay there in terms of our daily necessities? Inflation is a worry, but even before the final results have come, Amul, Mother Dairy, milk pouches prices have gone up. We have seen inflation skyrocketing in any case. So will we again see petrol, diesel prices, LPG prices, things which came down ahead of elections? Will those be on the upswing again? And will the budget really give us some relief? So those are things that I'll watch out for. But I think the Prime Minister's big plan will be for economic reforms and for one nation, one poll.
Absolutely. That's a very interesting. So there you have it, Arun Upadhyay. The questions being answered so eloquently by Arunima. Arunima, how do you in fact assess the Bharatiya Janata Party now leading? The trends are indicating that they are leading in Rajasthan.
Yeah.
It's of course translated all the way from their assembly performance as well.
I think Rajasthan, Vaibhav Gehlot is also trailing. That is something that will be of surprise, because former Chief Minister Gehlot had thrown his entire might behind his son, and the Congress party had also said that you must ensure that Vaibhav Gehlot wins. But the last trend that I saw him trailing. But EVMs have just begun counting after the postal ballot process. In some centres it's over. This time there's a huge controversy over the postal ballots because the opposition had questioned why the decision to not announce postal ballots seats were taken. The CEC has clarified that for the first half an hour, postal ballots are getting counted, and that 8:30 onwards, EVMs are starting earlier.
Also, tell me, is it not always the trend to
So
do so?
earlier, so the difference is earlier you would wait till you count all the postal ballots and then move on to the EVM. What has happened this time
only
is,
half an hour has been
yeah,
given.
that's because there are so many people who are now using the postal ballot facility. Like you and I, when we were traveling, like I rushed back to Delhi just in time, 1 hour to go, and I could vote. I voted. But if suppose I could not, and I knew beforehand that I would not be in Delhi, which is my voting, I could have used the postal ballot thing. Media was one of the beneficiaries this time. So the numbers have gone up, and therefore the ECI was of the view that you can't really wait till 11, 11:30, 12 o'clock before you start opening the EVM. So this time, therefore,
And perhaps
there is a change.
considering the heat wave, this could have been an option that at least the elderly could have exercised. But having said that, UP, we are getting numbers so far. The trends are indicating that it's 51 on 80 for the NDA as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. On expected lines, trust this number to only go up as predictions have it. They may cross 70. But while we speak, Rahul Gandhi is also leading in Rai Bareli.
Amethi
Do you
Smriti
think
Irani is leading?
I'm yet to in fact receive an update on that.
I think before
But
I came here, I heard that in the postal ballot trends,
unexpected lines
Smriti
again.
was leading.
But do you think Rahul Gandhi leading in Rai Bareli is only good news, or is it just going to lead to more dilemma for Rahul?
Well, he's been attacked for going to Rai Bareli after the Wayanad polls were over, and if he chooses to ditch Rai Bareli and go with Wayanad, the Congress workers' morale in Uttar Pradesh will take a hit, because he has been accused of running away from Amethi.
Right.
Rai Bareli also, if he gives up, again it will be said that you've
Do you
completely
think that will
abandoned.
be game over for the Gandhis in Rai Bareli? And
It will be
Amethi?
interpreted that way by the Bharatiya
Right.
Janata Party, but
But they're saying that it's better, a bird in hand is better than two in the bush.
No,
because
I
Wayanad-
will then wait.
Kerala is also going for
Yeah,
assembly
I
election
will
in
then
some
wait and
months.
watch. If a bypoll is announced, will Priyanka Gandhi will then finally make her political debut from Rai Bareli, because that will be interesting. This time around, Jairam Ramesh said that she was required for campaigning all across and for looking at both Amethi and Rai Bareli seats, and she spent a good amount of time there. If Rahul Gandhi chooses Wayanad over Rai Bareli, I will watch out for Priyanka Gandhi's next move. Suppose he retains Rai Bareli and gives up Wayanad, then also he'll be open to criticism from not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but perhaps from Annie Raja as well.
Absolutely.
That you've taken us for granted. You've taken Wayanad for granted. You came
That's
to
what
us
Annie
when
Raja said before, in
you came
fact.
to us when UP rejected you, and now that UP has again accepted you, if he wins Rai Bareli, you're treating us this way. So
Yes.
it's a double whammy for Rahul Gandhi.
It is, because that is the attack she had launched soon after he had in fact announced that he will be contesting either from Amethi or Rai Bareli. The decision had not arrived. But even the number of flip-flops on whether it's going to be Rai Bareli or Amethi, as we were discussing earlier, also goes on to indicate the kind of importance the Gandhis are placing on these two family ballots.
Yes, and I was told Amethi also was a tight fight. I mean, the results will ultimately tell us if Smriti gets a complete clean sweep there. But I'm also getting some details about Bihar and for Delhi as well. Let's look at Bihar first. Meesa Bharti was trailing. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading in Saran. Pappu Yadav is leading from Purnia. Upendra Kushwaha is leading from Karakat. Why is Upendra Kushwaha's seat important? Is because Pawan Singh, the Bhojpuri singer, who we first saw go to Asansol. And why is Pawan? For those of you who do not know much of Bhojpuri song, you must go and listen to Pawan Singh's Ara song. Jab Lagave Lutu Lipstick. That's the song which gave him fame. So that's the Pawan Singh we are talking about. He is losing from Karakat. He was recently showcased by BJP because he was going against the party's candidate and fighting elections. He's trailing. Saran is important because Lalu Prasad Yadav's second daughter, Rohini Acharya, is the candidate there. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading in this particular seat. Meesa also, I'm told, is trailing.
But what do you think is, why haven't they been able to capitalize on the popularity of a Lalu Yadav? Whether it's a Meesa or a Rohini Acharya. Meesa Bharti, for the longest time, I'm told, was stationed in Singapore. And she happened to die.
Rohini was in Singapore. Yes.
Rohini was in Singapore for the longest time, and that she dived straight in.
Yeah, and even now when I went to Patna, there were a few pockets where they told me, but Rohini to yahan rehti nahi hai. She's a Bahari and not a Bihari because she lives in Singapore. She's a Singapore, but she's trying to play that emotional card that I gave my kidney to my father, and I'm a good daughter. And there is an emotional connection that Lalu Prasad Yadav has with people of Saran. He himself camped there and tried to ask for votes for Rohini. But Rajiv Pratap Rudy is no pushover.
True.
And the caste dynamics there are such that Thakurs and Yadavs are at the two end of the spectrum. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is representing the Thakur, the Rajput community there. So Rudy is no pushover, and he's done some good work while he was the member of parliament there. So will it just be the emotional card for Lalu Prasad Yadav? The results so far, the trend
And
so
in
far
fact,
seems
since
to
we are
indicate.
talking about these VIP seats, how about Patliputra? What is your understanding?
See, Misa Bharti is currently leading from Patliputra. That's the latest
That
that
is
we are
in fact
hearing.
going to be stunning because
Yes.
you know Ram Kripal Yadav has been having
Five times.
successive consecutive victories
Yes.
5 times.
Yes, and the last 2 times he's won from BJP. Before that, 3 times he won from the RJD ticket. Even then, during the course of this election, when I asked Misa about Ram Kirpal Yadav, he said, "Wo chacha hai." So there is a family bonding. He's an old timer of RJD, but he has defeated Misa
And in
twice
this
now.
contest, it's not even about the Yadav factor anymore, considering both are Yadavs.
Yeah.
So, what is it that will have people, in fact, and you spoke to me, sir.
Yes, I did.
What
And
was your understanding?
so you know, 2 things. One, Ram Kirpal, last 2 times, Misa's assessment and RJD's assessment is that he won because of the Modi wave. That it's not Ram Kirpal's face anymore that is getting votes, it is the Prime Minister's face.
But
which
he's
is
always
ensuring.
credited to being very accessible and a grassroots leader. Is that true?
He is. He's available. See, Ram Kripal Yadav is known to be a 5-time MP, so he's a known face there, and he has a connection with the party workers there, not just on the RJD side, but also on the Bharatiya Janata Party side. There was a firing attempt on his convoy 2 days ago. Was it because Misa Bharti supporters? He alleged at least that the RJD supporters sensed some kind of a setback, and that's why Ram Kirpal was targeted. Of course, he would deny that, but yes, Misa is leading at the moment. Pappu Yadav is also leading from Purnia, so that's the other big seat in Bihar.
interesting. Yes, that's very interesting. How do you assess?
So Pappu Yadav again is a heavyweight. We saw how he went back and forth requesting that seat be vacated for him, and finally he's leading from Purnia. So looks like Pappu Yadav is having his way, but early trends, we'll still have to wait and see.
Right, and as we speak, let me also share one of the polls. Please, if you are tuning in to this live stream, do share your views. The question we've posed to all our users is, how is India bloc performing in this election? So the options, as you can see, better than previous election is one option. 30% have so far voted for this, will give a tough fight to NDA. 26% have voted for this, no hope for Rahul. 30% don't know, 14%. So do cast your vote. This is very interesting to see in which direction is the wind blowing. How will India bloc perform in this election? Going by the exit polls, it does seem like a better tally compared to 2019 as far as India is concerned.
I actually would say it's a tough fight. It's a tougher fight to NDA that the India bloc has managed compared to 2014.
Right.
They are in
Even
better sync.
2019.
Yeah, even 2019.
Their tally is better.
Yeah, they were in better sync on ground. Talk about Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress coming together, unheard of. The kind of things that Aam Aadmi Party said about Sheila Dikshit, about Delhi leaders, and the very same leaders like Arvinder Singh Lovely, Sandeep Dikshit, Sheila Dikshit is no more. So it was on their political graveyard that the Aam Aadmi Party Mahal was built. Now for them to come together, but they seem to manage some kind of a working arrangement on ground. Uttar Pradesh, do ladke, Rahul and Akhilesh last time didn't work. This time, there was more cohesion.
In fact, critics say that had Congress been more benevolent in giving more seats to Samajwadi, perhaps the alliance would have benefited more out of that decision.
But the problem for Congress is that they are only, ceding ground to the regional parties. How much can you really cede? Look at West Bengal. Why is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in such a spot? Because in trying to accommodate Trinamool Congress, you've taken Congress in West Bengal to almost a point of extinction.
Right.
And that is a situation which Adhir is obviously uncomfortable
when
about.
we talk about the alliance and its and prospects, that is going to be the last question I'll be posing right now before Shivani comes over. A lot of questions have been raised about how the alliance did not have any sort of strategy in mind, because they did not hold any meetings from the month of September up till December. This when Prime Minister was already campaigning very actively in 2023. Not to forget, the biggest mistake they say was not giving due credit to Nitish. They say that he was the man behind the thought of the alliance, and that the entire alliance in Bihar would not have happened apart from the fact that the alliance sort of also started toppling after he exited.
Yes, it all began in Patna under Nitish Kumar's leadership. He was the convener. He wanted to be the convener of the India front. And then subsequently what happened? There was no clarity from the side of the India front, other alliance partners, whether Nitish will be given the position that he was seeking. The caste census, the caste enumeration that happened in Bihar, even that, even though the India Alliance keeps talking about caste census even now, but the credit to Nitish Kumar, as he would have expected, the due credit to him, that perhaps did not come through, and that therefore Nitish Kumar took the decision that he would not want to continue with the India front. He looked for his option. Now there's a lot of talk, a lot of conversation happening about whether Nitish Kumar will move out of Bihar and move towards the Delhi. I mean, there is a lot of talk happening of whether Nitish Kumar will come back in his role of a railway minister here in Delhi. So Nitish Kumar definitely is something to watch out for. Nitish Kumar's, the Chief Minister of Bihar, if he comes to Delhi, like there is speculation that he could come to Delhi as a railway minister or in some other capacity in Prime Minister Modi's cabinet, then who really takes over the gaddi of Patna? Where does that really leave the upcoming Bihar assembly elections? Because Tejaswi Yadav is fancying his chances, and if these results, these trends are anything to showcase, last time RJD was completely wiped clean in Bihar. They were at about, they had no seat. They had 39 out of the 40 in Bihar went to the NDA. This time around, if they manage to win back some seats, and if Nitish Kumar is also moved out of Patna, as is being speculated, and is brought to Delhi, what would that really mean for Bihar politics? Will that be a new era for Bihar politics then? So that's something to watch out for. And on that note, just revising the trends that we are getting at the moment, like we were telling you, Misa Bharti was leading a short while ago. Rohini, her sister, was trailing to Rajiv Pratap Rudy, and there were other seats in Bihar as well where the RJD seems to be just catching up, but BJP is definitely doing well. Shivani is here to take that forward from here on.
Yes, absolutely. We're just going to open some of the key candidates and the other results that we're getting right now as well. Let's talk a little bit about some of the key candidates. Let's see where we have some of the leads coming in. We've got, a lot of these names. We're awaiting some of these leads that are supposed to come in, and just, just looking at the chart that you were talking about earlier, Arunima, tell me, what is the big sense that you're getting? Because the numbers for the INDA alliance are not looking that bad as it stands, as far as the leads are concerned. So do you expect that, they could touch? I was hearing that, Congress internally wanted about 100 seats, and now they've revised it a little bit to 75 because of how the trend that the exit polls was showing. So do you sense that they're going to be...
75 was the realistic number that I had heard from the Congress as well. But Congress plus the regional parties, I think I'm watching out for the regional parties more, because wherever I traveled, and I traveled to Bihar, I traveled to Uttar Pradesh, to Jharkhand, the regional parties seem to have more resonance on the ground. Like Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, for example, because Hemant Soren went to jail, and the way Kalpana really threw herself into the political campaigning. What was the message that she took around? Hemant Soren is a tribal chief minister, and that is why she's being targeted. So is that message really resonating, or is it the Prime Minister's counter? What was the Prime Minister's counter? He was talking about, especially in Dumka, Santhal Pargana, these are the belts which are considered Shibu Soren's Gad. So in this belt, the Prime Minister's messaging was that, immigration is a big issue. Illegal immigrants are coming in. The tribals and their rights are being taken away, and illegal immigrants are being given their place there. The other issue was of love jihad. Bharatiya Janata Party has constantly spoken about love jihad. There was one incident there, unfortunate incident where a girl lost her life. So that got pulled into the electoral street side conversations as well. So what narrative is really working in Jharkhand? That is something that I would watch out for. The targeting of a tribal chief minister or the Prime Minister's message. How much has Kalpana Soren managed to get the sympathy factor for Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So I'll watch out for that in Jharkhand. I would also watch out for what's happening in Bihar. Nitish Kumar we have spoken about, Tejasvi Yadav we have spoken about, but for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which at one point did not want Nitish Kumar, the Bharatiya Janata Party Bihar unit, they did not want Nitish Kumar back in their fold. Subsequently, the central leadership took a decision and they are now together. But if Nitish Kumar moves out of Bihar, then what really happens to the leadership question there? Will Samrat Chaudhary be the current Deputy Chief Minister in Bihar and the Bihar State President? Will he be the face for the BJP? So Bihar and Jharkhand, Shivani, are two areas I'm watching out for as more numbers I think are coming in. I'm interested to know what is happening in Raebareli and Amethi. I think Amethi Smriti is leading.
Let's try and go to Uttar Pradesh and let's try and see what leads are getting populated. I think we'll just have to open the leads page in just a bit. And what we did get, it's at least as far as our on-air numbers are concerned, is of course that most of the leads from Uttar Pradesh have started coming in. And the leads are looking like the BJP is roughly at the 60 mark where they were right now, where they were last time around as well. But it doesn't look like you know, a sweep just as it stands. We're just going to get the updated numbers.
And while we are waiting for that, I'm wanting to tell you that in Delhi also, the numbers have started coming out. So for South Delhi, for example, the initial trends are showing that the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. From the North Delhi counting center also, the leads seem to be favorable for the Aam Aadmi Party. So it will be interesting to note Arvind Kejriwal has just gone back and surrendered and he's gone back to Tihar jail. But he's coming out and campaigning the emotional card that he tried to play about him being penalized for not joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. Has that really worked with the people of Delhi, or has the Bharatiya Janata Party managed a clean sweep 7-0 once again? Initial leads from Delhi in at least 2 seats seem to be encouraging for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The big seat that I'll be watching out for in Delhi will be Manoj Tiwari versus Kanhaiya Kumar, you know, Shivani. So that's one seat I'll be watching out for, Northeast Delhi. How is Manoj Tiwari being challenged by Kanhaiya Kumar?
You know, there was, of course, an entire thing. 2 weeks before the voting was to take place in New Delhi, there was this entire thing about how Manoj Tiwari could possibly be getting a very tough fight from Kanhaiya Kumar. Towards 1 week before the polling, as I was talking to people in the BJP, they seemed a little bit reasonably more confident. You know, interestingly, the News 18 poll gives them 5 to 7. So 0 to 2 to India Alliance. Both those 2 seats could be, there was speculation, they could be Manoj Tiwari's seat. There was also speculation it could be Chandni Chowk.
So I would
but currently the leads are suggesting that actually the BJP could win all 7 again.
Yeah, yes. You know, if at all I had to say the 2 seats where India Front was giving a good fight, I would say Chandni Chowk and Mahabal Mishra's seat, which is in Dwarka. So I would say these are the
I think
two
Dwarka
seats.
was also Kamaljit Sehrawat, where she's fighting from, was also a little bit tight.
Yeah. So if when I travelled in Delhi, these are the only 2 seats where I felt that the India Front was giving a tough fight. New Delhi seemed like a no contest. Bansuri Swaraj, because of Sushma Swaraj's legacy and also way the New Delhi constituency is. It's very urban. All the top policy makers, the bureaucrats, the judiciary, the who's who of Delhi is in New Delhi. So I would say that would definitely be with the Bharatiya Janata Party. At least that seems to be the sense that I get. The other seats, I'll have to wait and see. Okay, more leads coming in from Bihar now. Jitan Ram Majhi, the NDA candidate from Gaya, is leading by over 7,000 votes. RJD's Kumar Saravjit is the candidate there. Maharashtra also is very interesting. Supriya Sule especially. How is the Vaini versus Didi fight really, Thai fight really going out there? I think the initial lead seemed to suggest that Supriya Sule had leads in battleground of Sharad Pawar. That's one fight, Maharashtra again, which will be very interesting to watch out for. And I think the exit polls are confused as well. Nobody has managed to really crack Maharashtra. So any numbers that we have so far?
Yeah. We're just going to get numbers very, very quickly. Avantika, Arunima, and let's look at the state of Maharashtra, what it was looking like as far as last time is concerned. You know, this is a state that, Arunima, you also know very well. The contest is really the legacy contest as far as the Baramati and others are concerned. You know, that's of course is the high profile seat where Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar's wife is contesting from. But that is going to be the main headline of ahead of the next assembly
Assembly
polls
elections.
as well,
Yes.
to understand which way could that go. Although national results and assembly results could be very, very different anyways to begin with. But if you get a sense that one section of the NCP has been able to rest or set some sort of momentum and kind of tell the public that, see, we are the real heirs as far as NCP is concerned. And if Uddhav Thackeray manages to do that versus, Sheikh Eknath Shinde, that's the only thing that we're really watching for.
And when whatever parts of Maharashtra I travelled in, the conversations were about the way these two parties were split, and who was responsible for it. Some said that this is real politics. You could not really manage your team, and therefore Uddhav Thackeray suffered. Same with Sharad Pawar. That why was Ajit Dada not given his due? Was it only because Sharad Pawar wanted to push, Supriya Sole, his daughter? But the conversations were around these themes. Will they translate into the voting patterns, the voters' choice ultimately? Will they take sides when they go to press the EVM? That is what we are waiting for an answer to.
So, as far as our live results hub is concerned, you can see the numbers that have coming in. NDA is 291. This is, of course, wins plus leads. Right now, no wins have been declared. But, of course, there's that uncontested Surat seat because of which the NDA or the BJP already has a win. But look at this number, Arunima. 291 is for the NDA. 250 is for the BJP alone, right?
Yeah.
So these are very big numbers that are coming in for the BJP. You've got their alliance partner, the TDP, leading in 14 in Andhra Pradesh, which is what we were waiting for. You've got their alliance partner, the JDU, in 13, right? So JDU is also kind of pulling its weight. It's not like it has collapsed.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's the BJP effect, that is the big question.
No, so the entire conversation in Bihar was that if RJD was gaining at the cost of JDU, the Kushwahas, for example, are considered a close, community which is in favor of Nitish Kumar all the time. And there was an attempt by the India Alliance to pull the Kushwahas away this time around. So along with the Yadavs and the Muslims, try and create a rainbow coalition. But if the JDU manages to hold on to its numbers, manages to hold on to its turf, then what was being speculated that there could be at least a 10-seat minimum 10-seat gain for RJD. I don't know where that would come from then.
Yeah, so you can look at our YouTube page, this is where our live stream is currently going on, and we've got, polls, etc. going on for you. So just take a look at our YouTube page and, you'll get a sense of what we are asking, whether India bloc can perform better this time or not. How will they perform? Whether it will be better than the previous election, will they give a tough fight to the BJP, etc. So you can come and, land your vote here as far as this page is concerned. This is, of course, the CNN News 18 page. And, of course, we're getting some questions that are also coming in. There's an interesting one from Arun Upadhyay here. Arun, maybe you would like to take it. Ma'am, with anticipated victory of BJP in the elections, what do you think Prime Minister Modi's first plan of action is going to be?
So I think Arun asked this question some time ago also, and I said that Prime Minister never took a break. There is a sense of continuity even when the elections were on.
He did meetings on Sunday.
He asked his ministers to keep a 100-day plan ready. He's been taking meetings with bureaucrats, taking review meetings about the cyclone. He already has a plan of action about how to make India world's third largest economy. So with the budget session coming up next, the first thing that they'll have to do is keep the budget ready. Around July, that will happen. So what is it in terms of economic reforms that they have on their platter, and will it be Nirmala Sitharaman who presents that budget? I mean, that could be the first big question. Will there be any change in the top four of Raisina Hill? Defense, Home, Finance and External Affairs. Second, like I said, budget. Third, one nation, one poll. So how soon will he get the relevant law in
Is
Parliament?
that the big ticket thing, reform, that the Narendra Modi government is looking at? Basically, one nation, one poll. And they need the majority, or they feel they need the majority. They need 2/3 majority, they feel, to push out reforms like this one.
And therefore, I'll be very keenly watching Andhra and Odisha.
Yeah.
Because one nation, one poll means you vote for your assembly and your Lok Sabha at the same time. There is a thinking that if that happens, BJP will gain. But is BJP actually gaining? Are the people of Andhra choosing both their chief minister and the prime minister from the same side or from the same alliance?
Here is what the Andhra and the Odisha assembly results, mind you, because both of them polled together, and these two states could be very key to fortunes of both the BJP nationally, plus of course many regional players who are in contention here. So Andhra Pradesh, we've got the leads from about 27 seats out of 175, right? It's 88, the halfway mark. 23 out of those 27 the TDP is leading in, one the BJP is leading in.
Yeah, where is
24
YSRCP?
Yeah, it's not there in the
Yeah.
contention right now. And Odisha, you asked about, 22 leads we have from Odisha. BJD is leading in 14, BJP 7. So this is looking a little bit different than the national picture.
And this is also looking different from what some of the pollsters had
Yeah,
predicted.
because pollsters are predicting BJP as the single largest
Yeah, exactly.
party.
But I think the lesson from Odisha would be, is Odisha turning into the next Bengal, where the only two parties that remain are TMC and BJP. You don't hear of the Congress and the left in Bengal anymore. Is BJP managing to grab the opposition space, at least in Odisha, in the assembly? So when I talk about one nation, one poll, I think everybody, all political watchers, will be watching Andhra and Odisha quite closely to understand if one nation, one poll would actually mean that the Chief Minister and the Prime Ministerial choice of voters of India would be in the same direction.
Absolutely. So this, of course, just to give you the idea of the span of the BJP victory in 2019. And you can see that virtually in all parts of the country, barring this belt, which is the east and the south belt, they did extremely well. So this is where their catchment area is, and this is where they would like to get a little bit more. If we look at the live results hub, now it's 288 leads and 244 already for the BJP, and their alliance partners also seem to be doing pretty well actually. I think this is the Shiv Sena with the NDA, which is already showing 5 leads.
Yeah.
What they contested about 16 seats, isn't it? There was a big talk about how many, maybe the BJP made an error in giving too many seats to the Eknath Shinde faction. Can they really pull their weight? Now the exit polls are not doing badly for them. Actually, if you look percentages wise, he's doing better. Eknath Shinde was doing better, at least as far as the exit polls is concerned, than the rival UBT, because UBT fought on a larger number of seats as well.
Yeah, but then again, Maharashtra, I think there is no consensus amongst the pollsters. Especially the national level pollsters and the ones who operate at the state level, they seem to have read Maharashtra differently. So I'll still wait to call Maharashtra. I'll just still wait.
No, of course, it's too early to call.
Too early. But I have an interesting lead here coming in. That's from Udhampur. Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister in the Prime Minister's office. There was a lot of speculation whether he'll be able to beat anti-incumbency. He's leading at the moment.
He's leading at the moment. So, you know, the Jammu and Kashmir scenario, Arun, you know very well. And if you have any questions, you know, for as far as these regions are concerned, then please throw them in. But Jammu and Kashmir, you know very well. What is the overall sense or the long-term plan of the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir?
See, first and foremost, they'll have to ensure that the assembly elections are held there. That's a pet peeve, whether you go to Jammu or whether you go to the valley. You know, 370, 35A, I think they've made peace with the fact that this is not going to change. But the fact that they have lost their statehood, like a full state, losing, you know, its sense of identity of being a state, that's something that resonates both in Jammu and in the valley. And I think Home Minister Amit Shah has made it clear that the government acknowledges that. So the first thing that Jammu and Kashmir would want after this, after the kind of voter turnout that we saw, especially in the valley, is that if your security situation is good, if you've managed to conduct elections where 50% plus voters have come out and voted, why delay the state assembly elections? That's first thing. Second, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, even though they have not fielded a candidate in the valley, there are parties whom they are supporting. And in Jammu, if they manage to win 2, and if in the valley they can show 50% plus voter, they will call Jammu and Kashmir a big victory, a big, you know, feather in their cap.
And, you know, we've got some numbers that are coming in as far as Punjab are concerned. We've got all 13 leads coming in from Punjab, and I think the India Alliance is leading at 7. So that would be predominantly the Congress party that is leading, and the Aam Aadmi Party fortunes here would be very interesting to watch out for. 48 for the NDA in UP, 28 for the India Alliance in UP right now. Out of the 77 leads that we have. Now this is going to be a big one to watch out for, because I think while the national picture may not change too much in the sense that the BJP may still have clear majority, the NDA will still have clear majority, or even 300 par, the big bragging rights with the opposition or a little bit of fill-up to their step will be if they manage to wrest 20 seats in Uttar Pradesh.
Oh, that will be a big talking point for them. Because, you know, we are also looking up to the assembly elections in Uttar Pradesh up next. Especially Purvanchal. That's an area that I've travelled a bit. And I can tell you, what was one pitch that Yogi Adityanath had? It was law and order. And it was completely getting mafia-free Uttar Pradesh. One of those mafia names was Mukhtar Ansari. His brother Afzal Ansari is fighting from Ghazipur. Manoj Sinha, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, is the son of the soil from Ghazipur. He's called the Vikas Purush there, and yet Afzal Ansari is managing to set this narrative that his family is actually the Masiha and not the mafia in Ghazipur. Will that get the voters nod finally? Will that have a rippling effect in the nearby seats? Balia, for example, or Ghosi, where Mau is, all those seats in Uttar Pradesh, in Purvanchal, so to say. If the Samajwadi Party and India alliance manage to do well there, like Shivani said, there will be massive bragging rights for the India front there.
Yeah, because there was this feeling in Uttar Pradesh that while the Samajwadi Party did well in the last assembly elections, they actually on their own managed to give a better fight to the BJP than they did with the SP or with the Congress previously in the national and the assembly elections. There was a sense that maybe they won't be able to repeat that as far as the national elections are concerned, purely because of the factor that Narendra Modi is on the ticket, right? And they've not really got a big face. Also, I traveled to, let's say, Western Uttar Pradesh before for the first or the second phases, and I felt like the India alliance was not on the ground at all. I mean, you would remember that Rahul and Akhilesh did their first press conference only 2 days before the voting was happened to take place, and his rallies, Akhilesh's rally also in Western Uttar Pradesh took place like, 2 to 3 days, 3 to 4 days before voting. So that means just in the last 2 days of the campaigning.
Western Uttar Pradesh, Shivani, I think I am only looking at Kairana. Kairana perhaps is the only seat, and Kairana was made famous for the allegations that there's a Hindu exodus there. So the family which was accused of really pushing in the Hindus, even though that was denied on the ground by the people of Kairana, that entire narrative. So Kairana is one seat I'll be watching out. Other than that, Western Uttar Pradesh traditionally in the last few elections have gone ahead and voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's more central and eastern Uttar Pradesh where Samajwadi Party and India Alliance is fancying his chances. And as I'm looking at my phone, Kiran Rijiju is leading from Arunachal Pradesh. So another union minister in the cabinet of Prime Minister Modi. After Dr. Jitendra Singh, Kiran Rijiju too is leading from Arunachal. So even in far-flung areas, the Bharatiya Janata Party, Arunachal is a complete decimation of the opposition. The BJP has established itself there. So no surprise that Rijiju is doing well. Any further leads coming in from mainland?
Let's look at some of the leads that are coming in as well. This is our leads page, and this is where we've got, I think, 2 leads now coming in for the NCP Ajit faction of the NDA as well. So look at the number for the for the Congress. It's 81 leads right now,
which is not bad at all.
I think they'll take it from with both hands. They'll take it with both hands if they manage to settle about 80 and the INDA alliance manages to settle about 150 or more, because of course a lot of the numbers will come from DMK. TMC is technically part of the INDA alliance, so a lot of the numbers will come from them. It looks like SP is giving them a lot, big chunk of the numbers, 28 leads right now, and then there's DMK and TMC. So that is pushing the overall India alliance numbers to almost 200. Now this is not close.
You mentioned DMK 21. So you also went to Tamil Nadu,
yes,
I think. So Annamalai.
Annamalai, the seat projections we are yet to get, but this is going to be, I think, a little bit of a tough fight. And let's not forget that actually in seats, some of the seats in Tamil Nadu, including Kerala where I visited, it's a tri-cornered fight. So that is why nobody is willing to give you an exact number if you ask the parties. Obviously, DMK is very confident they're going to sweep. For the BJP, the game only is if they can manage to win one or two. You know,
Tamil Nadu, even one seat.
Even one seat. Right? But they have good options as far as OPS, the seat he's fighting. There is Tirunelveli, which is actually a very good seat for them. They've won in the past there. And you know, PMK, who is their partner, actually has a good base there. So actually, it's those seats, maybe not so much the high-profile seat of Coimbatore, where Annamalai has fought from, but there are other seats that the BJP could look at as well. There are 3 to 4 seats, even something like Dharampur, etc., where they thought that they could do well. Kerala, interesting. Now, Kerala everywhere is a tri-cornered fight. So
the left, the Congress and the BJP.
They're all, mostly on all seats, they're equally in fight, in the sense that traditionally it's been left and Congress, right? So they have about, you know, anywhere in the region of 34-35% of the vote. BJP was a little bit of the third party. In some seats they've got close to 30%. In Trivandrum, for example, which is the high-profile seat in Kerala to watch out for, they had about 31%. So for them, it's about crossing that barrier of 33-34% in a tri-cornered fight.
Right.
If they touch 34%, 35%, I think it's going to be very close.
No, but
all of those
let's
seats.
talk about Thiruvananthapuram once again.
Yeah.
Trivandrum, Shashi Tharoor's seat.
Yeah.
He's fighting anti-incumbency. He's the sitting member of parliament there. You've thrown a Rajiv Chandrasekhar into the mix when he already had a tough fight from his left opponent. So how is then the voters' mind really working there?
Interesting, because I think what this phenomenon that was being talked about in Kerala, I don't know how much of it translates really, is whether the left voter shifts to the BJP.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the left voter has a lot of the Hindu vote in Kerala. Now I remember I covered Kerala and Tamil Nadu both post the Sabrimala incident as well. Particularly in Kerala, the BJP made it such a big deal when the assembly elections had come. Right, 2019 state national plus 2021 also, it was still a big issue. So the BJP was hoping the Sabrimala anger against the left, and there was anger against the left because there was a Hindu caste like Adyas and all that are with the left in the Kerala, that they will shift to the BJP. It didn't shift to the BJP. It shifted to the UDF. Right? That is why there was a buoyancy in 2019 for the UDF. Interestingly, the UDF I don't think is doing that well in Kerala this time around. I'll tell you why. Because the narrative on the ground was in 2019 the UDF, Congress-led UDF got this buoyancy because Rahul Gandhi was fighting from Wayanad for the first time.
Yeah.
And everybody thought that, okay, in 2019 they thought maybe Modi can be defeated and the next Prime Minister could be from Kerala. So that's why the UDF swept the national elections, but the left came back very strongly as far as the state elections is concerned. So the BJP's hope in Kerala is that they chip off a little bit of the Hindu vote from the left, which is the traditional left vote, and they also chip a little bit of the Christian vote from the Congress party. Christian vote is divided between both left and the UDF in Kerala, but they want to chip off a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and a lot of the Hindu vote, the caste votes from the left. If they manage to do so, that is the big question, because do you want, for example, the narrative in Trivandrum, Shashi Tharoor's seat was, which Rajiv Chandrasekhar played well, was that do you want another MP who sits in the opposition for another 5 years?
Or you want a minister.
Or you want somebody who's a doer, who was a minister. He's been a high-profile minister. Even though he's Minister of State, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has enjoyed a lot of prominence as far as the Modi government is concerned, because IT, IT-enabled, AI, all of that is a big deal for the Narendra Modi government.
Yeah.
So the big debate there was that do you want another term of an MP who sits in opposition? 2 years, 2 terms he's been sitting in opposition. But I will tell you, Shashi Tharoor told me his toughest fight was 2014. Not 2019, where he regained his mojo and got his numbers back. But I think, if I can say without disclosing too much of who told me what, there is quiet confidence in the Rajiv Chandrasekhar camp, and there's a little bit of uncertainty in the Shashi Tharoor camp. So the kind of noises I should have heard from Shashi Tharoor's camp, where it should have been, come on, this is not even a contest. Sometimes the leaders tell you that what are you even asking me the result for? Right? Don't you know the history or everything? It's a sweeping game, or it's an end game and all of that. But that's not the case as far as the Shashi Tharoor camp is concerned. So this could be close. This is close. And it could really go anywhere.
Okay.
Because the reason, in Kerala, for example, the BJP kept saying that, we are strong in about 4 seats, 4 to 5 seats. Or they're contesting, they're in contest in about 4 to 5 seats. And they wanted that, they even had something like an Alapura, where KC Venugopal is fighting from, in their eyes. KC Venugopal didn't fight last time, he lost. And I think that seat went to the IUML or some partner of the left, or it went to the LDF. This time he fought from that seat, Alapura, and it was considered that it will be a cakewalk. But it's not a cake. None of these, Thrissur, Trivandrum, Alapura, of course there's Attingal, there's Pathanamthitta. I don't think they are a cakewalk. I think they could be pretty close. But the interesting bit to watch out for is exactly which way does some of the vote, that is the left vote, goes. Okay, so these are the leads of the 2024 general elections that we've got on our table now. So the NDA is leading at about 290. The India Alliance at 207.
Not bad at
This
all.
is a trend that nobody saw coming. This is
Yeah.
a trend completely different from what any of the exit polls were showing. Because I don't think, Arunima, any of the exit polls were
None
showing
of them.
more than 150 for the
I think
India.
166 was the maximum that I saw
Okay.
one pollster give to the India Alliance.
Huh.
207 is definitely something that the pollsters have not. But then again, these are early trends. We'll just have to wait and see whether ultimately these translate into wins or not. But Shivani, even if it is at 207 and ultimately if they don't hold on to so many, it would mean at least that the fight is real on ground and the voting margin then could be much lesser than what the Bharatiya Janata Party candidates would have wanted traditionally. The number seems to be indicating that.
Yeah, so you look at this map, you look at the blue one, which is
Yeah.
all the India Alliance. So obviously in Rajasthan, I
Gaining.
think Jaisalmer, Barmer, they were expected to get
Yes,
a tough fight.
yes,
The BJP was
yes,
expected to
yeah.
get a tough fight. You've got obviously Punjab doing well for them. I'll get the exact Punjab numbers in just a bit. Even in Haryana, you see a lot of
Again,
blue.
unexpected lines.
Unexpected
Yeah.
lines. You see a lot of blue in upper Rajasthan, right? And you see some in middle of Uttar Pradesh. Then you've got Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. Let's go a little down south as well and see what the south picture is telling us. The BJP clearly is sweeping as far as the middle belt is concerned. You know, you've got
Yeah.
Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh.
Expected.
No,
Madhya Pradesh, I'll be keen to know whether
Yeah.
they're getting 29 or 29. What's happening to the Nakul Nath seat of Chandwada?
So it looks like it is all
29 on 29?
It looks like it is all BJP right now.
Yeah.
2 leads have not come right
Yeah,
now.
okay.
It's all, but you know, here I've got some blues in Gujarat. So these could be very, that would be surprising.
Yeah, if they manage to win anything in Gujarat, one here as well in the Kutch area.
Yeah.
So one here, two
Yeah.
in North Gujarat. Surprising, very surprising if they manage Karnataka.
Yeah.
Karnataka numbers, even the Siddaramaiah government were taken aback by the exit poll predictions for Karnataka. But looks like Karnataka is not going, or is it? I just see one part which is blue, but other than that, mostly.
So you've got the upper regions
Yeah.
which are blue. You've got this as green. I'm
Green.
wondering whether this is the
JDS.
JDU.
JDS,
yes.
yes.
And then you've got these seats. So let's
Yeah.
just try and see
Huh.
exactly what are the seats that we're talking about. We've got, one of the seats which is Gulbarga.
Gulbarga, yeah.
Won
This was
by
by
the Congress
time.
last time.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Congress could do well here one
They could
more
hold
time.
on to it, yes.
Yeah. So let's also try and go 2 states. You wanted to see Karnataka. I am just going to put Karnataka on our magic wall here. And then we'll get exact numbers. All right. So the NDA is leading in about 20, the Congress in about 8. I'm guessing the NDA already includes these 3
JDS.
seats, which are the JDS seats. Yes, the JDS leading in 3, which is +2 from now. This is a bit of a surprise. Again, this could be the BJP effect kind of pulling its alliance partners up as well.
Now, the Ravenna effect, that means has had no bearing
No,
on the
but
prospects of...
this region polled before the
No,
Ravenna
but over
controversy.
the rest of Karnataka,
Yeah,
it
so
had no effect.
it had no effect.
It had no effect. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Once the voting was done in his particular constituency, that's
Yeah.
when the entire controversy broke. But this seems to suggest that Karnataka has not been perturbed by all the allegations being made.
Can I
against
tell you,
the-
Arunima, this is the one to watch out for, because the one seat that the Congress had last time was
in
Bengaluru
Bengaluru
South, where DK Suresh, the brother of DK Shiv Kumar had fought.
Yeah.
And actually this time around, the exit polls were suggesting that he's not going to get that easy a win, that this seat actually could be very difficult, because the BJP has put up Mr. Manjunath here against DK Suresh, who's actually a JDS fellow but was fighting on the BJP ticket. He's a very renowned cardiologist as far as, Karnataka is concerned. And it's clear that, they're not going to be able to win that seat. So this is very interesting. Let's go across and look at some of the other states as well. Okay, let's look at Andhra Pradesh, because Andhra Pradesh is going to be very crucial for the NDA as far as these elections are concerned. Plus, of course, the state elections. We'll get you the state election numbers in just a bit as well. So this is what the leads right now are looking like. I just want to clarify for the benefit of our viewers. These are leads that we are getting from our live results hub, plus the Election Commission polling data as well. So these are the leads that are coming up. 25 leads out of 25. We've got 22 for the NDA, which is now fighting with TDP. Of course, BJP and TDP fighting together. YSRCP is 3. Let me just check what the breakup of these are. TDP is 14, of course, as expected. And the BJP is 4. So that should be 18 actually. So yeah, so they're leading on 18 of the 25 seats. You've got YSRCP leading
3.
3. So that's now 22 and 3. I think this number should be updating any time now. Okay, we'll wait for this number to update. But this clearly is where majority of the gains for the NDA are going to come from. So what is it looking like? Already, if they manage to win 22 out of the 25 and YSRCP wins only 3, that's a gain, Arunima, of 15 seats
Of
from
course.
last time.
So Andhra, Telangana and Odisha, I think these are the
West
three.
Bengal?
Bengal, I'm still waiting to know how much is the change, because Bengal voters have been very quiet this time around.
Silent.
Whatever the exit pollsters might say, I'm still waiting to know what the actual numbers are. But Andhra, Telangana, Odisha, definitely these three
The
states,
big catchment
yeah,
areas.
are showing the expanse of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was a party which was always called Party of North Indians, Party of Banyas, Party of this class, that caste. But now
Banya
it
Brahmin
seems,
party.
yeah, now it seems that they are going beyond what was traditionally their base. And getting Chandrababu Naidu on board, both Jagan and Babu wanted to, were interested in an alliance with the BJP. They, I think, because of their ground survey, chose to go with Babu because they realized he might have a chance this time around.
Okay, so live results hub, just quickly taking a look at the Andhra Pradesh state election results as well. There also the TDP is sweeping. 53 leads out of 175, 42 for the TDP, 3 for the BJP, only 8 for the YSRCP. So, you know, these states are very important to understand the future of the regional parties as well.
West Bengal, we were discussing, very
Yeah.
interesting. BJP 15, they're at 18 in the last elections. They were being predicted for a huge haul. Right now it's 15, TMC at 21. TMC was lambasting the exit polls, saying you'll have to wait and see the numbers. Congress is at 2+. Does that include Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary?
No,
Yusuf
it
Put-
doesn't.
It
The
doesn't.
Congress leads right now are coming
Congress plus is 2.
from these two.
So is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary then
No.
trailing to Yusuf Pathan? We're still
Yeah,
waiting for an
because
answer to that.
his seat is not showing as far as the map is concerned. At
Yeah.
least not showing blue as far as the map is concerned. I'm just going to refresh.
No, we don't see any blue on the map right now. It's
Actually,
all green
I
and
saw
saffron.
blue here,
Ah.
but the Congress Plus is showing 2. It could be the left's numbers as well,
It
because
could
the
be.
left
It
is
could
also
be.
fighting with them. Let me just quickly refresh West Bengal for you. See, on the top there are okay, no, that's the blue.
That's
which
the
is
background.
background
Yeah,
blue. So
yeah.
where the Congress numbers coming from, we'll have to wait and see. It could be Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's seat. So as far as North Bengal is concerned, Nitish Pramanik's seat, he's trailing, it seems. This is coming in
MOS
the
home.
Yeah, this is coming in the TMC's kitty as it stands. Of course, you know, these are very early periods of counting. We're just about at 9 a.m. So 9:30 a.m. So it's not right like everything has been settled.
Yeah.
But this is a Muslim.
But TMC at this stage would be happy to come to the television studios and say that we told you so. At this stage, we don't know how fast it will change. But, you know, all these India Alliance parties or non-BJP, non-NDA parties have been critical of the exit polls. In Bengal, at least right now, TMC at 21, BJP is at 15. We'll have to wait and see if that number holds.
Yeah, and of course, one of the biggest seats to watch out for was, of course, you know, those seats of Bashirhat, right?
Yeah.
Bashirhat is where
Sandesh
Sandesh
Khali.
Khali lies. And of course, from there, even the exit polls were suggesting that the lead is going to be as far as the TMC is going to be concerned. So, you know, this is the same thing. This is the seat of Bashirhat. Narul Islam of the TMC is leading. It's just the same thing where certain issues may be issues that capture the news media's imagination, or, you know, rightly so, they are talked about, they are debated about, but do they change the voting pattern of the voter on ground is the big question.
Yes.
And certainly not. Just like the Revanna controversy doesn't seem to have hurt either the JDS or the BJP in Karnataka, similarly Sandesh Khali is not quite hurting the TMC, but at least as far as the Basirhat constituency is concerned, we'll of course have to wait and see exactly what happens as far as the overall West Bengal numbers are concerned. So this is the one seat that is now showing up for the Congress party.
Congress plus.
Yeah, this is the Malda Uttar seat.
Yeah.
This is Alam Mostaq of the Congress party seems to be leading here. Now this is the area that the BJP swept last time. The BJP swept most of North Bengal and Central Bengal. And then, of course, this is where the TMC's gut starts from,
Yeah.
particularly around Kolkata as well. Diamond Harbour, the last I checked, of course,
Abhishek
Abhishek Banerjee
Banerjee
is leading from there. So that is not a problem at all. You've got, of course, this bench, this belt. This is the belt that the BJP was hoping to increase from,
Yes.
isn't it? This
Yes.
is the border belt. This is where the CA, this is where the
Matua.
border security, the Matua community, the overall influx
Yeah, but I think
immigrants
Shivani,
issue.
see, Citizenship Amendment Act did not really pay electoral dividends as much as BJP expected it
Even
to
last
do,
time, no?
even last time around.
Yeah.
And even this time, though the rules were framed and just before the last phase of election, West Bengal specific citizenship documents were handed over to people. But I think there was a lot of confusion. TMC managed to, send that sense of confusion to the Matuas that if you are already a government job holder and you have to declare that you are not an Indian and you're a Bangladeshi, now you're claiming citizenship, what happens to your job, what happens to your property? That confusion in the mind, however much Home Minister tried, however much Bharatiya Janata Party tried, we'll have to wait and see. Finally, the election number shows whether it to have not been benefited Bharatiya Janata Party. On the face of it, it looks like it did not.
All right. Let's just show you the Congress leads from Uttar Pradesh. So there's Allahabad.
Prayagraj.
There's Varanasi. Yeah, this is interesting. Varanasi currently is showing as Ajay Rai of the Congress party leading from there. This is going to be very, very interesting. But I guess this just shows you that you have to take this with a pinch of salt a little bit. Amethi, Kishori Lal is leading. Rai Bareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading. You've got another seat lined up with Rai Bareli and Amethi, Barabanki, Tanuj Punia of the Congress
No, so who's
party
leading? Is Smriti leading in Amethi at the moment?
No, she's not leading.
Oh.
Currently not leading. But again, that's what it shows you that this is the kind of, early trends that you cannot exactly go by. Sitapur, the Congress candidate, is leading. So these are the Congress numbers. And Congress manages to win 5 seats in Uttar Pradesh. I think they're going to be very, very happy. You've got one here in Western Uttar Pradesh as well. Saharanpur, the Congress is showing. Imran Masood is showing as leading, which is going to be very interesting as well. But you look at the green map. Now, the
Samajwadi
green
Party.
map is the Samajwadi Party map.
Doing
Now, this
very
is like half and half now.
Yeah, yeah.
This is NDA 40 and India Alliance 39.
39.
This, even those who were critics of the BJP or were sensing some sort of downslide for the BJP, or people who were saying that there is a problem in Uttar Pradesh for BJP, even they didn't see this coming.
No, but I have to, and my friends, you know who you are. They were friends of mine who were in Uttar Pradesh, who came and told me it'll be 40-40, and I laughed at them. And I said 40-40.
Even I don't quite believe these numbers just
so,
yet.
but you know who you are. Let's see if your final prediction holds or not. But Bharatiya Janata Party definitely would not like to believe that this will hold. They would think that 70 plus was their initial assessment. But even if they were to lose, maybe 65 is where they would think they can come back to. But 40-39 is not something that Bharatiya Janata Party supporters would want to hear. But Samajwadi Party supporters would be celebrating. But we have to qualify by saying that this is very early trend yet. Some of these seats, 938 it is, so very early. Some of these seats are seeing a very close contest. So what will be the final numbers? What will be the final margin? Will Uttar Pradesh finally dictate the numbers in the new parliament? Very interesting map currently of UP, split between saffron and green and little patches of blue.
So I've got this list from the EC website.
Yeah.
Just as I was pointing out, some of the leaders from Uttar Pradesh. Varanasi, Ajay Rai of the Congress
leading.
party. Barabanki, Tanuj Punia of the Congress party. Kishori Lal from Amethi. Rai Bareli, Rahul Gandhi. Imran Masood, as I showed you, from Saharanpur. And Sitapur also, Rakesh Rathore. So this is how Uttar Pradesh is looking right now. If this holds, there will be a bawal in Indian politics.
Yeah, I mean, this could then change the final numbers as well. I
Yeah,
mean,
because UP you need to win.
Yes, both
to
UP
win.
and Bihar. Let's go to Bihar,
Bihar,
next and see.
okay.
Yeah?
Let's also look at Bihar and get a sense, because this was also supposed to be, this is looking like a multicolored contest, but the NDA at least very clearly ahead as far as this one is concerned.
29.
They would have liked to be a little bit more ahead, I think, right? Because they
So the
swept.
green is JDU. Yeah, so between green and saffron, they've managed, and JDU is doing very well.
They're doing okay,
Even though they are currently looking at -4,
Yeah.
and BJP is looking at -3 at the moment. I don't see the RJD leads here.
I'll
as
just show you
yet.
the RJD as well. This is the India Alliance numbers at 9.
Nine.
So you've got
RJD
at 4.
Yeah, so whatever they win will be a plus,
Gain,
because
yeah.
last time it was 39 out of 40 for NDA.
Yes.
So it's I mean the law of averages say that they will come back by a few seats, but how many is
Was
the
the big
question.
question,
Is
yeah.
the question.
Yeah, so let's look at some more states in the meantime. Let's look at Delhi. Delhi is now looking like a sweep.
6-1.
For actually on the map it's looking like a sweep. Sometimes the numbers come in so quickly, they
Yeah, the colour
they
coding takes time, yeah.
they get populated as we go along. But I think Delhi is not that big a question mark for them right now. It's looking like the savior for them. This is Gujarat. Now this is also interesting. Who would have given 3 seats to the Congress party?
In Gujarat, I mean Gujarat was supposed to be a clean sweep.
Yeah.
There are actually
Banaskantha, this is Patan. I think these are also some of the tribal dominated seats, and then you've got even Junagadh, from where the Congress is leading. This is interesting, isn't it? These are traditionally
Will you check Valsad, because Valsad is supposed to be a bellwether state for the country. Whoever wins Valsad wins the country.
Yeah.
So out of these 3, no, I think Valsad is still with the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Bharatiya
at the
Janata Party. So
moment,
let
yeah.
me just quickly go across to the other states that we're looking for. Haryana. Let's look at Haryana. This is going to be again.
yeah,
This
but
is where the India Alliance is actually leading
But
the
this,
BJP.
I think, is on expected lines. I mean, Bharatiya Janata Party was looking at a setback in Haryana. The question was how much? The question was
But
how
that
much?
was the question in Rajasthan also.
Yeah.
They were looking at a setback in Rajasthan. The question was how much? Whether
Yeah.
it's going to be 2 seats or 4 seats or 6 seats.
Yeah.
In Haryana, did they expect this much?
No, I think India Alliance initially started off by saying we're going to win 6, but by the time the voting happened, it came down to the reverse, that BJP would get 6 and India Alliance 4. But currently the trends seem to suggest that it is 6 in favor of the India Alliance as well. So Haryana...
So Ambala, they're leading. You've got this Kurukshetra seat, which is the very interesting one where there was a high-profile election, isn't
Yeah.
it? Naveen Jindal from BJP
He's recently turned side.
Yeah. And Sushil Gupta from the Aam Aadmi Party. You got even Abhay Singh Chautala of the INLD. It looks like Sushil Gupta of the Aam Aadmi Party is currently leading from here. You've got the Dalit 20% SC reserved seat of Sirsa. The Congress is leading. You've got Divyanshu Buddhiraj of the Congress leading from Karnal. Sonipat, the Congress is leading. You've got Rohtak, the Congress is leading. Dipinder Hooda, of course. Possibly this was expected. Gurgaon, where Raj Babbar and Rao Inderjeet Singh are fighting from Congress and BJP respectively. Raj Babbar is currently leading.
Raj Babbar is leading from Nooh. So interesting.
Yeah.
Gurgaon, Nooh, that belt.
Yeah.
If Raj Babbar is leading, it will be very interesting.
Yeah.
Because it has always been this popular, and I saw it on the ground also, that urban constituencies more or less with the Bharatiya Janata Party, more or less with the Prime Minister. Gurgaon as a constituency, even though it has a lot of rural pockets, Nooh being one, but if Raj Babbar manages to carry out any kind of a setback in Gurgaon, it will be an interesting political analysis as well.
Okay, so we've got the Kerala map up now. These are leads as it stands right now. 20 seats from Kerala, but this is really the prestige battle. And this is also where, because I did travel to Kerala, the left and the Congress were at their throats, at each other's throats. And the Rahul Gandhi was attacking Pinarayi Vijayan directly. Pinarayi Vijayan was attacking Rahul Gandhi directly. And the question was whether the UDF sweep was a fluke, because Rahul Gandhi contested from Wayanad for the first time last time around, and therefore there was this buoyancy that kind of became a wave for the UDF in Kerala, and they won most of the seats. Or the left is going to be able to claw back. And then in that battle, how much is the NDA going to be able to do? So let me first go to the NDA number. I think this is the Thrissur seat. Now this was the seat that was most talked about as far as the seat that the BJP could be strongest in. This is where Suresh Gopi, high-profile candidate of the BJP, is fighting from against K. Muralidharan of the Congress, and even Sunil Kumar, who's a former minister, I believe, in the left government from the CPI. So you see, Arunima, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
All the candidates, like in some seats, the left candidate may have been left behind just because they're not that high profile. But actually, the left has a very consistent vote base in Kerala. And if that vote base stays with us, with them, then that means they've got 30% of the vote share, right? So they're going to make the life very difficult for either the Congress or the BJP candidate to pull a win when you hold a 30% vote
So
share.
what I'm interested in knowing is that Kerala traditionally has been between LDF and UDF. Now the third factor is the BJP. So whose vote is really shifting to BJP? That's the interesting
I think that
point.
is something that we'll get to know post-poll. And of course, as such, those numbers don't come out to us. These are some polling agencies that do these kind of voting pattern analysis. You get caste-wise data, you get demography-wise data and age-wise data. But generally what I got the sense was that they're hoping, like I said, a little bit of the Hindu vote comes to them from the left and a little bit of the Christian vote comes to them from both the left and the Congress
Party. Okay.
So that is what they're hoping for, because ultimately the fight is about breaking the traditional vote banks. I spoke to Prakash Javadekar in Kerala, who's the Kerala in charge
for
of the
BJP.
So he told me 5 seats we are winning. Obviously you have to take that with a pinch of salt. Nobody will give that number outright because, like I said, I think Amit Shah also accepted it. In Kerala, they cannot give you numbers because the fight is so close, you never really know. It could be a close fight, for example, in Trivandrum as well.
Shivani, this is something very interesting.
One more seat for the Congress, for the BJP, I think is coming. Kollam. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Will you check Varanasi once?
Varanasi, Ajay Rai was leading last, I checked.
Is Prime Minister still trailing?
It's odd.
How does one explain that? Because he
because
didn't even campaign there. He sent his rest of the ministers.
So this is Varanasi. This is still showing as NDA, as
Ajay
Rai
leading.
Yeah, so this is actually the interesting one. I mean,
so of course, I mean, these numbers, I don't know for how long this will hold. Even Ajay Rai has not really fancied his chances against the Prime Minister. But I do want to point out at this stage what we were discussing earlier also. Varanasi, yes, the Prime Minister is very popular there. Whoever, all of us have managed to go to Varanasi at some point.
I was there 2 months ago.
Yeah, so even just ahead of the last polls, I was there in Varanasi. No doubt that he's a very popular leader there. But is his popularity rubbing on to the neighborhood constituencies is also something that you have to watch out for. Mahendranath Pandey, for example, in Varanasi neighborhood, across the river there is Ghazipur, Mahendranath Pandey, Chandauli, Mirzapur, Anupriya Patel.
SP is leading.
Yeah.
You've got Chandauli, SP is leading. You've got Robertsganj, SP is leading.
Yeah. So
got this. You look at this green belt.
So this was exactly the kind of sense I got from the ground as well, Shivani. That Purvanchal was somehow the Modi effect. The popularity of the Prime Minister in his home constituency was not rubbing on to some of the other seats.
You've got Ghosi.
Azamgarh also, Ghosi again. Mau is in Ghosi. Mau is where Mukhtar Ansari is from. I told you Ghazipur Afzal Ansari was confident that he'll be seen not as a mafia but as a masiha. So will these leads finally hold? If these leads hold, what happens to national politics? What happens to Uttar Pradesh politics?
There will be an earthquake in national politics. I can tell you that much. If NDA gets stuck at 40, which is minus 23 from last time, and the BJP at 36 alone, RLD is holding on to 1, which is I think a plus for the NDA because the RLD was not part of the NDA last time around. Anupriya's Apna Dal,
Mirzapur?
They seem to be losing both their seats.
Again, like I told you, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, there was this sense and I was a little taken aback when the exit polls said that, there was no contest there as well. But will these numbers hold? That's a big question. Could this even be a narrow margin fight which ultimately BJP will pull through? But at this stage, this is what Uttar Pradesh looks like.
Yeah.
It's a 40-39 fight at the moment, something that no exit pollsters saw coming.
And the other one I wanted to point out, just for the benefit of our viewers, 5 minutes ago also, Kishori Lal was leading and he's still leading from Amethi versus Smriti Irani.
Again, I mean, the BJP workers, the Congress workers, I beg your pardon, kept telling Rahul Gandhi, kept telling the Congress High Command, please come here and fight, please come here and fight.
No, what I found very interesting is everybody was saying that there's a fight in Amethi. Now, I didn't travel to Amethi, so I'll kind of rest on the opinions of what you heard.
Yeah.
So, everybody was trying to suggest that there was a fight in Amethi, It's not as if it was a cakewalk for Smriti Irani. And there was certain undercurrents against her. So, naturally the question arises, why did Rahul Gandhi not fight from there? Now, this is where the Congress boggles your mind.
I'll tell you their justification. You agree, disagree. They said Smriti Irani's entire politics was politics of
Yeah, come on.
slaying Rahul Gandhi.
Come on.
So we wanted to deny her that
the
opportunity once again.
We
That-
don't want to make it Smriti Irani versus
Versus
Rahul
Rahul
Gandhi.
Gandhi,
But this
yeah.
is not how you fight battles in Indian
See,
politics.
ultimately, if this 40-39 number holds, I mean, winner says, writes history, and they will say, we told you, say. But we have to qualify it again and again by saying that these are early trends.
But
These exit pollsters numbers and what these exact poll numbers are showing us are two polls completely. So let's, but one thing, Shivani, we're not calling this election anytime soon. This
You know-
is going to the wire.
Everybody said by 12 noon this is going to be over.
Yeah.
But this is not over.
Yes,
This-
we're already at 9:50.
Yeah.
And look at the numbers.
10 minutes to go to 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And if these are the numbers that we're looking at, we're actually in for a very long
day.
evening.
Yes,
very
yes,
long
absolutely.
evening.
And I'm wondering what is happening at Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Where is the
They
laddu really going?
They had rubbished the exit polls. They had said that we are not going to initially join exit
Yes.
poll discussions, which of course was later it was reversed, the decision, rightly so. But they're going to now just come on TV
Should we
and bombast
see
us.
some questions if there are any?
Yeah,
How's
let's
the
see. Let's
viewer
see.
reacting?
Okay, Modi government, irrigation projects, construction, water drinking projects, education department money spent, government department.
Okay, so
I
this
think
is in response to Arun Upadhyay, I think, as to what the
Yeah.
Prime Minister has in mind. But are there any comments
Yes,
now?
so I think people are still kind of
Rooting for
raising
the
the
Prime
Modi
Minister.
Modi flag, and they're still kind of interested. So this is our YouTube page. We are of course looking at it from the internal YouTube page. Go to CNN News 18. You will get our live stream, and this is by the title of Lok Sabha elections results 2024, and you will get an opportunity to actually start looking at some of the numbers. You can also come here and you see our chat box. We've got a poll going on as well. Better than previous election. We asked a question whether the India bloc is going, how is it going to do? Better than previous, will give a tough fight, no hope, don't know. Majority are saying better than previous election, which I think was expected, because there is a greater India alliance now. First of all, the likes of TMC and others have officially been part of the India alliance. Plus, of course, there was a sense that the Congress will gain a little bit. This is what we expected as far as the exit polls are concerned as well. I'm going to just try and see if we can go over to our
I am
key
interested in knowing
constituencies.
Asuluddin Owaisi.
Oh yes, I went to Hyderabad.
Yes, I am very interested in knowing what is happening to Madhvilata there.
Yes. So let me just give you first a quick number of the overall chart. 288 for the NDA still. They're actually not looking uncomfortable as far as government formation is concerned. But look at what the house could look like. It could be 50-50 or 60-40. If the India alliance manages to get 215 and INC alone, Congress alone manages to get 94, we are going to be in for a very tough fight for the Narendra Modi-led government third term if it happens. Others are the ones that have suffered. BJD alone is the one that is kind of managing to hold a little bit. BRS, YSRCP, BSP have kind of been demolished. And I think this is going to be the other big story of these elections.
Yes. BRS,
Regional
totally.
Parties just getting decimated as far as those who have stayed non-aligned especially have got decimated.
Yeah.
Of course, in state like Odisha and Andhra Pradesh, there are other reasons as well. There is anti-incumbency against the YSRCP. So this is
Congress
the Andhra
at
Pradesh.
94.
Yes, I just mentioned.
Yeah, almost hitting
Almost
the
a century
figure. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just quickly, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha number 62 for the TDP, YSRCP
9.
just 9. BJP 32 in Odisha, BJD 29. This is closer.
This is the assembly number.
This is the assembly
But then
number.
if BJP is the single largest party, that's a big story in itself.
Well, that's at least one thing the exit polls got
it
right.
right. Yeah, they got that right. Yes.
So you wanted to see
Owaisi.
You wanted to see Owaisi. Let me just quickly go across to Telangana. Actually, Telangana is a very interesting battle. Oh, this one is holding on for the BJP.
10.
This is holding on for the BJP. So the number I traveled to Telangana, Arunima, the number I was being given by everybody.
Yeah.
You speak to BRS also, you speak to the Congress also, and BJP also was 8621. Right? Everybody was happy with that number. Congress gets 8, BJP gets 6, BRS 2, AIMIM gets 1. Right? But the BJP was also quietly hoping that they actually go beyond the 8 number.
Okay.
So they wanted to double from
digit.
last time.
Yeah, double
They
digit.
got 4
And
last
this
time.
This is so soon after Revanth Reddy had such a spectacular, sweep to power.
So can I just tell you that in the others, I think it's the AIMIM that is leading. I'm just
So
going
Asaduddin Owaisi is managing to hold on to Hyderabad?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
looks like, yeah.
This is the
Hyderabad
Hyderabad, and then Sikandrabad above that will go with the G. Kishan Reddy's seat. I
Yeah.
think that's likely to go to the
BJP.
To the BJP,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
exactly what it is showing.
Yeah.
There is the larger map.
So there was this talk that Bandi Sanjay being moved out
Yeah.
really costed the Bharatiya Janata Party last time around. I think they've learned their lessons.
So Telangana is one of those states which is like ripe for the BJP. Right? Because the BRS collapsed. We know the BRS collapsed in the state assembly elections recently. BJP did well there as well. And unlike Kerala and Tamil Nadu, the difference between Telangana and Odisha and West Bengal is, Arunima, that there is a trajectory to the BJP rise. It's not like suddenly they focused on this election and they expect that they will break through. In Telangana, over the last 2 assembly elections and general elections, they've been increasing their vote share and seats. Odisha, they've been increasing their vote share and seats. They've become second party, displacing the Congress in the last 2 elections. West Bengal, they displaced everybody else and became the second largest party and the contender. So there is a trajectory and a base. It's Hyderabad, the municipal polls.
Yeah,
They
true,
did so well.
true.
Right? So it's not as if it's coming as a flash in the pan. These 3 states were the most important as far as the BJP 400 par target is concerned, and these 3 states were the most reliable for the BJP. In Kerala and Tamil Nadu, it's a prestige battle. It's about making that entry, getting your foot in the door, maybe get 1 seat, not get 1 seat, but get your vote share up, get people thinking that, okay, you can actually win in a state like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. But in states like Telangana, Odisha and West Bengal, it's proven track record of the BJP, because the BJP is the party that has been growing over the last few years.
Just while you look at the other seats, just a few leads that have come in from Gujarat. Navsari C.R. Patil is leading. Rajkot Purushottam Rupala is leading. Gandhinagar expected lines Home Minister Amit Shah is leading. Mandi, it seems, and you can check that, Kangana Ranawat is trailing at the moment. Thrissur, we are told, Suresh Gopi from the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading by over 3,000 votes. Shashi Tharoor is leading by about 3,500 votes. So, for all that Rajiv Chandrasekhar perhaps told, we'll have to see how much that cut ice with the voters. At this stage, 3,500 is the lead for Shashi Tharoor. But just check, okay, Jairam Ramesh is commenting on the Pradhan Mantri as well. Pradhan Mantri Bhootpurva banne wale hain.
So I've just opened this map
Yeah.
because of that reason alone, because I think now the PM is leading from Varanasi.
He's now leading. Okay.
Finally, the leads have come in. This seat is the Prime Minister's seat,
Yeah.
Varanasi. And we've got Prime Minister
Leading now, yeah.
from Varanasi.
So, but I think Ajay Rai would
even
just-
Mirzapur now, the ADS is leading.
Anupriya Patel is leading. So will these numbers flip suddenly?
now, yeah.
Because we were discussing 40 was unthinkable for the
Unthinkable.
Bharatiya Janata Party.
I don't think even the opposition thought they're going to be 40-40.
Yeah, exactly. But does that actually indicate a very close contest? If till about 10 a.m. 40-39 is the number from Uttar Pradesh, does this, whatever the final numbers, does it actually show a close contest? Does that give something to the opposition to ponder about? But also check Mandi from Himachal Pradesh. Is
I'm
Kangana-
just going to look at Mandi. I don't think
Kangana
I'm getting
Ranawat?
Himachal as far as my list is concerned.
Yeah, but on the Election
here.
Commission website, it seems that Kangana's numbers are not looking too great at the moment. But we'll have to wait and see what the final numbers are. But Jammu and Kashmir, I'm just trying to figure out.
I can put the overall map for you here, Arunima, for
Yeah.
Jammu and Kashmir, if you want to just have a look and see. I think this is going as per expected lines.
Yeah, Omar Abdullah is
Udhampur, the
trailing at the
BJP.
moment. Omar Abdullah is trailing by about 24,000 votes. So that, the National Conference, that will be massive setback if Omar
So
Abdullah is-
Mial Taf Ahmed was fighting against Mehbooba
Mehbooba
Mufti
Mufti,
from
yes,
Rajouri.
yes.
He's leading.
He's leading. So if both Omar and Mehbooba are
And
24,000
Aga
is a-
Syed Rola of the NC is leading from Srinagar.
Okay, okay.
Jugal Kishore of the BJP is leading from Jammu. You've got Jitendra Singh leading from
Udhampur. Okay. So I think the Omar seat is the only one which is
Abdul Rashid is leading from Baramulla.
Abdul Rashid Sheikh. He's an
The
independent.
independent
He's an
candidate.
independent candidate. So
Yes.
I mean, a lot of speculation whether he had the support of parties which were not contesting.
Interestingly, Mohammad Hanifa, the other independent candidate, is leading
He's
from
leading.
Ladakh currently.
Right. Sajad Lani Gone.
You wanted to see
trailing.
Mandi, no?
Yes.
Let me just quickly put it on our map as far as the national map is concerned. Kangra, Rajiv of the BJP leading. Mandi, Kangana Ranawat is showing as leading.
Achha, she's leading
Suresh
right now.
Kumar
Okay.
leading from Shimla.
Okay.
You've got Anurag Thakur leading from Hamirpur.
Anurag Thakur, again, there was hardly any doubt in anyone's mind point that he has a good chance there. Prime Minister is now ahead by about 11,000 votes.
Yeah.
So that.
So this is where the
So
numbers will begin to turn.
But Jairam Ramesh had already taken a pot shot saying अब वो भूतपूर्व होने वाले हैं. Just a moment
अब
after that.
वो तो बहुत महीनों से उनको भूतपूर्व बोल रहे हैं, outgoing prime minister बोल रहे हैं.
Just
But you know,
moments
I just really fear now, Arunima, what is going to happen as far as the narrative on the numbers is concerned, because the opposition has already created a base to kind of, how should I put it? Maybe denial would be too strong a word,
Yeah.
but question the numbers because they've already said that there is some gapla going on.
Okay,
right?
will you also check Chhindwara? Is Nakul Nath trailing there? That's what the Bharatiya Janata Party is telling me that
Yeah, it's a sweep
Nakul
for
Nath,
the BJP.
Yes, that Nakul Nath is trailing in Chhindwara. So the swan song that Kamal Nath wanted is not really working out the way he would have thought. And 29 on 29. So I think Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat now is all saffron.
Yeah.
Parts of Odisha all looking very saffronized there. So
This
as
is
far as-
Madhya Pradesh. It is all saffron right now. Okay, some of the numbers are not tallying. I think they will tally eventually. But the map is suggesting that it's all saffron.
But Congress was, actually expecting 4 seats to go to them.
Okay.
So I don't know whether we are just waiting for the numbers. Yeah, I need that glass of water. Thank you.
Not sure. As far as these Madhya Pradesh numbers are concerned, we're just going to look at it in just a bit. Let me just focus on Punjab in the meantime. Punjab, the yellow that you see, is 2 SAD seats. Now, the SAD was kind of written off as far as Punjab is concerned. But you see, the BJP was given about 2 to 3 seats in Punjab.
Amritsar.
Praneeth Kaur, etc., they were expected to win. Obviously, Praneeth Kaur came from the Congress, has been a multiple times sitting MP from her seat. Congress is 7.
Punjab, I think Congress has calculated its strategy well there, because the sense that Punjab gave you was a strong sense of anti-incumbency against Bhagwant Mann. If the Congress, like Delhi, had got into an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, then the ripple effect of that would have been an anti-Congress vote as well, and perhaps the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Shiromani Akali Dal would have fared better if the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party joined hand in Punjab. So that's a good strategy that the Congress did not go with the Aam Aadmi
It's
Party.
obviously very pragmatic when you're number 1 and number 2 in a state
Yes,
to not combine.
not
Similarly,
combine.
like in Kerala, for example, they did not combine with the left because
Yeah.
the left and the Congress is the
Are-
politics
yeah,
in
yeah.
Kerala. Why would you want to give the space to the BJP?
But it's very interesting the way they have walked this seesaw, not together in Kerala, but together in
not together in West Bengal.
but together here, not together in Punjab, but together in Delhi. So very interesting. And if these numbers hold, and if the India Alliance finally manages, right now their numbers were showing at 200 plus. If they manage to get there, how will the parliament really look like?
Yeah,
I mean, these are
that
very
is going to be
interesting
very
times.
interesting. Already the parliament was like, not functioning very properly. Imagine what will happen. So I'm just opening this area for you, Arunima, because you track the Naxal affected
Yes,
belts very
yes.
closely. Just look at this map for us. Madhya Pradesh, obviously the Naxal affected areas at the bottom, they're going to the BJP. But look at Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand as well, and give me your sense of what you're sensing here.
Chhattisgarh, I would like to see in detail, because Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel in Rajnandgaon was really wanting to make that. They are doing much better than what the thought was. 4 seat. Bharatiya Janata Party was hoping for a clean sweep. like last time
Korba,
around.
Rajnandgaon is currently going to Bhupesh Baghel.
Yeah.
But these are very prestige battles.
This
for
is, I
them.
think, Bastar. Number
Yeah.
10 is Bastar. This
Yeah.
is the Kawasi Lakhma seat. Bastar is the seat which is the Naxal.
Yeah, belt.
This is Dandakaran here. This is Abujmar. This is where the Naxal belt is. What is the politics that has been happening here? While the central government and the BJP government in Chhattisgarh have been pushing ahead with anti-Naxal operations, Bhupesh Baghel has, before these elections, spoken a lot about fake encounter, making allegations that some villagers are being killed. So in that light, that blue at number 10, the constituency number 10, that's Bastar. If Congress manages to come back, and Bastar has been their stronghold in the past as well, Kawasi Lakhma, if he manages to come back again from there, and if Bhupesh Baghel holds on to Rajnandgaon, and I think North Sarguja also. That part, that's Jyotsna Charandas Mahant, Korba. Jyotsna Charandas Mahant, the wife of Charandas Mahant, an old hand of Congress party. So Congress would be happy with these figures, because BJP was hoping for a clean sweep in Chhattisgarh, and we'll have to wait and see later if this trend that was started by the Congress in the initial days of election, where they accused the BJP of wanting 400 to change the constitution, to take away reservation. Did that resonate with the tribal voters of Chhattisgarh or of Jharkhand? That we'll have to analyze at some point.
Yeah, and look at these numbers now coming in from Maharashtra. Now, Maharashtra
Rainbow.
obviously did not, was the biggest conundrum in these elections. This is going to decide the legacy and the future of a few people in Maharashtra. So the numbers are -14 for the NDA from last time around, but remember the alliances have changed, and the India alliance is +14. Both are splitting the state right now as we speak, roughly at 23-23. I'm just going to go deep into the NDA numbers one more time. The NCP in their faction is winning too. Raigad and Baramati. Baramati, Sunetra Pawar is leading right now. Now, this is going to be very interesting to watch out for, because forget some of the bigger numbers. If the NCP faction in the BJP and the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena faction in the BJP manage to hold on to their regions, then at least they will have some sort of a fillip as far as the assembly elections are concerned. I'm going to try and give you a deep dive of Mumbai in just a bit, but before that, let's take a full look at the NDA numbers. So this is the NDA numbers, 2 for the NCP. These are obviously the guard of the NCP and Sharad Pawar, but including Baramati, where Supriya Sule, his daughter, is fighting, but trailing to Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar. Sena, the Shiv Sena, is 7 right now, but it's -5 from last time. So whatever the Eknath Shinde faction had, they had 12. They are down by 5. They but fought on 16. I think they would be happy with a strike rate of 60-70% given the circumstances. Let's see how it holds. BJP is also down, but now the narrative in Maharashtra was that the BJP might hold on to its own, but its allies, partners might bring it down. That doesn't seem to be the case, at least right now.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in Baramati, because how does that define Sharad Pawar's politics from here on? It's not just about overall Maharashtra Lok Sabha seats, it's also about the upcoming assembly elections. If Sule loses there, does that mean the people of Baramati, Sharad Pawar's hometown, are then making Ajit Pawar and his side of the family the real heir to the NCP crown, to the NCP throne? Very interesting times if you are in Maharashtra and if you're a political watcher there.
But look at the numbers for the other side. The India Alliance, Congress is +8, 9 this time around. They only had 2 last time, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
2 or 1 or 2. Say now UBT is 8 plus 3, but they fought on 20 plus seats, right? And then you've got the NCP Sharad Pawar, that is on 5, which is not bad for them.
Yeah. What about Mumbai? I mean, Mumbai are all seats going to BJP as expected?
No, all seats are not going to the BJP currently. This is Mumbai. So you've got Kalyan, Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde is leading.
Yeah.
Let me see this.
Thane.
You've got Mumbai North, BJP is
Piyush
leading.
Goyal is leading.
Mumbai Northwest, Ravindra Dattaram Vaikar of the Shiv Sena Shinde is leading. You've got Ujjwal Nikam of the BJP leading.
Interesting.
You've got Mumbai South Central, UBT's Anil Desai is leading from here. You've got Mumbai Northeast, Sanjay Deena Patil of the UBT is leading from here. And of course, Mumbai South was expected to be UBT, right? And Arvind Sawant is leading.
Arvind Sawant is leading there.
So they're kind of splitting Mumbai.
Yes.
4-3 right
But
now.
Arvind Sawant and Ujjwal Nikam will be interesting seats to watch out for, because Ujjwal Nikam is coming after denial of ticket to Poonam Mahajan. I mean, that Mahajan factor, the family factor, the RSS factor. Even after all that, if Ujjwal Nikam is managing to make his political debut on a winning note, it's a good thing. Arvind Sawant, again, somebody who's called hardcore. I mean, that seat belongs to him. So if he's winning again, then not much change there.
Yeah,
the
but
UBT faction.
otherwise the map is so nice and colourful.
Rainbow. A good colour mix for Maharashtra.
You've got clearly the rainbow going on, a whole vibgyor going on from violet to blue to indigo going on. But this is going to be very, very interesting to watch out for. All right, let's do a good India map analysis now. This is what it is looking like, and this is certainly not looking like
112.
This is certainly not looking like a sweep, a saffron sweep, right? This is less than 2019.
So North India is more or less colourful.
No. Look at this UP.
So I say colourful. Central India is saffron.
Yeah.
South India is again rainbow.
Rainbow.
So it is Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha. So if you have to, divide India into 3 horizontal blocks, the north is colorful, the center is all saffron, and the south is again all colorful. Especially look at Kerala, Tamil Nadu, this part.
Yeah, there are also a lot of alliances here.
Yeah.
I'll just focus on Tamil Nadu in just a bit. Look at this part.
Yeah.
I think the BJP is going to be very happy.
Himachal, Uttarakhand.
Rajasthan, big numbers going to the Congress.
Yeah.
Gujarat is fine now, it's all orange, all saffron. Madhya Pradesh is all saffron. Amazingly, they managed to hold on to these despite the fact that the rest of the numbers are not looking that good.
Yeah,
it's
so
still interesting
for
how they hold on to Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh always.
Yeah, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh again. I'm not sure because the numbers seem to be suggesting that there are at least 4 where Congress were leading, but the
Let me
map
just
is
try
still
one
orange.
more time.
Map is still orange.
The map is orange. The numbers are saying 4. We'll try and figure out where those numbers are coming from. We'll check on the EC site as well. But okay, let's also do Tamil Nadu. No, we've not done Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is so interesting this time around. So much of the focus of the BJP went into this. So let me see. The ADMK is contesting, almost alone this time around. They seem to be holding on in the seats of Namakkal and in Kalukuruchi. So those are 2 plus an alliance partner that is doing well. Let me see the NDA. Where is it leading? The NDA, as I was telling you, Arunima, is actually leading in Dharmapuri. And it's the PMK candidate in Dharmapuri who is leading.
Okay.
Because if you look at the assembly constituencies, in this seat, it's the PMK's hold.
Okay.
Now, obviously, if you go into a Lok Sabha constituency where majorly the DMK is holding sway, you're obviously not going to be able to convert that, which is the challenge for the BJP. And then there is the ADMK factor. Some seats where the AIA-DMK also has assembly segments, there also the BJP had a chance purely if the AIA-DMK voter said, okay, state mein we'll vote for AIA-DMK, but nationally I'm going to vote for the BJP. So the BJP was obviously hoping that the AIA-DMK vote is going to come to them. It's unlikely the DMK vote is going to come to them.
Yeah.
So this is, exactly what I suspected, that Dharmapuri is going to be the seat where they're going to do well. I think this is the OPS seat. No, let me just see where is the OPS. Yeah, Ramanathapuram is the OPS seat. OPS is not leading right now. It's the IUMLs.
Interesting.
Navaskani who's leading right now. Okay, let's look at some of the... Tirunelveli is one seat that I expected that BJP could have a chance. We don't know exactly what the vote share currently is, but Congress is leading.
But even then overall...
Kanyakumari also Congress is leading.
Overall, the DMK Congress alliance, which is the India alliance, is at -3. But it's at -3.
Yeah, but it looks like the AIA-DMK has gained 3, right?
Yeah.
It's not so much. Virudnagar is the DMDK, which is the AIA-DMK partner, where they're leading. So, not much else for the BJP.
But Tamil Nadu, I think more or less it's going on expected lines.
You wanted to see Coimbatore. I'm just going to try and put Coimbatore as well.
Okay, Amethi, I'm told Kishori Lal of the Congress is leading by about 13,000 votes at the moment.
Okay. We'll go to Amethi in just a bit, but this is Coimbatore. This is, of course, the face of the BJP, Annamalai, fighting from here. He has obviously galvanized the BJP's campaign in South India and in Tamil Nadu. But see, this is also these are also seats where there's a direct AIA-DMK, BJP and DMK fight for the very first time. So actually, quite like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu is also almost a virgin landscape because we've not seen this kind of political mix in Tamil Nadu ever. Because BJP has always fought an alliance with the AIA-DMK. So here, the DMK candidate, obviously Ganapati Rajkumar is leading. But of course, even ADMK had a pretty strong candidate here. So this is what it's looking like. Let me just quickly look at Kerala one more time. What it's looking like. Oh,
it's all blue.
Trivandrum is now
saffron.
Saffron. You've got Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading from Trivandrum.
Okay, because our colleague Neetu Raghukumar has just put out information. Okay, no, this is about Suresh Gopi leading by 15,000 votes. That's a Thrissur seat, I think.
Yeah, Thrissur is what was expected to be. with the NDA. So that's the Thrissur seat. This is the Thrissur
And
seat.
he's constantly maintaining his lead.
He was expected to win.
Yes.
If there was one seat that could come for the BJP's kitty, it was expected to be this seat, Thrissur.
Yeah.
But like I was telling you,
Tharoor is in trouble.
yeah, like I was telling you, the Trivandrum one is not as if it's a write-off completely. You know, it was going to be tough. You've got Panyan Ravindran of the CPIM also here, of the CPI also here, who's also an old hand, right? When I traveled to Trivandrum, the campaign was a little bit muted from the left, but the left campaign is a little bit more muted than the others, you know. But it's not as if you could write off the left in Kerala. And you look at the overall numbers, it is now once again looking like a UDF sweep.
Yeah.
This is what they would like to achieve. Last time Congress and the partners had 18, and of course the left had 2. The NDA had nothing. So they would like to get this done. Because
But BJP would be happy if they manage to get 2 in
they
Kerala.
will be
They'll be very happy.
very happy.
But before we hand over to Aman, should we go to UP one last time?
Yeah, you wanted to see a particular
Amethi,
seat.
Smriti Irani.
You wanted to see Uttar Pradesh and Amethi. So Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading, and Amethi, Kishori Lal is still leading.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on that note, I will hand over the baton to Aman Sharma.
Let me just quickly take a look in the meantime of the overall UP map. This is of course the Lucknow prestigious seat, but not too much of a trouble for Rajnath Singh. He's expected to win, of course. But look at the overall numbers now. This is as much green as it is saffron as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. So it's going to be a little bit of a trouble, and you know, I've got my colleague Aman Sharma now joining us, and he did a lot of his travel from Uttar Pradesh, and Aman can possibly decode these numbers for us and what he thinks, whether these numbers in Uttar Pradesh is going to hold or not, because currently it continues to be a halfway split. It's 40-40 roughly for Uttar Pradesh. In the others, I'm not sure who we have here, but we've got this one yellow seat, which is the others, which is the SP, which is with the BJP now. So that should be in the NDA. But look at the overall numbers now. I think Aman is good to go with us. So Aman, Uttar Pradesh.
Horror story for the Uttar Pradesh. This is completely unexpected for the BJP. I don't remember Shivani, SP under even Mulayam Singh Yadav doing so well in UP in a Lok Sabha election. This is huge, and I think the East Uttar Pradesh, if we can see, big sweep. This is the Gad.
This is all the areas around Varanasi.
All around Varanasi, around Gorakhpur, the big bastion of the BJP has been Eastern UP in the past elections. Even in 2019, when the SP and the BSP and the RLD were together, BJP had not lost in Eastern UP. Eastern UP is turning out to be a complete shocker for the BJP, very worrisome, and seems like, and 39 seats as it's almost split half, and this is I think the good work done by the BJP electorally in UP over the years since 2014 seems to be getting eroded here, and this would be very worrisome, and even in the central parts of UP, though the BJP is still doing better. But we can see the Purvanchal is a big worry here, and even big names of the Anupriya Patel, I'm sure, is trailing.
Yeah, Anupriya Patel was trailing, but I think currently she has managed to get on. Now she's trailing again from Mirzapur.
Trailing 80. I think Robertsganj also is an Apna Dal ally seat, which it seems to be trailing.
Yeah. Samajwadi Party is doing really well. Did they expect this much, Aman?
Unofficially, Akhilesh Yadav had told the India camp that they will win 40 seats. That is why the India camp was saying that they'll get 295. 40 was the figure given by Akhilesh Yadav, and I think the move by the Samajwadi Party to...
This is the Nagina one. This is the others.
This is the others. This must
so
be...
this is Chandrasekhar Azad.
This is Chandrasekhar Azad, yes.
Yeah, he's obviously not part of any of the alliances. So I was wondering who the other is. So that's very much Chandrasekhar Azad. You've got the RLD leading from Bijnor and the RLD leading from Bagpat.
That's the 2 seats they were fighting. So
That's
they
the
are
2
leading.
seats
Saharanpur, Imran Masood is leading.
Saharanpur, Imran Masood has been leading. He's been leading for quite some time.
At the first elections, Imran Masood will win after a long time if he actually wins. So
Kairana, the BJP is leading. Muzaffarnagar, the BJP is leading.
Yeah.
Um,
West UP is still better.
Meerut,
Shivani.
the BJP is leading. Yeah,
still
West UP
better.
is looking good.
The central part of West UP is not that great. So this whole belt is where the India Alliance is leading. So this all must be the Muslim dominated
Badaun,
seats. Badaun, Sambhal.
Rampur.
Yeah.
Rampur, the BJP had managed to rest in the bipole.
But this time I don't think Rampur. They
Sambhal.
will win.
You've
Sambhal,
got
SP must be leading from Sambhal as well.
Eta and Farrukhabad, Kannauj. Akhilesh Yadav, of course, is leading. So, do you think Mainpuri Dimple Yadav is leading? Do you think the impact has also come because Akhilesh Yadav took the plunge of fighting, Dimple Yadav fought herself?
It's a good move. It was a good move.
Yeah, unlike what the Congress did.
Yeah, Dimple was in a way the sitting MP also,
Yeah.
so she was only contesting her own seat. But I think Akhilesh Yadav returning, Kannauj is the seat from where Akhilesh Yadav started his politics. So I think Akhilesh returning to Kannauj has proved to be a masterstroke for the Samajwadi Party. It rejuvenated the party, not just in that particular Mainpuri and Kannauj, but elsewhere in the Yadav belt also. Badaun had Shivpal Singh Yadav's son fighting this election, so he must be leading, I'm sure. And Farrukhabad has Ram Gopal Yadav's son fighting the election. Firozabad, I'm sorry, has Ram Gopal Yadav's son fighting the election. So I think that is also one of the seats where it seems they are.
So
they are leading.
Bareilly, Chhatrapal Singh Gangwar, who was the new candidate, is leading. Pilibhit is also one constituency
Jitin is
that I
leading,
went to. Jitin Prasad is leading. You've got Shahjahanpur, Arun Kumar Sagar of the BJP is leading. And you've got Kheri, where Ajay Kumar of the BJP is leading. I'm just kind of listing out a few constituencies. Hardoi, Jaiprakash of the BJP leading. Ashok Kumar Rawat from Misrik. You've got, this is like the central belt. Unnao, the BJP is leading. The central belt is okay, but I think there is a Raebareli effect. You see?
Yes.
Raebareli Amethi effect. So there is these two, 36,
Smriti
37 are
Irani is
Raebareli.
still trailing from Amethi, so that's also a worrisome
But
story.
Barabanki also Congress is leading. Faizabad also Congress is leading. So this is interesting. Congress wouldn't have hoped for more than...
Faizabad, say Congress leading is a huge thing. This is the seat which has Ayodhya. So if Congress is leading from there, another worrisome. But I think these figures, 42-37 right now, these may a bit change, go up and down because only 2 through 3 rounds of counting have been done. But the trend broadly is looking like a neck-to-neck fight in UP, which has not happened for a long time.
Yeah.
So the BJP facing...
Since 2014.
Since 2014. And this is even more concerning for the BJP because, in 2019, when the SP, BSP and RLD had come together, still BJP, the NDA could win 64 seats. But this time it seems even with SP and BSP contesting a part and RLD being a part of the BJP, still, they are not being able to repeat that performance, and it seems to be coming down surely from the last time, a loss of almost 23 seats.
So, if
for
these
the
numbers were to hold, let's say it is not 41 for the NDA, but 61 for the NDA, let's say, that's going to be less than what they got last time around.
Last time they got 64.
Yeah. So, what is the reason for that, Aman, you think?
Well, I think I don't really know what the reason exactly is. See, even in the last assembly elections, Akhilesh Yadav did make a sort of a comeback. They had reduced the tally of the BJP in the last assembly election also. BJP won a majority, but Akhilesh Yadav had also done well, winning more than 100 seats in the assembly. So I think what has happened maybe this time, there is also this talk of maybe some internal sabotage inside the BJP, candidates not being of the liking of certain leaders. There have been talk of tussle inside the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, and I think that seems to be the case here. Also, the SP Congress alliance, I feel, Shivani. See, one thing was very clear in UP this time, that the Muslims in UP wanted to vote for the Congress party this time. It was very, very clear.
Or the India Alliance?
Or before the alliance happened, I'm saying. Okay. They were very clear to vote for the Congress party.
Okay.
Win or lose doesn't matter. They wanted to vote for the Congress, give Congress a chance. I think the SP Congress alliance in that terms was very, very key, because the SP also discovered that if it does not, the Congress may not bring it great electoral gains in terms of seats, but the vote bank will get consolidated. I think that is what has happened in UP with the SP Congress alliance. I think the Muslim vote has completely gone with the alliance, and also the SP's core voter, the Yadav Muslim MY factor, I think has completely worked together in this election. And there has been this perception in UP of Thakur, I would say, overbearing government in a way, that it's dominated by that kind of a sentiment has been prevalent on the ground in UP. Also, this whole sentiment which had started in the earlier part of the election, that reservation will be scrapped. And, the BJP will change the constitution if it comes to power. I saw some part of it being reflected in the villages in UP. Maybe it changed later after Mr. Modi's campaign, but still, I think BJP is paying the price. Also, there is the BJP is in power in UP for almost 7.5 years now. So there is a level of anti-incumbency also. And Samajwadi Party remains a strong party in UP. I think the Congress alliance has beautifully worked for it. It didn't work in 2017 assembly election, but in this election, I think the alliance has worked well for them. And the BJP's allies seem to be really weak. As we just saw that Apna Dal could be losing both the seats it contesting. Okay, RLD may be winning both its seats, but BJP's allies, 5 seats were given to allies. So it seems that 2 out of those 3 seats BJP may be losing, which has given to allies. So I don't know about Rajbhar's son is also fighting from one of the seats if he's winning or not. But I think that seems to have gone wrong, and this will, I think, fan even more, the speculation that which Arvind Kejriwal had first stated, that they're going to change Yogi Adityanath after these elections. So I don't think they're going to change Yogi Adityanath. I don't believe that. But the Yogi Adityanath remains popular. But is there some internal sabotage here? Is there a case of no lack of cohesion on the ground when it came to the electoral management? There seems to be some real trouble for the BJP here, because BJP has, as we said, consistently done well in the last 2 elections, worked very hard to get to 73 and then stop with minimum losses at 64 in the last election despite an alliance. This time, without a SP-BSP alliance on the other side, if BJP is dropping to 40.
Actually, it looks like, interestingly, I think I'll try to show this a little bit. You've got Anupriya Patel now leading from Mirzapur. This one is flipping actually, Aman. It could settle anywhere, because the last half an hour, 1 hour we checked, Anupriya Patel was either leading or trailing, but it is going up and down. So I think these numbers could change a little bit. But this is what it is looking right now. Just make a mental snapshot of it. I want to show you the 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Look how it changes, Aman.
Yeah.
So this is 2019.
Yes.
Right? It was a saffron sweep virtually. And I just want to focus on the BSP seats. The BSP won, the ones in blue, it won 10, and actually it was the major beneficiary of the alliance between BSP and SP. SP didn't win much. So you got these 5 seats here, 1 here, of course, in Western UP. Just make a mental map of that. And then as I switch to 2024, take a look at how many of these seats that the BSP won are actually going to the Samajwadi Party this time.
That shows that it was BSP, as you correctly say, BSP
This
won
was
because
the
of
SP
this.
voter.
This was the SP voter which had transferred. It's gone back to SP right now. And along with the Congress support in these key seats, I think it has consolidated for the opposition alliance. The BJP has not been able to bring it. Maybe its OBC voter has not fully rallied behind the BJP. And the situation is changing. NDA is now at 44 and India is now back to about 35 from 40. So I think the final number, Shivani, I suspect could be around NDA around 50 in the end, and India around 30 seats. I think that would be the final number. But even then,
that is a big setback.
That's a big setback, because UP is seen as this fortress of the BJP, and them losing despite the Modi Yogi double engine in a state like UP, where Modi remains popular, Yogi is also very popular. Then BJP will have to do real introspection to know what are the real reasons behind this setback, and if they drop below 40. And if
that's
by any chance SP wins more than the BJP in UP, that's a complete disaster for the BJP. And if you see Shivani, the overall picture, the country picture, the maximum losses for BJP, at least 80% of the losses are coming from here.
Okay, so why don't I just put the overall picture also one more time. This is the overall India map, and as you know, Arunima and I were talking, the north little bit clear. Even in Rajasthan, you look gains for the Congress. Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh are the sweet spots for the BJP. Even Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, it's not like a sweep.
Odisha,
although it was supposed to be 1-2, 1-2, but Odisha is good for them. Telangana is good for them. Of course, we have to wait and see what happens in Maharashtra. West Bengal is not turning out to be as good for them.
West Bengal didn't turn out as well for them. They were expecting a big gain in West Bengal, but it was not turning out like that. BJP, in fact, maybe dropping from 18 to 15. So BJP here was speaking about at least 22, 23, 25 seats. Many senior BJP leaders even said they could win 30 seats in West Bengal.
Yeah.
It seems that is not working. The TMC is is
Now
still-
at 31.
Now at 31, TMC is virtually sweeping the state, and TMC at 31 is much better than their performance the last time. And they seem to be regrouping, especially this South Bengal, Shivani.
They're sweeping this
even
area.
North Bengal, Trinamool is winning this time. This was the area of the BJP. BJP is
Yeah,
only winning
BJP
one
won
seat.
North and Central Bengal.
BJP is only winning Cooch Bihar right now, number 3 seat. I think that is Cooch Bihar. That's the only seat they are winning. They are losing in the other seats. Right now.
Jalpaiguri,
Yeah, and this seat they are winning, Niche, the 7-number seat they are winning,
Malda.
Malda. But that is the south, the north used to be the BJP stronghold. They are losing seats there this time.
Amrita Roy, though, from Krishnanagar is leading. This is, of
leading.
course, against Mahua Moitra
Yeah.
of the TMC. You didn't expect, of course, in Basirhat, the BJP to lead.
This is because CA has come, so I think Shantanu Thakur is leading from.
Yeah, but this is actually, I think they did better than this last time around in this belt.
Yeah, they did
the
better.
CA belt.
They did better.
Actually, I could try and give you the years comparison one more time. So this is 2019.
Yeah.
They won these 4 seats
They
and
won
they
this,
swept all of this.
There is a loss in
Western
upside
West
they-
Bengal, and of
upper they
course
had
the
swept
North
everything.
and Central they had swept as well. Now you look at the change from that to this.
Yeah, they're
This-
losing
they've
all
lost
these seats.
everything here. So this is Purulia. You've got Bankura. Bankura they're losing, which is at least they're trailing, which is a big
Yeah.
one. Then they've got you've got Jhargram, etc. In southern, in Medinipur, they are leading, which is interesting. Kanthi, they are leading, BJP, and you've got one more lead in Tamluk. But of course, this is also the god of the TMC.
This is the god of the TMC. They
Calcutta.
were expected not Kolkata and southern, all these southern seats were anyway supposed to be strong. But Haryana also, Shivani, they are losing big time.
Yeah, Haryana is a big
almost
setback.
half it's happening.
More than what they expected, no?
Yeah,
India
they-
Alliance is ahead now.
They were ahead and expected because all these, I think, except they're losing Karnal, which is, I think, Manohar Lal Khattar is fighting from there. They're losing, I think the number 8 seat is Hisar. I think they're losing, they're winning Hisar only right now. No, this is Mahendragarh, they're winning, okay. Hisar and Rohtak, both they are losing, 4 and 7. And
So what's the story here in Haryana?
well, story is clearly Haryana, it seems, was complete anger against Manohar Lal. I think if Manohar Lal was CM still, as on date, they would have lost all 10. So I think they're only winning because, and Haryana, the election was for totally on local issues. There was no national issue dominating the election in Haryana. BJP wanted it to become national, but the election was totally local. And the farmer anger, and what had happened on the borders when Haryana police had to fire at the farmers in Punjab, that became a major issue. BJP had to change its CM just 2 months ahead of election, and this does not portend well for the upcoming assembly elections in Haryana as well. Congress
There are
is in
actually a
pole
lot
position.
of key assembly elections coming in, no? There's, of course,
Haryana,
Haryana.
there's Delhi, there is
there's Delhi,
Maharashtra.
There's Maharashtra. Of course, if you look at the 1 year, 2 year picture, there's even UP that has to go to polls again.
Yeah.
With these numbers, the BJP will have to do some real soul searching as to what happened.
So NDA is right now at 302, down 48 seats from last time. India camp is up 220, 91 up from last time. Huge gain. And
Actually, even within the India alliance, if you break down these numbers, no, Aman, the Congress is not doing badly.
it's 95, it's almost 52 from last time. 95, if Congress crosses 100, that's
They'll
a
have
big
bragging
thing.
rights.
They'll have bragging rights, a huge thing for them. That shows maybe that Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, Nyaya Yatra has had an impact.
I don't know if we can really extrapolate that because, in the assembly elections post his yatra, they didn't do very well. In
Yeah, the Heartland they didn't do.
Madhya
Telangana they did
Pradesh,
win.
Rajasthan.
Yeah, but I think
I think something else is clearly working for them, which could be either the guarantees that they've promised or the fact that they've kind of managed to ignite some passion as far as the OBCs are concerned with the whole reservation thing. If you give them 400 par, then there
caste
could be,
census. Yeah.
there's caste census, plus of course this whole fear that if BJP gets 400 par, then the constitution could be changed or reservations could be done away with. It could be a little bit of that. As
That
well.
was a big factor, especially in villages, rural India. That message had penetrated a bit. I think
Initially.
Mr. Modi tried to
Yeah, that's
change
why
it,
he tried to cut the whole thing as well.
but maybe they were not too successful. I think, and you see the biggest constituents right now, Congress, the biggest one, SP with 29, big, TMC with 28 doing better than last time, SP doing better than last time, DMK at 20, virtually sweeping the seats it's contesting in Tamil Nadu. So in a way,
Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, faction 9, NCP, Sharad Pawar,
that's
faction
also
at
big.
8.
That's also big. That shows Maharashtra.
Actually,
tally of-
I'm not sure if that is big because he contested on 20 plus seats. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a good sizable chunk of Maharashtra seats.
Yeah, but
that,
they've been able to pull down the NDA from 41 at least, to significantly
Yeah, and
down.
actually, if you look at Maharashtra, we looked at Maharashtra, and it's not as if the alliance partners are bringing down the BJP. It's actually the BJP that has lost in Maharashtra. You look at the BJP numbers. The alliance partners from the seats they
12,
had
yes.
are doing okay. Like Sena, Eknath Shinde fought what on 16 seats. So I think it's a strike rate of 50%. NCP, I'm not sure how much they fought, but at least they're
4 or
holding
5
on
seats,
in
yeah.
Baramati, I think. Raigad, and they were leading Baramati a short while ago. But BJP has lost 12.
12 seats, yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, because the expectation was that the BJP will not lose its seats, it will maintain its
The
hold.
allies will leave it.
The allies will bring it down. That hasn't happened. So I just want to quickly go across to our India numbers and let's look at the filters. Where is the BJP or the Congress doing well? So let's look at the Hindi heartland first. Hindi heartland, 225 seats, the BJP is leading in 159. They would have liked to do better in the Hindi heartland.
And Hindi heartland is also because the BJP had virtually saturated in the last election. So everybody was expecting some losses here and there, but such kind of losses were not
More
being
than 40.
expected. More than 40. And look at the
Primarily
India,
coming from UP.
primarily UP, yeah, UP, Rajasthan,
Bihar,
Haryana,
we'll just have a look at Bihar as well.
Bihar, but 53 seats up. So it was always spoken about that the Congress and the India Alliance can only revive if it does well in North India. So that seems to be happening. They have done better than the last time, and their seats are rising. Not to the extent that they would have liked, but still the seats are rising. So that's.
I just want to very quickly point out, for the benefit of our viewers, that please go to our stream on YouTube, go to CNN News 18. We've got a poll running for you, and also you can comment on this comment box and we'll take your questions if you have certain questions, and we'll try and get those questions asked. If there's any insight you want in a particular state, particular seat, political region, and of course, if you have questions, our National Affairs Editor Aman is here. I have traveled a little bit during these elections. So fire in your questions and we'll try to take as many of them as possible. So let's keep going as far as the numbers are concerned. I'm going to just start looking at the filters now. So let's see if there was rural distress, which has been talked about quite a bit, which people are unhappy about. So you've got 338 rural seats. The NDA is sweeping 200 of them, but it's short of what they got in 2019, and India Alliance is gaining a little bit. So this again shows that there may not be a major decline for the NDA. I mean, let's not forget, this is their third term that they're seeking. So there's bound to be some anti-incumbency, but it also shows that it wasn't as if there was no challenge to the BJP. The challenge is certainly there. I'm just going to quickly go across to some of the other filters as well, and Aman, you can come in. Urban seats, let's just have a look at urban seats. Is the BJP still strong on urban seats? Not many urban seats, 57. They're leading on 35, India on 20, which is a change of 5 seats from last time around. Not something that the BJP will be happy about. So we talked about the OBC factor, no? Aman, let's look at the Dalit dominated seats. Because the reservation was the big issue this time around. Let's look at the Dalit dominated seats. So this is seats which have more than 20% Dalit population. Out of those 160 seats, India Alliance is actually ahead than
it's
the
gaining
NDA.
big. From 41, it's up to 91. So 50 seats addition. So that's a big thing. I think that whole campaign about reservation seems to have worked. It seems to have penetrated to the ground, and maybe BJP was not able to shake it off. That and some of the BJP leaders saying, in fact, going on record and saying that constitution will be changed. Though the BJP.
That's how it all got triggered.
It all got triggered, and I think the message, the Congress, when Rahul Gandhi in his every speech speaking about that again and again, I think the message has gone. So that is where the BJP is suffering in this election, and seems to be a repeat of what happened in Bihar in 2015 when Mohan Bhagwat had made that statement about reservations having a time limit, and how the opposition alliance really milked that to defeat the BJP in the 2015 Bihar assembly election. BJP was very, very wary of the same happening again, and that is why we are seeing here that.
Let's look at Muslim-dominated seats, or at least 20% of the seats where the Muslims are in more than 20% of the population. The India Alliance leading in 51. They've managed to up their tally by 13 from last time. These are, of course, leads. And NDA still 48. Not that bad.
Not that bad.
As far as the Muslim-dominated regions are concerned, but Muslim population at 40% or more. Let's see. A lot of these are obviously Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Eastern Bihar and West Bengal. Actually, majority of these Muslim dominated. Plus, of course, seats in Jammu and Kashmir. The India Alliance is 19 -1, and actually BJP is gaining from last time around. So it's not as if they cannot win in some of these states. Okay, let's look at BJP Congress face-off seats. Has the Congress managed to do better as far as the direct fights are concerned? So 173 of the 543 we have outlined as direct fights for the BJP and the Congress. You look at this number, this is still where the BJP is higher, but look at the change.
It's a complete
swing
flip.
of 35.
Yeah, it looks like a flip completely when it comes to gains and
Because
losses.
BJP swept these seats, right? Congress didn't manage to win. I think they managed to win
Congress
10,
is now
12.
starting to perform better when it comes in a direct contest against the
contest.
BJP. So that will be a very heartening news for the Congress party, because and that is also mostly North India and a bit of the Karnataka. So there's where
Karnataka,
the
Maharashtra, where they were in direct fight. There's Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana is where they would have gained quite a bit actually.
Yes.
And then there's Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand.
So now the big question essentially, Shivani, is that is BJP crossing 272 on its own or not?
Okay.
That is the big story now, because Mr. Modi has always spoken about running a full majority government. So is BJP getting 272 on its own or not? Right now is, I think, the big story going ahead in the next few hours. Can BJP make a recovery here and cross that 272 mark? Remember, they got 282 in 2014, the BJP, and so they had comfortably crossed that majority mark. 282 grew to 303 in 2019. Right now they are at 246. So can there be a recovery upwards or not is now I think the big question in political circles in Delhi.
No, I think in any case, I mean, even if they get 272, if these numbers or these trends hold on, then there is, of course, something to brag about for the opposition. It's not all doom and gloom.
No, opposition will be thrilled.
Opposition
will be thrilled.
There's something to fight for, something to be there in the parliament for, even if it's the Narendra Modi Sarkar. But I just want to quickly show you some more numbers. These are seats where the BJP lost in 2019. You look at how they've managed to, the India Alliance has managed to win 71 of them again. And the BJP has actually upped its game, or the NDA has upped its game from barely anything. These were, of course, losses for them, and they've managed to up it by 42. Now, that is primarily coming from regions like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and West Bengal. Right? So this region, that's because the TDP is doing very well for them. And Telangana, they've also done well. They're on their own Telangana, they were expected to do well, they're doing well. Some of these are also in Kerala, because Kerala, I think now we're showing about 3 leads for the BJP, which is going to be massive. This is one state, of course, where, Aman, as you know, I travelled. So Trivandrum, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is still leading. Which is not bad for him. And Thrissur, of course, is the one where Suresh Gopi was expected to lead from.
So number 10 is which seat? It's
Thrissur.
Thrissur they are leading.
Yeah, and let's look at some other phase-wise data as well. So phase 1 was expected to be a tough one for them, isn't it, for the BJP?
Yeah.
They've lost only 8 from phase 1. And I think some of those losses are coming from West Bengal, because I think they had won.
Yeah, that's first phase.
The first phase in West Bengal, they
yeah.
had won. This is 2019. Let's try and decipher if we can make out. In 2019, they had won 47 of these seats, 102. And now, yeah, so I think Rajasthan is the big one.
Yeah.
Rajasthan, they had swept.
This time they're losing in Rajasthan.
This upper Rajasthan, they're losing a lot of the seats to the India Alliance. This also, this would be, I think, Madhya Pradesh or Jharkhand or something. And then, of course, this region, they had swept last time around.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at phase 2 now. Phase 2. Okay, this is where their losses too. Again, I think it's because of Rajasthan, Maharashtra, this bottom Karnataka, but actually they've done well in southern Karnataka. Even the JDS has pulled 3 seats that they fought on. So that's not bad for them
That
actually.
was pre-Ravanna controversy.
This was obviously the region that
Karnataka
polled
had
pre-region.
polled.
But you know, if you look at Karnataka, even the seats that polled after the Ravanna controversy, Karnataka actually BJP has held on.
BJP is held on. Yeah.
So that is actually not that bad for them regardless of this controversy, but they've lost in phase 2 as well. Let me come to phase 7 actually, which is the most recent one. See, Eastern Uttar Pradesh.
Eastern Uttar Pradesh is the loss. 8
Yeah.
seats.
Mostly this, I think there would be some losses here as well in West Bengal for them. Okay, let's see.
Eastern Uttar Pradesh will really hurt them because that is also in a way their fortress. So losing there means something has seriously gone wrong. in
So
East
this
UP.
is 440 seats that the BJP contested, and it looks like they are also losing about 50 seats of their own.
Yeah.
So this is not good for them because it's not that it's the alliance partners that are bringing them down.
It's the BJP itself.
It's actually the BJP itself. They've lost about 50 seats themselves. So this is not a good number for them. So any update you're getting, Aman, on what is the chatter as far as the BJP camp is concerned?
Well, chatter so far is very limited. Nobody's really speaking. People are wanting to hold on till 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. before, giving an official comment on what has really happened. But one thing is very, very clear that obviously the numbers are coming down. There is no 400 par is definitely not happening. Right now, the BJP hopes for touching 272 on its own. It doesn't want to be in a situation where it's below 272 on its own. Of course, the NDA will be 300 plus. That is the hope, and that is also because a couple of their allies like Chandrababu Naidu have performed really
Very
well.
well.
But Chandrababu Naidu is also a very, very recent ally. He had left the NDA and he just joined a few months before these elections. So in a way, that is also a testy relationship between Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP. But BJP is hoping that in the next couple of hours there could be a big recovery and they could be crossing 272 on their own. Right now, the BJP is stuck at about 240 to mid 240s. But they would like to have 20-30 more seats because at the end of the day, in the third term, if a party can win a full majority on its own as well, that will also be a big thing. Obviously, BJP had set the hopes and the bar very high by saying they will touch 370 on their own. That is surely not happening. But if BJP can cross 272 on its own in a third term, I think the BJP will cite that as a big success as well. And the NDA, if it is up 300, because for BJP, running a full majority non-coalition government is very, very important. That's key to them because they want to take big decisions in a third term and they want to keep the momentum going without any pressure from, any fair weather allies or all of that. So I think that is the major concern for the BJP right now. And obviously UP, because it has really would not worked as well for them as it could have. That is what is hurting them. Let's see if there's a turnaround in UP, but looks like SP will still do well. Even if it is a turnaround, SP is winning at least 30 plus seats in UP.
All right, so let's just look at some of the key contenders as far as this is concerned. Let me just quickly see.
Coffee. Come cheating.
All right. Let's look at some of the key candidates. How are they faring right now? Aman, we've got A. Raja of the DMK leading. Let me just zoom this in for the benefit of our viewers. All right. A. Raja leading, Annamalai is trailing, Kanimori is leading, L. Murugan of the BJP is actually trailing from Nilgiri. This is of course the one against A. Raja. You've got Kanyakumari, the BJP is trailing. This is one of the seats that historically they have won in the past but not doing very well. Tamil Sai Soundarajan, Chennai South's constituency, trailing. Jitin Prasad is leading. This is from Pilibhit in Uttar Pradesh. Kumar Danish Ali, what a last couple of years he's had, right? Or last year he's had.
He was quite strong on his seat.
And then from Amroha, he's leading. Let's just quickly see if we can get some detailed results as far as Amroha is concerned. Okay. So, all right, this is all we really have as far as Amroha is concerned. But yeah, he is leading from his seat. Sanjeev Balyan is leading, continues to deliver for the BJP. Arun Govil is leading from Meerut. Hema Malini from Mathura. Dimple Yadav is leading from Mainpuri. Nishchit Pramanik is now trailing. He continues to trail from Cooch Behar, which is also going to be a loss of face for the BJP.
Sukanto is Majumdar is trailing. He's a BJP state president in Bengal. Again, a big blow if he loses.
Mohammad Salim.
Mohammad Salim was expected to lose, so he's behind, trailing. Ajmal is also trailing. Pappu Yadav is trailing. Bhupesh Baghel is leading from Rajnandangao. That's a strong seat for the Congress.
But he hadn't done very well in the state elections, no? I think he had lost his seat.
Chhattisgarh, Shivani, always Congress manages to win a couple of seats in every Lok Sabha election. And now, so with Baghel entering the Lok Sabha, they were expected to do well in Rajnandangao. They may win a couple of 2-3 seats, I think, from there. South Goa, Pallavi Dempo is trailing.
BJP's Pallavi is trailing. You've got Amit Shah leading, Jitendra Singh leading from Udhampur. DK Suresh is the other seat we were talking about. The one seat that the Congress won in Karnataka last time around is DK Shivkumar's brother DK Suresh. But Bangalore rural was expected to be a tough fight for him against Manjunath, who got a ticket, who was a JDS member but got a ticket on the BJP symbol and actually seems to be delivering for the BJP.
Tejasvi Surya is leading from Bangalore South. SD Kumaraswamy is leading from Mandya. So BJP allies, JDS doing well. KC Venugopal leading from Kerala is anyways, Congress is doing well.
KC Venugopal didn't fight last time around from Alapura, but can I just tell you, he was trailing for a little bit earlier. And this is also one of those seats that the BJP felt that it had an outside chance in. But see, Shashi Tharoor is trailing and Rajiv Chandrasekhar is still leading as far as the Thiruvananthapuram seat is concerned.
This is quite an intense contest.
This would be a big story. Maybe one of the bright spots for the BJP if they manage to win a seat or two in Kerala and a seat in Tamil Nadu. They would have some gains to talk about. All right, Suresh Gopi is the Thrissur candidate of the BJP. He was expected to be leading. He is leading. Rahul Gandhi is leading from Wayanad. Nakul Nath is trailing from Chhindwara. Aman, your thoughts on what this could do? Yeah,
because MP anyways, the Congress didn't seem in a very strong position, and Chhindwara was the only seat they had won in the last elections as well. So this time if they are trailing, I won't be surprised because BJP had put in a lot of effort in Chhindwara this time. They had the Chief Minister Mohan Yadav was virtually camping there for almost 3 weeks before the elections. So Nakul Nath is in for a tough time. His father lost.
What does it do for Kamal Nath?
Well, it does. That could mean the end of, in a way, the Kamal Nath family legacy if Nakul Nath also loses from Chhindwara. That's very key because that's the last bastion in a way Kamal Nath's family is holding on. And though Kamal Nath may have won his MLA seat, but if they lose the Lok Sabha seat, the MLA seat also comes under jeopardy for them in the next election. And that was also a very narrow loss, a narrow win for Kamal Nath.
Barely managing to hold on.
So the person who will be winning from here will be Banti Sahu, who was defeated by Kamal Nath in the assembly election. So Banti Sahu was given the ticket against Nakul Nath in the Lok Sabha. So he's leading, and he had reduced Mr. Kamal Nath's margin as well. So Prakash Ambedkar is trailing from Akola. Navneet Rana is also trailing. So all the Navneet Rana, the BJP candidate, is also trailing. Rajasthan is looking good for the Congress surprisingly, even after
I'll just do a deep dive in Rajasthan in just a bit. You can also talk about the whole Ashok Gehlot factor and how he was limited to his son's seat as far as campaigning is concerned. But Sachin Pilot's effect maybe has worked.
Yeah,
for
we
the
can
Congress
look at in
party.
fact the Rajasthan map, and if they've done well in Shekhawati and Eastern Rajasthan.
So very quickly, Puducherry Congress is leading. CP Joshi is leading from Bhilwara. Vaibhav Gehlot is actually trailing from his seat. So this could be very interesting as far as the Sachin Pilot and Gehlot rivalry is concerned.
Both the sons lose, Nakul Nath and Vaibhav Gehlot. It could be the end of
erstwhile stalwarts of the Congress party.
Could be the end of Ashok Gehlot and Kamal Nath's legacy in both these states as well.
Om Birla from Kota is leading. There was a bit of a question mark on how well he could do, right? Even though the BJP's vote share margins in Rajasthan have been very high historically. Udaipur Tarachand Meena of the Congress is trailing. YS Avinash Kadappa, YSRCP is leading. Sharmila of the Congress party, YSR sister with the Congress is trailing. Avdesh Rai Begusarai leading of the CPI. Giriraj Singh of the BJP trailing, I beg your pardon, from Begusarai. This is interesting.
Giriraj Singh is Bihar. There are supposed to be some setbacks. Giriraj Singh has also been facing anti-incumbency. He's been the MP for 10 years, no, last 2 terms, I think. So there was some anti-incumbency, and there was a lot of talk about denying a ticket also to Giriraj Singh. Last time he won against Kanhaiya, but this time it looks like a tough fight for him.
Okay, BJP leading in Darbhanga, RJD is trailing there. BJP leading in Kunti, in Singhbhum, in Lohardaga. BJP is leading in Dharwad. Prahlad Joshi, INC is trailing in Rajgarh. Jagvijay Singh is trailing. Guna, Jyotiraditya Scindia of the BJP is leading. Shivraj Chauhan is leading in Vidisha. Narayan Rane, Ratnagiri leading. INC's Kolhapur candidate Shaju Shaji is leading. Supriya Sile is now leading. This has also been an interesting battle. You've got Udayanraje Bhosle, Satara trailing of the BJP. BJP leading in Ahmednagar. Asaduddin Owaisi is leading. Bandi Sanjay is leading from Karimnagar. Malkajgiri is also something that the BJP was eyeing actually. Itala Rajendra of the BJP is leading. Sikandrabad, of course, Kishan Reddy is the sitting MP leading. You've got BRS's, of course, Srinivas Yadav, who was the candidate from Hyderabad, trailing. Of course, the battle was between Owaisi and Madhvi Lata. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing from his seat.
He could lose.
Yeah.
He could lose from that seat because the Congress didn't campaign, enough for him there as well. So he may lose from there.
Dilip Ghosh from
Trailing as
Burdwan
well.
trailing.
His seat was changed again a questionable decision by the BJP. His seat was changed and he didn't want to contest from the seat he was finally given, Burdwan. So it could be interesting if he actually...
Mahua Moitra is trailing, but Kirti Azad is leading. Shatrughan Sinha is trailing, Asansol. Yusuf Pathan, Behrampur, of course, this is of course the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary seat leading. Chirag Paswan leading, Hajipur. We're coming into Odisha now. Let's look at Loket Chatterjee trailing. Barapulla, Umar Abdullah is trailing, and I think even Mehbooba Mufti is trailing.
Mehbooba Mufti is trailing. Rahul Gandhi is winning from both his seats, Wayanad as well as Rai Bareli.
So it will be interesting to see
which
what
one he gives
gets,
up. Which one
he gives up. So Piyush Goyal, Mumbai North, is expected to be with the BJP. He's leading. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Rai Bareli. Rajiv Pratap Rudy from Saran is trailing now. Sajad Lone is the Baramulla candidate from the JKPC trailing because here the independent, I believe, is leading still. Amethi, Smriti Irani still trailing. Kiran Rijiju
big surprise in
leading.
Many expected that it would be a walkover for her after Rahul didn't
There were two
contest.
kinds of narratives, right? I mean, that there is some fight on the ground, there is some fight on the ground. But then the question arose, why did Rahul Gandhi not contest? If there was a fight and there was some challenge to be given, why did he not fight from Amethi? And early on, why did they not decide that he'll fight? That gave you a sense that maybe Congress is nervous about it. But as we were discussing earlier, the Congress didn't want it to be a Rahul Gandhi versus Smriti battle, which is why they eventually chose Rai Bareli and not Amethi.
So when I went to Amethi, I remember this was before Rahul Gandhi's decision. At that time, a bit of feeling in Amethi among the local population was that people missing that VIP tag for their constituency. They thought Rahul had lost, and now the constituency had lost its VIP tag. That importance, in a sense, was lost. There was always this old connection with the Gandhi family. So Smriti Irani, I think, worked a lot in Amethi even after she became the MP. But there was this feeling. What we later thought that once Rahul didn't fight from there, that Smriti will win for sure. If Rahul had contested, everybody thought it would be a tough fight. But Rahul not contesting would have meant a walkover. This doesn't seem to be the case anymore. In Amethi, it seems that maybe Priyanka Gandhi had camped there and campaigned a lot for Kishore Lal Sharma as well. So maybe that old loyalty for the Congress party, that old loyal Congress voter has come out. Maybe some people who had converted because Rahul was not paying adequate attention, maybe they have decided to give him another chance, Congress another chance, and bring them back.
But Priyanka Gandhi, this would be Priyanka Gandhi's success, right? If they managed to win in Amethi and Rai Bareli, because I remember that actually it was Priyanka Gandhi who was seen on ground on Rai Bareli also.
She did that in every election. This election, she had camped there for almost a fortnight.
Yeah.
Because Rahul could only come and, I think, do 2 rallies.
So she almost became the face of that seat, and the expectation was that if Rahul Gandhi wins both Rai Bareli and Wayanad, he will not give up Wayanad because the Kerala state elections are coming up soon, and he'll give up Rai Bareli, and then Priyanka could step in and actually
contest the bypoll from Rai Bareli. That seems likely, I think, and that could happen. But right now, if you're seeing there seem to be setback after setback in UP for the BJP.
Yeah, Gaurav Gogoi
Sorry.
of the INC is leading. I believe there was a tough fight on his seat,
Yes.
but we'll wait and see how those numbers go. Mansukh Mandavia from Porbandar leading. Basavaraj Bommai, former Karnataka Chief Minister, leading. Jagdish Shettar leading. Prajwal Ravana leading, infamous face. Abdul Salam of Mallapuram, this is actually the BJP candidate, their only lone Muslim candidate as far as the entire Lok Sabha is concerned, was the one from Mallapuram. And Abdul Salam, he's obviously trailing while he is the Muslim candidate from a heavily Muslim constituency, it was not obviously, he was not expected to win from the BJP ticket. Anil Antony, Pattanam Titta, I did cover this seat, trailing. He was very confident that he could actually get a lot of the Christian votes backing him this time around, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Shelja, teacher of the CPM, is also trailing. Nitin Gadkari leading. You've got Ujjwal Nikam of the BJP leading. You've got Dayanidhi Maran of the DMK leading Chennai Central, of course. These are high-profile battles. Karti Chidambaram, Sivaganga leading. This is their bastion. O. Paneerselvam was expected to win his seat as the independent from Ramanathapuram. But he's trailing. He's not doing well with. Biplab Dev leading. Akhilesh Yadav is leading. Shatabdi Roy is leading TMC of Birbhum. And of course, Kanhaiya Kumar is trailing. This was again expected to be that tough fight. Even our poll had given 5 to 7 for the BJP in Delhi. Maybe 2 seats to the India Alliance. One of those seats we had always expected was going to be the Manoj Tiwari seat and the Chandni Chowk seat. But it's not turning out to be like that. I think in the last 1 week, and PM actually campaigned in Manoj Tiwari's constituency. The big rally that he held covered his constituency. In the last 1 week, they managed to kind of put it past them. Somnath Bharti is up against Basuri Swaraj in New Delhi constituency. Now trailing. Dipender Hooda is leading. Manohar Lal Khattar is still leading on his seat. Rest of Haryana is not looking very good for
Khattar
them.
may win, but he'll take down the entire party.
Party with him. Naveen Jindal is trailing. Raj Babbar is leading. Dharmendra Pradhan leading. Sambit Patra is leading. He has obviously done a lot of work on ground. Menika Gandhi is
Lord
trailing.
Jagannath has forgiven him, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, that was a slip of tongue.
Yes.
But Menika Gandhi is trailing from Sultanpur. This is also not going to be very good news for the BJP. So just very quickly giving you the overall India results. This is obviously what it looks like. 543 out of 543 leads, 296 for the NDA and 225 for the India Alliance, plus 96 from last time around. These are going to be, Aman, as I hand over to you, and my colleague Avantika also joins us. Big numbers for the India Alliance.
For NDA now, it's up ki bar 300 par. Let us cross 300 first, and as I said, BJP needs to cross 272, and they are hoping for a recovery in the next couple of hours, because so far only a few rounds have been completed. I'm hearing from sources in ECI that about 4 rounds have been done so far, and there are multiple rounds to go. So will there be a change in the mood? Overall, remains to be seen. But it looks tough. It looks tough, and it's a big setback for the NDA so far in this election. They may still. It's expected that they will still form the government because they are in a lead position, but the election has turned out far, far tighter than anybody expected it to. And especially the Congress performance. Congress right now, as per the ECI website, if I tell you, is winning 97 seats on its own. That's a big performance. The BJP is winning about 238 seats on its own so far. So that is also down from 303 last time in a big way. Samajwadi Party winning as many as 34 seats right now as per the leads coming in. That's big for Samajwadi Party. Trinamool Congress at 23 seats. That is also big for them. They're slightly up from last time. They have not lost ground. DMK at 20 seats. TDP at 15 seats. JDU at 15 seats. So all these looks very, very interesting. And if we look at the state-wise figures, especially of the key state of Uttar Pradesh, which has all eyes are on Uttar Pradesh. The India Alliance camp is now leading on as many as 42 seats. So they are doing better than the NDA, which is a big thing for them. And the Congress leading on 8 seats in Uttar Pradesh is phenomenal for the party right now. So as Avantika now joins me to speak on this horror story for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Aman, what a election. I mean, I really wanted to ask you about Uttar Pradesh. What's going on in Uttar Pradesh?
It's a horror story.
Do you think Samajwadi Party is the real player? Do you think that they are the ones really, all that confusion, last minute decisions, candidates being dropped, Akhilesh Yadav coming in, suddenly, making up his mind and throwing his hat in the ring saying that he's going to vote from Kinnaur. What's going on? Aman, it's so interesting. I really have to ask you about UP.
Well, I think, Avantika, when the UP election started, there are a couple of things now if I pick from the ground when I went. Number one, see, the Muslim voter was very, very clear that it wanted to vote this time for the Congress party. This I found in multiple travels that Muslim voter was very clear this is a national election.
Yeah.
We will vote for the Congress party. Win or lose doesn't matter, but we will vote for the Congress this time. What the smart alliance that Samajwadi Party did, I think in this election, Samajwadi Party needed Congress more than what the Congress needed the Samajwadi Party, because Samajwadi Party realized very quickly that if they don't get Congress on board, the Muslim vote is going to get bitterly divided and a majority of it could go to the Congress.
Yeah.
So I think Akhilesh Yadav swallowed his pride. I would say the 2017 experiment which didn't work, after which he had said we'll never ally with the Congress. He took the initiative and the alliance was sealed and they gave Congress as many as 17 seats, which many also thought was too much. Now, if we see the results, the Congress is leading in 8 of those seats. That is huge for the Congress, because the Congress to make a comeback in UP after almost a decade, or more than a decade. Last time, 2009, the Congress had won 21 seats in UP. After that, they had virtually never gone beyond Amethi, Raebareli.
Absolutely.
They are reduced to 1 MLA in the state assembly in the last 2022 election. From 1 MLA in 2022 assembly elections to return to 8 leads in this Lok Sabha election, I think is phenomenal. What else I think has happened in UP, of course, is that there seems to be complete horror. If we can open
Why was Western UP, Western UP, there was a lot of talk about some resistance in the western part of UP, some disgruntlement. I saw there was also, जो कहते हैं कि असंतोष था मगर आक्रोश नहीं है.
वेस्टर्न में तो फिर भी ठीक रहा है अवंतिका. वेस्टर्न में still they are doing well. The horror story is Eastern UP. They are losing big time in Eastern UP. The BJP, they in fact, this is the region that they had not. This is the region where they had not lost even in the. Yeah, here we can open
Maybe we can just see. This is Samajwadi Party. Okay, no. So you were mentioning about the. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can open the states, the UP state.
Yeah, let's go here. This is very interesting. Uttar Pradesh, you're so right, Aman.
It's down there, last. So if you see Avantika, this is the region, Eastern UP, which they had completely swept the last time. Even in 2014, despite the SP, BSP, RLD of course is the Western UP dominant party, but SP, BSP alliance होने के बावजूद, this Purvanchal was swept by them. This time you see this huge dent in Purvanchal, this whole green in the middle.
Look at this.
This has completely gone to SP and Congress this time. So this is a huge dent. Western still, the BJP has not fared that badly. They have swept this belt, and in the middle, the Muslim belt, of course they have lost these seats. Even in 2019, they had lost these Muslim belt seats. But Purvanchal is proving to be a complete disaster, and especially so because Varanasi and Gorakhpur, both the citadels of the BJP are in Eastern UP.
Absolutely.
Still to lose that many number of seats, down 28
seats
from last time, and most of
this
up at
37 seats. Just look at this for the indie bloc.
Nobody expected this. They have overtaken.
I certainly didn't expect it. You've been covering UP for so many years, Aman. Did you ever see this coming? Did you get that
even
from the
Mulayam Singh Yadav has not been able to win that many seats in UP in a Lok Sabha election. What has happened this time? It's an historic performance for Samajwadi Party. I think the alliance has worked beautifully on the ground. The Congress SP alliance has worked beautifully. Also,
I had thought, in fact, the SP had benefited a lot when they were in an alliance with the BSP. I didn't.
That was the reverse. BSP had last time. BSP won 10 seats. This time, so they are zero. They are not winning anything.
Of course.
They are not winning anything. So these areas that we are speaking about, BSP won the seats at BSP and won the last time. The SP is reclaiming them from the BSP this time.
Interesting.
They are getting it back. Plus, they are reclaiming the BJP seats as well. Also, I think what has happened, Avantika, in UP is that I think there seems to be a lack of cohesion when it comes to the BJP leadership there.
And why do you say that?
Well, there has
a
been
very
this
important point
perception
you
that,
made.
the Yogi Adityanath and the central leadership of the BJP are not on the same page on many
Yes.
things.
Yes.
Candidate selections were not properly, some people wanted somebody else to fight, somebody else was finally given the ticket. There have been a lot of discussions and
Yes.
hushed tones in the power corridors of Lucknow that there is a lot of back and forth on many things.
Yeah.
I think it is reflecting in the results. And even this performance, I feel, which has happened, if BJP is still winning 36, is purely due to the Modi factor. Otherwise, it could have even dipped even
But then
further.
there was all this, Modi ka kaam, Modi ka naam, Yogi ka kaam, Yogi ka shasan, Modi ka jo hai charisma, all that was there on the ground.
Well, that is there. That is still there, I would say. It's not that people don't appreciate the work done by Modi or the law and order situation work done by Yogi. But at the end of the day, we have to remember that UP is a deeply caste-driven state.
Sure, yes.
This caste is
Yes.
very, very important. And when
they capitalized on this.
They
right?
capitalized
They
on
saw
it, and this caste issue, I think, this feeling I have when I travel to UP now, at least in the last couple of years, that this whole Thakur dominance in UP, that the chief minister is a Thakur, then there is essentially Thakur dominance is something that is being resisted very strongly now from deep down, from the OBCs, from the Yadavs, of course, from the Muslims, of course, but also a section of the OBC population does not like this Thakurwad domination. And if BJP has slipped in UP, it is also because maybe some of their OBC population vote bank, which has completely backed the BJP in last election, has, I think, slipped a bit due to this whole Thakurwad dominance. And this is something that the central BJP leadership has been cognizant of. That, and that is maybe the reason why there have been lack of this cohesion on the ground when it came to the campaign. But
Does this take you by surprise still? I mean,
it takes me by surprise. I didn't expect this. I did think that they would be around 60. Around the 60 mark, they will lose maybe 3-4 seats, and they'll be around. They will remember at 66.
Yeah.
They had won 64 in 2019,
Yes.
and then they won the Azamgarh and Rampur Lok Sabha by-polls as well. So
Yes.
NDA effectively was at 66 seats in UP. To drop from 66 to 44, a 22, like a 30% loss is.
And it's almost 11 now, Aman.
It's almost 11, and these leads are now.
11.
They have dropped. I'm sorry, they have dropped to 35.
35. 35. Yeah.
They've dropped to 35. It's like a half loss.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, because this is just arousing my curiosity. There was all this talk ki Arvind Kejriwal and Akhilesh Yadav, when they addressed that presser, ki dekh lena ki 2 mahine, matlab 2 hafton ki once the results are declared, Yogi is going to be shown the door. Now, do you think there was some truth to all of those statements? I mean, you have Akhilesh Yadav coming out there holding this press conference. It's not something that they will say it in jest or something. They'll just say it very lightly. Was there some truth?
Truth or not, I don't know. Like, maybe, see, there was a chatter in the corridors. Of course, that's what I was saying earlier, that there's a hushed tone corridor that talks that, Yogi is like not coming in that mold which, he should be. And remember that I was told by some of the Yogi's close people that the central BJP leadership never denied that comment which was made by Kejriwal, that he will not be removed.
That's an
The other part which he had said that after 75 Mr. Modi will no longer be the PM was
yes.
immediately countered by senior BJP leaders. But the point that Yogi will be removed or not was not addressed by the BJP. So this is the grouse which I think some in the Yogi camp also had from the central BJP leadership, and there was a tussle. There is no doubt about it. On many seats, there were differences between the state leadership and the national leadership on who should be the candidate. There was anti-incumbency also against many MPs in UP. Maybe they could have been changed. Why they were not changed, it's a matter of debate. But I think this performance, and this is the Vantika erosion of some very hard work done by the BJP in UP. You remember in 2009 election, they had won 10 Lok Sabha seats only. From 10, they came to 73 in 2014.
Yeah.
Mr. Modi was declared the prime ministerial face. He put Amit Shah as in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Amit Shah camped in Lucknow and got to that figure of 73. Even despite the SP, BSP, RLD alliance in 2019, they minimized their losses to only 64.
64, yeah.
But now to drop from 64 and plus to 66 to 36, almost half of that figure. This is a horror story for the BJP in UP. This, I'm sure, will lead to some repercussions.
And I just want to take you through quickly, very quickly through to Haryana.
Yeah, the second horror story for the BJP.
For the BJP, which, there were rumors doing the rounds. There was a lot of talk that Haryana just might not be what it used to be for the BJP. But does this surprise you? Okay, it's gone down as I speak.
See,
3 for the
Haryana,
BJP,
one thing I would
7.
tell you, Haryana, so I had gone and met Dipender Hooda at that time. Devinder must be winning big from his seat. I think that's number 7 is Rohtak. So he must
Oh
be.
yes, he is.
He's winning
he
big.
is,
He's winning
he
big.
is.
Yeah. The only seat BJP
I
has
think
been by
this
Andargarh.
guy is trailing, if I'm not mistaken, Naveen Jindal.
Naveen Jindal must be trailing, I think. Yeah.
The last that I checked, he...
Just see the 6th ke upar one. This one must be the Naveen Jindal seat. No, this is Khattar seat. This is Khattar seat. Khattar is winning. Khattar is winning, but it's taking down the entire party in Haryana. See, the point in Haryana is that there's been deep anti-incumbency against Manohar Lal Khattar. Even in the last election, BJP had dropped to 40. It was only because of JJP support they could form the government. BJP did well, I think, to remove Khattar. Otherwise, it would have been 10-0. So it is still better that they removed him. They have still, if they're able to win 2 to 3 seats, and Haryana Assembly election is just around the corner.
Exactly.
In another 3 months. The Congress has its house in order in Haryana now because Bhupinder Hooda has been the in charge.
he's been doing a lot of work.
See, in the last election also, Avantika, 1918 election, 19 election.
He didn't win at that time.
What happened in 2019 that Congress gave the charge of the campaign, made Bhupinder Hooda the chief of the campaign only just 2 months ahead of the elections. They had left it too late, and there was this constant fight between the Kumari Selja camp and the Bhupinder Singh Hooda camp.
Oh, yes,
This time,
yeah.
soon after that results in 2021 itself, Bhupinder Hooda has been made the in charge of the party. The state president is also Mr. Bhupinder Hooda's man, Udayban Chaudhary. So in a way, the party is now totally in the hands of Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda and Dipender Hooda. So Kumari Selja has been reduced to the margin. She's fighting from Sirsa. That's fine. But the party is charged. So there's that confusion has been removed. That tussle has been removed. That is the result.
And that's
which is
why
showing.
we are seeing.
That is why we are seeing this. Dipender will win big from Rohtak. They will win other seats also. And Dipender had told me that we will win all 10 seats and our tally will be much more than what the BJP wins.
And JJP has not opened their...
JJP is finished. JJP is over because
So they could only survive because of the alliance with the BJP.
and farmer anger. Farmer anger is totally against Jat anger is towards JJP.
Yeah.
See, Jat politics is now back in Haryana. BJP had tried this non-Jat politics in Haryana by putting Manohar Lal as the CM.
As the CM.
Now the Jat is reasserting their dominance in Haryana. They are coming back and saying we want our own Jat chief minister in Dipender Hooda or Bhupinder Hooda, whoever they choose out of the two in the assembly elections if the Congress wins. And this is showing in this result. I will not be surprised if it's 8-1 or 9-1 also. 8-2 or 9-1 ultimately at the end of the day because
8-1.
8-2 भी हो सकता है, 9-1 भी हो सकता है.
है.
Decimation है because Haryana was always, they knew it. See, Haryana also, BJP only had a chance if it had become a national election. National issue election. It had, I think Haryana was totally a state issue election this time. And the state issue was this solely that the government is, Haryana government may fall for all you know after this election.
Yeah,
no?
I mean,
it
pretty
may be
much.
immediate snap polls could
just
happen.
come as the chief minister. He maybe just asked to, everything might change.
So they had brought an OBC chief minister.
Yes.
Nothing has worked. You know,
Nothing
Nayab
has
Singh Saini comes from Kurukshetra.
Kurukshetra.
If they're losing Kurukshetra also, Naveen Jindal losing, that means the CM seat also
I just want to
they're
quickly
losing.
take a look at the key candidates. Manohar Lal Khattar, Dipender Hooda, he's leading. Yeah, like you rightly said. What about Menaka Gandhi? I was quite... okay, so I just saw Naveen Jindal trailing.
Naveen Jindal is trailing.
He's trailing. Raj Babbar is leading. Dharmendra Pradhan leading. Sambit Patra is leading. I think also Odisha is a very big state. You know, when I was just there at the LRH, I was just monitoring. Everything was going the BJP wave. The wind was clearly in the BJP
Odisha is
favor.
at least a positive story for
Very positive story.
Odisha
for
and Telangana. There are the two states I think which they are gaining.
True.
These are the BJP is winning 18 seats right now out of 21 in Odisha.
Not bad.
Not
What-
bad at all.
What about Tamil Nadu? There was so much effort, so much energy, so much resources, money, everything. The Prime Minister himself going there.
See, I think,
don't think so.
Avantika,
It really has translated.
Tamil Nadu,
to-
Kerala, I see BJP's didn't have, you know, obviously they
I
made-
understand.
publicly they were saying they will win, but they also, the main aim there is to consolidate, get better vote share, maybe win one seat, get entry, make their debut. Kerala, they won one seat earlier. Tamil Nadu, they never won a seat.
They haven't won.
So
yeah.
they want to win at least
Thrissur
one
was
seat.
looking promising. I don't know if Thrissur was there just now. Okay, Bihar. Rohini Acharya is also trailing all of this. Very interesting. How about Delhi? Wow, Delhi is looking good for the BJP.
Delhi is
looking good for BJP. Himachal Pradesh is looking good for BJP. At least the last time I checked, I saw a lot of saffron color
Delhi
there.
BJP is winning all 7 seats as of now.
So
as per ECI.
that's interesting. I think that whole idea of dropping those candidates
That's
and
worked.
except that has worked for. So which are the states, Aman? Which are the states you think that is really going to help the BJP get a respectable number? I mean, I know it was 400 par and all of that. It's already 11 o'clock. I don't think so. We are getting.
No, we
there
can
to
forget
that
about
number.
400 par.
No, I don't want to.
400 par
it's
can be
probably too
forgotten
premature.
conveniently.
But
Now it's
still, which
300
are the
par.
states you think? Madhya Pradesh?
Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, they have held on. Madhya Pradesh, they've held on as far as I can see. Bihar is not that bad for them. Bihar, only a loss of some seats, not totally bad. Maharashtra is there, of course, there's a
You're
loss.
saying Bihar is, the alliance has worked? Mr. Nitish Kumar coming and, it's
Bihar, they're
done.
at about
29.
29, so not that
27,
bad.
not bad.
39 से 29 हो गया है, 10 सीट कम है वहाँ भी, but at least full wipe out नहीं हो रहा है, जैसे मतलब यूपी जितना loss नहीं हो रहा है, so still it's better. I think Gujarat, they are still holding on to their
Madhya Pradesh. I want you
Madhya
to tell me
Pradesh
about
also.
Madhya Pradesh. 23 seats. They're leading in 23 seats.
That's also
which
a loss.
is not bad.
That
But
last
that's a
time
loss?
that last time they had 28 out of 29 in Madhya Pradesh also.
Okay,
So they're dropping some seats. They're dropping seats everywhere except Odisha and Telangana, where they're picking seats. In every other state, BJP is losing something or the other. So see, at the end of the day, one thing, if you see the larger picture, if you look at the larger picture, if BJP what the BJP will say at the end of the day, if they don't get 272, if they are forming the government only with NDA, 300, 290, they will say that, look, this is our third term in office. No government in the past, no prime minister has been able to do 3 terms except Jawaharlal Nehru, who also had no opposition.
Yeah.
We are coming to par for a third term, okay, with lesser numbers, but we were pitted against the entire opposition coming together against us. It was virtually us versus all. So even then, if we are able to form a government, at least a full majority NDA government, with BJP maybe slightly short of, they still are very hopeful. I must tell you, I was speaking to some BJP leader, they said we will cross 272 by 4 p.m, 5 p.m. You will see eventually that we will cross it. They are hoping that. So even if they are about 270, 262, they will say, look, we are still forming the government.
Sure,
okay.
they are.
Our numbers,
They are.
and because you know, when it was 282, BJP got in 2014, हमने बोला था मोदी का आंधी है.
हाँ,
तो
पर वो तो नहीं है ना.
मोदी का आंधी नहीं है.
It is.
थोड़ा ड्रिप हुआ है.
It will. Do you think it will be a bit of an embarrassment there? I mean, all that talk of 400 par. I mean, I know that there were leaders. You heard all those big ministers saying 80 on 80. Nobody will even think beyond that. Nobody even thought that, you know, they could probably get lesser numbers in Uttar Pradesh. Everyone said the same thing. All the big political leaders in Uttar Pradesh said the same thing. We're not even close to 80 in Uttar Pradesh. So don't you think that will be some loss of face for the BJP?
There is definitely. If BJP is not getting 272 on its own, it will be embarrassing. It is embarrassing because Mr. Modi has always taken pride. You see most of his speeches. He says, I run a full majority, stable, strong government. I am not dependent on coalition partners. I don't look at a coalition partner before taking a big decision. I have been able to take big decisions because of that. So if BJP is not getting 272 on its own, then who is it depending on?
Who is it depending?
Chandrababu Naidu. You know, the biggest ally, I think in the NDA camp would be Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish Kumar. You know, people who have in the past separated from the BJP, you know, left the BJP. Chandrababu Naidu has come back after a long time. Nitish Kumar, you never know where he's going to be next. So he's going here.
I mean,
and
if he gets a great number of seats, you never know, he just might change his mind.
So if we see, if I was just seeing that, in fact, who are the biggest allies of the BJP? If you look at Bihar, the JDU is winning 15 seats right now, and it is winning more seats than the BJP. BJP is winning 11 seats out of 17 it contested. JDU is winning 15 out of 16. So JDU becomes a big player now if it's winning 15 seats because it's the major constituent. And let me go to Andhra for that matter.
And there was all this talk that, okay, JDU just might lose in those seats where they're pitted against RJD.
Exactly.
That was all that talk, but they have obviously proved everyone wrong.
The biggest ally in the NDA after BJP will be TDP.
Yeah.
Chandrababu Naidu with 16 seats and Nitish Kumar with 15 seats. 16 plus 15, 31. So the majority mark will be crossed with the help of TDP and JDU, who have just joined the BJP.
And not solely on the might of the BJP, right?
Not solely, and who just joined the BJP a few months back. If they were not there, if Nitish Kumar had not jumped ship to the BJP and Chandrababu Naidu had not joined the NDA before the Andhra Pradesh elections, anything could have happened. So these are two allies. I must just say the things are a bit rocky because these two allies have a history of separating from the BJP and then coming back. They are not fair weather allies of the BJP.
True.
So now you are dependent in a big way for 30 big seats when you don't have a majority of your own on two key allies. So that is something that
this is Bihar, Aman, that we have 34 seats.
Bihar is still okay because
34 are decent. I mean,
the problem is that the 5 seats they're losing are all of BJP. Mostly of BJP, not of the JDU.
And you have Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, who just might emerge as the kingmaker. Which are the states that you are closely tracking? Which state do you think is something that, you know, is going to be catching a lot of attention.
I think
Maharashtra, what's happening in Maharashtra? Another
Maharashtra
very
is where
complicated
NDA has
state.
dropped seats, 41 to 25 they have become. So that's also a big shocker for them. They were not they were expecting that they will win about 30. So they are a bit down there. You know, these all middle areas they have lost the seats in
These
Maharashtra
ones.
as well. Yes, this is a big even in the east they have lost seats this time. So obviously this shows that, you know, public sympathy was with Uddhav, and you know what has happened in Maharashtra. Maybe it has.
But I never saw that coming. In fact, you know, with the public sympathy thing, because you had Ajit Pawar also taking that decision all of a sudden and joining hands with the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and then you had the BJP, then you had all that, you know, the anger coming out from the Mahavikas Aghadi, Mr.
Yeah.
Sanjay Nirupam, so upset with the Congress. So I didn't really see that sympathy coming in for Uddhav Thackeray. Did you foresee this happening, that he milked on that whole sentiment ki we are the true, you know, torchbearers of the Shiv Sena, we are the ones who will carry forward the legacy, we are the heirs, the true blood of Balasaheb Thackeray. Do you think they played on that?
They won 10 seats. They are winning 10 seats. Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena, UBT is winning 10 seats. NCP of Sharad Pawar is winning 8 seats. So it seems that 18 seats, they are enjoying the public sympathy. It seems they have done well. The BJP is just winning 11 and Uddhav Thackeray is winning 10 seats in Maharashtra.
Wow.
So that shows that, you know, the opposition alliance is done well. Congress is winning 11 seats.
So in totality, you're saying that the opposition this time is really coming out in a very strong way.
Yeah, the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde is winning 6 seats. Ajit Pawar is not winning a single seat as of now.
And I was just saying, Kangana Ranaut is leading. Interesting. Vikramaditya Singh is trailing. Do you think here it's because of his name coming up at the last minute? His mother was, in fact,
Pratibha
someone who was
Singh.
extremely popular, Pratibha Singh.
Pratibha may have defeated Kangana, I've heard.
I completely agree with you. It's also because of, you know, the kind of person she is. She enjoys a lot of goodwill.
Yeah.
And there was also all these rumors about this fallout between mother and son and things not being very pleasant out there. So it's interesting. Kangana Ranaut leading. Mehbooba Mufti. Aman, your thoughts on Jammu and Kashmir? She's trailing, and the last I checked is that the NC, the National Conference, is doing really well from the Anantnag Rajouri seat.
NC was expected to do well overall also in JNK. So I think that has been the...
2 seats they've done really well in BJP. I think it's Udhampur.
BJP is winning 2.
Two seats.
The 2 Jammu seats they are winning. And National Conference is winning on 2. And 1 seat is the independent. That is, I think, the one which we're talking about.
And what about Punjab? Very interesting. Harsimrat Kaur Badal, she's leading.
Yeah, AAP is expected to win. Congress is doing well.
Congress is doing really
Harsimrat
well.
Badal, I think Akali Dal will only win 1 seat. That is the Patinda seat of Harsimrat. She's a 2-time MP. And she's expected to win in Punjab. If I open up Punjab figures here, Punjab is looking at...
Congress?
Congress is doing well.
Congress is doing well.
Yeah, Congress won 8 seats last time, Avantika. In Punjab, this time they are at 7. So they seem down 1 seat. AAP is winning 3 seats. They are up from 1 to 3. Akali Dal is winning 1. BJP is winning none in Punjab. That is
Do you think that had they got into an alliance with the Shiromani Akali Dal, probably it would have bettered their fortunes?
They could have certainly done better, because traditionally Akali Dal and BJP worked in Punjab like the Akali Dal was always strong in rural Punjab and BJP was strong in urban seats.
Yeah.
And that is how they used to win 3 to 4 seats, 5 seats every time. This time, because they had separated. So Akali Dal was struggling in urban areas, BJP was struggling in rural areas. And I think that has costed the BJP, and Akali is also...
You spent so much time in Punjab. What was the reason of the fallout? Why didn't they not get into an alliance?
Farmer protests, because Akali Dal didn't want to associate with BJP, which was facing farmer protests. Akali Dal's core vote bank is farmer community in rural villages, in rural areas of Punjab. They couldn't. The biggest story, I think, from Punjab is Amritpal Singh winning from Khandur.
I know.
Amritpal Singh.
I saw that.
Amritpal Singh right now, Avantika, as per EC, is leading by 64,000 votes. He's surely winning from Khandur Sahib. Huge thing. That's
Isn't
huge.
he, I don't know if I'm wrong, but isn't he like an advocate for the Khalistan
Yes,
cause
of course.
and all that?
He's
a very
gone from jail.
controversial,
He's winning from jail.
person. Can you
He's in
imagine?
Dibrugarh jail in Assam on sedition charges, charges of dividing the country, charges
My
of
God.
trying to launch an armed struggle in Punjab, and he's winning. That shows that, you know, that Khalistan sentiment at least exists in parts of Punjab. He's winning by 64,000 votes, leading by 64,000 votes right now.
You know,
Huge
I want to
story.
pick this comment, and I find this very interesting, that there is a need for a strong opposition. India Alliance should get some seats for the government to perform its duties. And that's something also that has resonated across, that there is a need. Even the Prime Minister, in fact, had said that he misses a strong opposition. I don't know how much does he really mean
Yeah,
it.
now he won't. Now I think
Now I
nobody is
think
missing
he's
a strong
probably
opposition.
want to take back those words. But these kind of comments coming in that there is a need, that the country has to see a stronger opposition. Ma'am, with the anticipated victory of BJP in the elections, what do you think Prime Minister Modi's first plan of action will be for the people of India? That is, if that numbers.
If
those
that number, I
numbers
will
come.
hold on till the evening. See, I'm sure that BJP will form the government. The NDA will
Yeah, of
form the
course.
government.
Yeah.
That is going to happen. Only that it will be now, I would say, some sort of a UPA 2 situation where you're dependent on 2-3 key allies. For, remember, this is the government with passed Article 370 with a brute majority in Parliament in both the houses.
True.
And now you'll have to be dependent on a Chandrababu Naidu and a Nitish Kumar, whom you don't know where they will turn tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
to take key decisions. So I think the USP of the Modi government has always been that we take strong decisions because we are a full majority stable government. We don't look here and there when we have to take a decision. Now that position gets a bit weakened. Has weakened.
Yeah.
And ultimately, if they are, as I said, now the figure to watch is BJP crossing 272 on its own or not. That is the key figure to watch. Right now, they are at 237.
237?
As per
The
EC,
BJP?
BJP is at 237 right now. Congress is at 96. SP is at 34. Trinamool is at 30. So Bengal also is a bad
West
story for the
Bengal,
BJP.
yes.
We should open West Bengal. West Bengal is a bad story for the BJP.
Of course, this one.
They had won 18 seats the last time, and now they are dropping to
My God,
only
West
about
Bengal
12.
is a very interesting state as well. Just so much has been happening there.
At
Look
10.
at it. My God.
They're now dropping
Look at
from
this.
18 to 10, loss of
Wow.
8 seats. This is the state where BJP was talking about officially touching 25. They are down even further.
Now,
Huge.
what went wrong for the BJP here? There was again so much work that was put in. Sandesh Khali happened. I mean, when I thought that
It shows that it was never an issue on the ground. It seems like that. I think some people have even told me that Rekha Patra was perhaps not a good candidate from Basirhat. Maybe she will. I don't know if she's winning or losing. I think she must be trailing. I'm sure from Basirhat, the seat she was given to.
Anupriya Patel is trailing. That's a big loss.
Yeah, UP the alliance is a
That's
loss.
shocking. She's such a strong candidate. She's someone who has been.
She's
an
also
MP for
facing
such a
strong
long
anti-incumbency in Mirzapur.
So, do you think that, Aman, that all, the candidates who have spent a lot of time are, which means that you do accept that anti-incumbency has come in?
Yeah, anti-incumbency has
On the
crept in.
ground.
UP also 7 years government, 7.5 years government. Anti-incumbency is being faced by the BJP there, and UP has always been traditionally a state. Avantika, you know it more than me, that always changes governments every 5 years.
That
it's
is
SP,
true.
BSP. So BJP repeated a government last time. That was also a very big deal.
Very big
But I think in Lok Sabha they are paying the price for that anti-incumbency.
There was a bit of a scare here. Initially,
I think Mr. Modi will
in the
win.
morning, I mean, Aman, when I was there at the live result hub, I had to check twice. And I thought, okay, let me just check my eyes once if I'm seeing the right place. But thankfully, those numbers have. What are the numbers now? He's leading by how much?
I'm just checking.
Because he was trailing in the morning, right in the morning when the EVM counting had begun. Good news for Ravi Kishan also, a very colourful character. He's leading from Gorakhpur. He's also someone who's quite popular. He enjoys a lot of love from the people.
So in UP, Kairana Pradeep Kumar is leading against Ikra Hassan. Arun Govil is leading.
Oh, you interviewed Ikra Hassan. I
Ikra
thought she's
Hassan.
very promising. Very
But
promising
right now
girl.
she's about 8,000 vote, so it's still tight. Meerut Arun Govil is clearly winning with 42,000
He's
vote
winning.
margin.
Okay, the last I checked, he was trailing.
Arun
So
Govil
that's
is winning.
interesting.
Atul Garg is winning from Ghaziabad, 55,000 margin. Mahesh Sharma is ahead by 1.7 lakh votes from Noida, so he's surely winning. Bulandshahr, Hathras, Mathura, Hema Malini is winning. She's up by 1.22 lakh votes margin.
Hema Malini?
Hema Malini is winning from
The
Mathura.
dream girl has surely spread
She
her
has,
magic across
she's managed
the
to win
constituency.
where many have lost. The big guns are losing in UP, but Pilibhit Jitin Prasad is ahead. Varanasi.
So he was trailing, so that's good news for him because that's a big. What about Menaka Gandhi?
Varanasi, Mr. Modi is leading by 60,000 votes now.
Okay.
And Menaka Gandhi, Sultanpur, she's trailing. Sultanpur is trailing.
Now, why do you think that is happening? Again, do you think it's anti-incumbency? Do you think,
Anti-incumbency,
again, boredom, fatigue, all these
Son
factors?
didn't get a ticket, seen as maybe not on the same page on the BJP with many things maybe. I think anti-incumbency is a major factor in UP right now. As I said, multiple time MPs have faced it. We've seen multiple time many
What
other.
about Amethi and Raebareli?
Amethi and Raebareli right now.
The last I checked, Rahul Gandhi was leading and Smriti Irani was trailing. Now, I don't know what are the updated figures.
Amethi Kishori Lal is leading by 37,000
Can you
votes.
imagine that?
Smriti
Are you
Irani is
surprised by
trailing.
this, Aman?
I am a bit surprised by this. The Amethi result, I thought Smriti Irani would be able to pull through, especially after Rahul didn't contest from there. But if Smriti is losing, seems that the Congress SP alliance has worked well on the ground in Amethi. Raebareli, Rahul is leading by almost 1 lakh votes, so he's surely winning that seat. Amethi 37,000 vote margin. Kishori Lal is leading right now, so that is also going to be a key. Imran Masood is leading from Saharanpur for the Congress. Danish Ali is leading for the Congress from Amroha.
What about Sanjeev Balia, Satish Gautam, all these candidates?
Congress is leading right now in 8 seats in UP. Samajwadi Party, Muzaffarnagar, Sanjeev Balyan is trailing by 21,000 votes.
Sanjeev Balyan is trailing. That's interesting.
Harinder Singh Malik of the SP is leading. Muradabad SP is winning. Rampur SP is winning. Sambhal SP is winning. These are the Muslim dominated seats. Aligarh, there's a tight fight which is still on. Mainpuri, Dimple Yadav is winning.
Okay, I want to ask you here, Amanji, you know, you have so much experience as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned. Where do you think they have gained in these elections? Do you think it's the strategic thought behind placing the right candidates? It was not a lot of emphasis on the Yadavs. There was a lot of candidates. The OBCs were given a lot of prominence.
Yeah.
Do you think that Akhilesh Yadav, probably all of that has worked, his strategic placement of candidates this time around? I know there was a lot of hustle when he was dropping candidates and he was just re-electing Mr. Jayant Chaudhary taking a swipe at him and saying that he's so indecisive and all of that. But do you think that has worked in his favor?
Well, I think SP's, I would say SP's,
What is SP's winning
SP's candidate selection has been far better than BJP's. That is clearly showing in these results now that they have done a better candidate selection. I think the key turning point for the SP in this election was Akhilesh Yadav deciding to fight from Kannauj himself. That was, I think, a major move. They had announced Tej Pratap from that seat, and then Akhilesh Yadav changed that decision and came in himself. I think that rejuvenated the SP cadre. They saw Akhilesh Yadav back in the fight, and Akhilesh Yadav, I remember the last, when he won assembly election from Karhal, had said, I want to be in the state assembly, I want to challenge.
And that's what he has always
Yogi
been very
Adityanath.
clear about. So what motivated him to...
I think he realized that, maybe his candidature will act as a fillip to the party's chances.
Okay.
And that has shown the entire Yadav belt. They're winning. Most of the SP family candidates are also winning in this election. So that seems to be...
all of them. In fact, most of them.
All of them
How
are...
do I get to Dimple Yadav and his two brothers, his two, the two nephews who are also contesting.
Ram Gopal's son, I think, is ahead. And so is Shivpal Yadav's son is also seems to be ahead from...
But it's also interesting how they've been able to put all the family drama behind them, all the bitterness behind them, and both, Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal son, both of their sons getting these tickets. So Akhilesh seems to be this unifying force, it seems. He's like, okay, fine, let's just keep our grievances behind. Let's wait for the assembly
jury
election.
on that and what really happened. But they have had a testy relationship. I think
there's an open family feud that was out there for everyone to see. Which other state, Aman, would you think that, I'm very curious about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is one state...
NDA is only winning one. They may open their account in one of those seats. I don't know which one is that seat, which Tamil Nadu they are showing to be BJP to be ahead.
Tamil Nadu is DMK all the way, right?
DMK all the way,
They've always...
DMK in Congress, they are 37. They are winning the only one seat they are losing is what the NDA seems to be gaining from them.
So isn't this good news then? With them winning this one seat?
They were expecting... they'll open their account. That way it's at least... they wanted to open their account in Tamil Nadu. They didn't have any other big, hopes there. As per the EC, in fact, they're winning nothing so far. I think that one seat may be an ally seat, I feel, which they may be winning. It may not be the BJP. It may be maybe one of the allies.
And what about Kerala? Kerala is also an interesting one. Kerala, okay. So you have UDF again here. 15.
UDF again doing well. UDF is doing well. LDF is same. I think a bit better than last time. It's the same. Looks the same. NDA won the Thrissur seat. NDA has a chance. BJP has a chance to win.
Mr. Suresh, right?
Yeah, now it's two. Kanyakumari as well.
Yeah.
Kanyakumari
Okay.
as well.
So, which is not bad.
Which is not bad.
finally opened. So at least they can take some reassurance from the fact that they've
Yeah.
been hopeful. They were hoping to open their account in the southern bastion. They worked so hard to kind of breach the southern fortress, and
Yeah.
they've managed to do that. One seat in Tamil Nadu, one seat in Kerala. So at least they could take some solace from there. I also wanted to ask you about, you were mentioning about Gaurav Gogoi. He's leading now, so which is Smriti Irani. This is something which is really surprising me. You also think here that anti-incumbency had a hand to do with it, or is it just because of the Gandhi family and people out there in Amethi realized that they probably made a wrong decision by
I was
voting
telling
her
that
to power?
Shivani earlier that when I first went to Amethi, this was before Rahul Gandhi's candidature. Speaking to some people were like missing that VIP tag of the constituency. They were like, जब तक राहुल थे, तब तक हमारी constituency was very important for the VIP constituency.
Oh, that's interesting.
We have an old connection, so they were missing कि भैया को हरा दिया. तो वो मतलब शायद ठीक नहीं हुआ. अभी दोबारा लड़ेंगे तो जिता देंगे. So I sense that if Rahul would have contested, he would have surely given a very, very tough fight to Smriti Irani. But once Rahul did not contest, then it seemed to everybody that people were dejected, angry with Rahul for not contesting. From then it seemed to walk over for Smriti, but clearly that not happened. The voter seems to be much, much wiser. And I think they realize that Kishori Lal Sharma is essentially a family,
Browns person
a Gandhi
also.
person.
He spent a lot of time there. He's a family guy. And
And also
creditable.
because there was this whole thing about Priyanka camping there and campaigning for him and saying that very much we are with him. I think that has worked for the Congress. Also the to win Amethi, Avantika, you also need a lot of SP support. Samajwadi Party support is very, very essential. There are a lot of Yadavs in that seat.
Okay.
So I think Samajwadi Party support seems to be more coordinated for the Congress this time because they had a proper official alliance. Earlier also Samajwadi Party never put up candidates in Amethi and Raebareli. But it was not a case of Samajwadi Party then going out of the way to help
So
the
then what
Congress.
happened in 2019?
So then also
the
there was no
BJP?
formal alliance.
There was no alliance.
There was no alliance, but SP did not put up a candidate in Amethi and Raebareli. This time I think the difference was because they were in an alliance. Samajwadi Party put an official effort behind the seats in Amethi and Raebareli. So maybe their cadre actually worked for the Congress. That may have helped the result that we are seeing, which is happening. And Smriti is trailing by a fair margin now. So I don't know if the
And what if he wins? What if he wins Raebareli, which he is? I mean, he is in the lead, good lead. And I don't know how's the status in Wayanad if suppose he wins from
They're winning
Wayanad.
both. They're winning.
So
Rahul
they're
is
winning
winning
both. So what happens in that scenario? Obviously, he can't hold both the constituencies.
He'll
He'll
have
have
to
to
leave
drop one. So what are you hearing from your sources? What happens then?
well, it's anybody's guess. I think my bet is that he will not leave Wayanad because Wayanad,
and why is that so?
Kerala now goes to elections very soon, state elections. If they give the Wayanad, that means send a wrong signal for the Congress in Kerala, where they've also won big in the.
They've done well.
They've done well.
They've
So
done
maybe
well.
he will. Maybe Priyanka, we could see Priyanka Gandhi's debut from Raebareli in a bypoll.
So, I mean, I want to understand from you, and I've been hearing a lot of this, that we might see her debut. In what capacity? Like, what will she do?
She'll contest the seat. She'll contest
the seat.
the Raebareli seat if Rahul vacates it. Because it will remain in the family and she may easily win it also because Rahul is winning Raebareli. So they may just say that Rahul wants to retain Wayanad and Priyanka will be taking over this seat. So I think that is more likely to happen and in my understanding. But let's see what happens. Abhi, there's a long day to go.
I know, it is so interesting. Really, Aman, thank you so much. And it's been a real pleasure. I just want to take our viewers through all of these VVIP candidates. We have Mr. A. Raja, who is leading Annamalai. I mean, the BJP, he is the BJP's poster boy. He's someone that has been leading all the campaigns. He's someone who is very sure of a big win from Tamil Nadu, and he is trailing. So that's a big one coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. Kanimodi, she is leading, interestingly, and then you have Miss Tamilisai Soundarajan, very interesting, a BJP candidate there. She is trailing, a very aggressive candidate from the BJP. She's been, in fact, taking on the opposition, the AIADMK. This is the first time that the AIADMK and the BJP also are opponents in 5 years. For the first time, we are seeing both of them not fighting as alliance partners. Jiten Prasad, interesting. He, in fact, replaced Varun Gandhi, a very important candidate, and he is now leading from Pilibhit. My colleague Payal is also joining us. She, in fact, covers the BJP so closely. Payal, such a pleasure to have you. Such an interesting election. No one would have predicted what's happening. I mean, I was just talking to Aman, about Uttar Pradesh, I just want to take you to Uttar Pradesh because that's the main,
Quite a shocker
very
of a
important
number.
shocker. Look at this, 39, a loss of 25 seats. What's your assessment? What do you think has gone wrong here?
Probably multiple things which have probably gone wrong because we're still waiting for the final results
Sure.
to come. But you know, that whole leadership thing over there, there's a message within the BJP cadre over there that probably Yogi Adityanath will be replaced. That is also been supported by Arvind Kejriwal, who made the same point. And the fact that he did not have too much of a say in the tickets is what also people very close to him have been saying. But you know, what a resurgence for Akhilesh Yadav. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav didn't do that well in the last election. But this time around, he's changed the number of tickets. He's changed about 4 to 5, or in fact more than 10 candidates. But he's given good candidates. He's contesting himself. His wife is contesting, the one that you had interviewed as well.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what the final results
So
really are. But
do you think, Payal, that the Samajwadi Party magic has worked this time around? You know, the alliance with the Congress Party was a very strategic one, which is now working in their favor?
yes, the alliance seems to be working, and Akhilesh Yadav has stuck to the campaign throughout. You know, he's not been absent in any way. He's been leading the Samajwadi Party. You know, many people would have thought that probably does not have the aura or the magic like Netaji had, but he's taken the reins into his own hands, and he's probably put his wife into contest. He's contesting himself. That also sends a very strong message to the party cadre. Of course, family members are also contesting from the same very seat as well. So you have you know, quite a few people from the same
The
family.
entire
Yes, the
family.
entire
You have Ram Gopal Yadav's son, you have Shivpal Yadav's son, you have his wife Dimple Yadav, you have himself who's contesting from Kannauj as well. It's a whole family bastion.
Absolutely.
And they're doing well for themselves.
Absolutely.
So it's good news. But what went wrong for the BJP? I mean, you know, UP traditionally has been BJP's bastion as well. There's been so much effort. Amit Shah, in fact, has worked so much as far as the organizational structure of the state is concerned. Where do you think it's only because of this disconnect between the between Lucknow and Delhi that perhaps...
That could be one of the reasons. The second reason is that, you know, when they had people like Jayant Chaudhary come in, who was defeated by the BJP candidate on 2 occasions, what does he bring? Because the Jats, in any case, have traditionally not voted in the BJP's favor. So even if in Rajasthan, Avantika, if the BJP was able to win that state, you know, in the recent elections, 17 seats out of that assembly seats were won by the opposition because the Jats chose not to, you know, favor the
And
BJP.
you're right. Speaking of Rajasthan, they're neck and neck. India Alliance 12 and BJP 13. So it's pretty close here as well.
Well, absolutely. The Churu candidate who in fact moved from the BJP to the Congress is slated to win. You know, Rahul Kaswan is going to win from that particular seat. He wanted that seat, but he was dropped as a candidate, after which he went on to join the Congress party. Similarly, the story of the Birendra Chaudhary family. You know, they also went on to join the Congress party because they understood, A, the Jat sentiments was against them. And, you know, in Birendra Chaudhary and his son basically did not want the alliance to go on with Dushyant Chautala. But, you know, that alliance anyways broke. But, you know, before that, he had already joined the Congress.
But, you know, now that you mentioned about Dushyant Chautala, Haryana is turning out to be so interesting. Payal, just take a look at the numbers here. You have 6 and 4. And JJP, as I was talking to Aman, is over. I think it's done. They were pretty much in existence because of that alliance with the BJP. And then, of course, you had that fallout. And you had Dushyant extremely upset. You spent a lot of time as well in Haryana as well. What is your assessment? Why do you think things are going in India Alliance's favor?
3 things. One is, of course, the Jat sentiment that one has spoken about. Second thing being that farmers' agitation. And third thing being the wrestlers' agitation. These are the 3 facts which were encashed upon, and one must understand that the game is very strongly in favor of Bhupendra Hooda, the way he's been leading the campaign. He's, you know, in a way gotten rid of Kumari Shailaja, put her into the Lok Sabha election.
True.
His own son is in the fray for Lok Sabha election, and Haryana elections are slated to take place in the next few months. And the BJP also came on the back foot because they removed Manohar Lal Khattar, they put somebody else in his place. He's also contesting the Lok Sabha election, so the message was very clear on ground that people were not very happy with the way in which the situation was handled, you know, in Haryana. And if at all in Haryana BJP gets 10 out of 10 seats which they got last time around, it could only be because of the Modi wave, but it seems that there's no Modi wave, at least in Haryana, because the candidates even struggle to campaign over there.
True. And I think what's emerging is that you cannot take the voter for granted. I mean, you can make all sorts of promises, you can use all sorts of other means to lure a voter, but they're clearly seeing that these are such pressing issues against the candidate. Did you see that during your travels, that, you know, that's something I picked up from a few constituencies, that there are people who are disgruntled with the performance of their MPs. They're saying, okay, fine, we like Prime Minister Modi. He's done phenomenal work. He's put India on the global map and all other great infrastructural development works. But the fact is that our constituency's work has not been done. Did you catch that as well?
Well, there's been a lot of sentiment everywhere. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, most of the people have been very upset with the local candidates, and that's something which the BJP has also been telling their MPs that at least go and connect with people on ground.
Bilkul.
Even in before 2019 elections, I think there was a lot of disgruntlement about MPs in Uttar Pradesh. That is when I remember Amit Shah also having told them कि जमीन पे जाके काम करो, तुम्हें इलेक्शन जिताना हमारा काम है. You just go and work on ground. But people have not been there on ground multiple places, especially in UP and big states like that. That's actually cost the BJP in a big way. And the one who's spending his entire political capital over here is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I remember in Rajasthan also, in a couple of places where we travelled, people said that they were very upset with the local candidate, but he said, ये तो मोदी का election है, मोदी के लिए वोट करना है.
But that has changed now. You think that has changed now completely? Payal, I know you spend so much time, and I want to take you to the state of Gujarat. Thankfully, things are looking good for the BJP as far as Gujarat is concerned. Let's just go back to Gujarat. Okay.
26 seats up for grabs. The BJP has already got 26 seats in 2 elections. They're trying the third one.
Easy, yeah. No, it's a good
See, look,
picture here.
Gujarat will not change anything as far as Narendra Modi is there, because the largest sentiment of Gujaratis, including the people that I know as well, is कि वो हमारा आदमी है, हमारा बेटा है, वहाँ पे है, हमारे लिए रक्षा करेगा, वहाँ पे he'll do work for us. So that sentiment is really there, and Narendra Modi had a lot of exposure in Gujarat as well as an administrator. So that's something which people really
that
appreciate.
sentiment doesn't seem to have happened in Odisha. Just take a look at this pile. It's shocking. 16 with BJD trailing at 4. They've lost 8 seats. I can't imagine. I mean,
well, I'm not really surprised, because the BJP has done well in the last Lok Sabha elections as well. They got 8 seats.
True.
This time around, they've really pushed themselves. They've really pushed themselves to get more and more, and they do understand that, again, this is a sentiment where it is prevalently in place for Narendra Modi. Unka election, he's going to work for the development of the people of Odisha. Odisha has plenty of problems. There are people who are living in abject poverty over there. To uplift them, to give them this kind of infrastructure, to give them opportunities as well. You're talking about connectivity with the train, roads, all of this has been very
and
key.
welfare schemes.
The ration scheme has worked very well.
Yeah. And I think something also that really played up a lot in the state of Odisha was this whole outsider game, the narrative. You had all the BJP candidates in the state of Odisha stating that the entire Odisha governance system has been outsourced to bureaucrats. Obviously, they're taking a dig at Pandian.
Yes,
so it seems that आप जो कह रहे थे कि गुजरात में they feel so connected that he is our man, he is our person. I did get that from the people that Naveen Patnaik is our person.
Avandika, he must be doing something right in his career, right? To become the chief minister at least on 5 occasions. There's something that he must have connected with the people about.
True.
Apparently, his welfare schemes have done very well on ground.
Definitely,
and that's been something.
But that's changing.
And mind you, he's
now.
a chief minister for 5 terms without even being able to speak the local language. He doesn't speak Odia, Naveen Patnaik.
I know. So
I had a very interesting anecdote which was shared by Chandrababu Naidu when I met him recently, because both of them were part of Vajpayee government. So I think for some cyclone related some issue, Chandrababu had travelled to Odisha and he met Naveen Patnaik there. So while he was addressing the crowd, he had written a script in Telugu dialect, but speaking in Odia. And then Naveen Patnaik very quietly told him that, why are you trying to ruin my career?
Really? That's interesting. Speaking of Andhra Pradesh, let's take a look at what's happening here. Jagan Mohan Reddy is extremely strong, but just take a look.
Not in this election.
Not in this election, clearly. I mean, but also you've got to give it to the BJP. They worked so hard to kind of break into Jagan Mohan Reddy's citadel.
No, the majority of the work over there has been done by the TDP, because that's the party.
Of course.
Because BJP is just contesting on 6 seats and they're likely to win 2 out of those 6 seats from what I understand, whatever I saw on ground. But one has to understand one thing, that freebies don't work. Jagan Mohan Reddy gave away so many freebies.
But I
in
thought
the last
that would
5 terms.
work.
No,
that clearly hasn't
it
worked.
did work then, but Andhra is all about money eventually. But this time around, I've seen a lot of people have come in from overseas, etc., because they want to come in and vote YSR Congress out. The election this time around was more about voting YSR Congress out and not, so much for bringing somebody else into governance as well. Chandrababu Naidu has a track record of governance, which he's seen.
Of course.
He's been in power for a very long time.
He does.
He's a visionary of sort. He's also like Modi.
But he's never been able to do really well without getting into an alliance. Like
Absolutely,
in isolation, he can't do well. He has to survive
to
be.
That's the shortcoming of regional parties, isn't it?
True. So you were expecting this. You saw this coming.
I saw this coming.
And what about Telangana? Another very important state. I think in these elections, Telangana and Odisha are 2 states which have done very well for the BJP.
Well, the BJP was expecting to get about 8 to 10 seats, because they do understand that the space has been considered by a diminishing BRS. Mr. KCR is not too well, hasn't been campaigning for so long. He was inaccessible for the longest part of his career. There's problems within the family.
In the family, his daughter is in jail. True.
There's only so much that he can do in terms of KTR being able to do anything.
Yeah.
And also a lot of their leaders have also jumped ship and gone to the Congress party. But this is going to be a big test for Revanth Reddy, because Revanth Reddy is not only just chief minister but he's also the PCC chief. So it'll be interesting to see if actually there's any challenge that can open, because if BRS is conceding its space, then is it going to a Congress party or is it going to the BJP? That remains a big focus.
Interesting.
Although Bandi Sanjay Kumar, the former state president and the fiery leader, is leading by 78,000 plus votes.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
That's interesting. A very important state, Maharashtra, 48. I mean, it's after Uttar Pradesh, then all attention has been on Maharashtra. You have Mahavikas Sakadi, you have Mahayuti, you have all these alliances, but yet you have the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's alliance doing better than the NDA.
Well, the BJP won't like me saying this, but wherever you go in Maharashtra, the sympathy on ground is still with Uddhav Thackeray.
But why? I was asking
because people
Aman this,
feel
I
that,
didn't understand that.
Because people feel that,
he is the son of the soil, he is the heir.
He's the son of the soil, and he was ditched at the wrong time by Eknath Shinde. That's the sentiment which is there in Maharashtra. Apparently, when Eknath Shinde wanted to break ranks, that was a time when Uddhav Thackeray was extremely unwell, and I know that from very close family quarters. He was extremely unwell, and not that he didn't want to give away that chair. He had asked, in fact, Eknath Shinde earlier also if he wanted to occupy the chair. And Uddhav, as a CM, did not keep any portfolios with himself.
He didn't.
He did not keep any portfolios with himself, and never has he boasted that he knows it all, or he probably is a tall leader as well. That's something which is, of course, not been there. And the broken promises between the BJP and the Shiv Sena, although the BJP felt that in 2019 Shiv Sena got those number of seats in the Lok Sabha at the back of their popularity. So that's something which is also going to be there. There's a lot for Eknath Shinde to prove over here, because he came with 12 or 13 MPs to BJP, but how many of them are going to be able to register a win is going to be important, because his son is also in the contest. And a lot of these leaders will have a lot of points to prove. And also I think that somewhere there was a little bit of a mistake in awarding some of these seats in Mumbai in particular.
No, that is true. And I mean, you had Sanjay Nirupam, who was extremely upset. He was riled after the way he was allegedly treated. But this is going to be very interesting, Maharashtra. So you would say then that the big disappointment is coming in from Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state with 80
No, I think
seats.
the big disappointment is going to come in from Maharashtra, because if they do not do well in the next few months, you have the assembly election. Now, by the end of these polls, we'll have to see what is the fate and what is the future of Eknath Shinde and probably Ajit Pawar's party, because Ajit Pawar's wife is pitted against Supriya Sule. There's a lot of point for him to prove, and it's a very, very important seat as far as the Pawar family is concerned.
I think Supriya Sule was leading. She's leading. Yeah, she was leading. So, which is also, and these are some of the big star candidates. Yeah. You have Jitendra Singh on expected lines. He's Tejasvi Surya is leading,
of course.
Firebrand.
That's a traditional BJP seat, so it's not such a difficult task.
You're not. Shashi Tharoor is trailing now. This is very interesting. You had this big contest between the two titans, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Shashi Tharoor, and now Shashi Tharoor trailing. He's been the MP from the state for the longest time, from this constituency from the longest time.
Well, he has a lot of vote base as well, and Shashi Tharoor has been working for the cause of the people also for a very long time. We'll have to just wait and see with the cat and mouse game between Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
I completely agree with you.
Because many people within the BJP fold say that Rajiv Chandrasekhar was probably feeling more nervous than he actually should have felt, in this constituency.
So what was the thinking to field Rajiv Chandrasekhar this time around?
He's a Nair. He is somebody who hails from Kerala originally but settled in Karnataka. And the BJP felt that he could connect with the urban voters, although he was not given too much of a time to contest because his seat was announced. He didn't even have an office over there, so he had to open up an office, work on ground. But he's very erudite. He speaks very well, connects with people very well. Yeah. Is a technocrat in his own right. So that's something which of course holds him in good stead and in a urban constituency.
A popular one.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. This is an interesting seat as well. Suresh Gopi leading. So finally, you have the BJP opening an account from the state of Kerala.
No, Suresh Gopi polled quite a few votes in 2019, except for the fact that he was not able to win that seat. But he got a huge support from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to his constituency twice even before the elections were announced. So the BJP is hoping that he'll be able to break those ranks. He's a popular star. He's a star face as well. So let's see what really happens in Kerala. I want to see what happens between the left and of course the Congress party. How do they fare? Because the biggest stake over here is for the Congress party.
Should we also just quickly glance at West Bengal, another very interesting state pile, and I know how important the state is for you as well. Trinamool Congress 31, gaining 9 seats. BJP losing 8 seats, despite the fact that, you know, you had Sandesh Khali, you had all the violence-related incidents that happened. Are you surprised? I think the last I checked, Mahua Mitra, she's trailing, but BJP is still on the downswing as compared to the Trinamool
Well, if you look at
Congress.
that map of Bengal, you know, the northern part of Bengal has always been the rich breeding ground for BJP. They continue to dominate there, but the problem has been down south, especially
Okay,
around the
okay.
Kolkata region. You know, the 24 Parganas has been a bastion as far as the Congress as far as the TMC is concerned. And the TMC has won all the urban seats, you know, in Kolkata as well. This time around, you have a very bitter contest with old man, you know, the old rank in the party, which is Sudhi Bandopadhyay, multiple time MP, probably 56 years of experience in the parliament. He's pitted against a very fiery leader from BJP.
From the BJP.
We'll have to just wait and see what really transpires and finally who comes up on top. But northern part of Bengal, BJP is always done well.
But still, they've only got, I mean, it's not a massive lead that they were expecting.
I hope
They're
that
not-
one lead that the Congress party is going to be for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
He was leading.
Yes.
He was leading. He in fact was
He's been the
leading.
lone warrior as far as the Congress is concerned.
And he's pretty much
He's a fighter.
he's a fighter. He's a firebrand, and he leads from the
I just
front.
simply love the way he speaks, and he's the only one who's taken on Mamata Banerjee, despite the fact that the TMC and the Congress have been in an alliance, because he's called out Mamata Banerjee's policies and politics so much.
No,
So
he
he
was
said that it
leading.
is better to vote for BJP than vote for TMC.
Now, very interesting. Amethi and Raebareli. I don't know, I've got to check now. The last I checked with Aman, she was trailing.
Yes.
Smriti Irani. Now, this is a very huge surprise. I don't know where. Supriya Sule is leading. So, this is a big win for Sharad Pawar. Sunetra Pawar trailing, which is a big dampener of sorts for Ajit Pawar. But let me try and find
there.
Smriti
Just-
Irani. Did you see it?
Yeah.
She's still trailing? Are you surprised by this?
No, I'm not really
You're not
surprised because
surprised?
last
Aman
time
was
also-
very surprised.
Because in 2019 also the scores were like this, but eventually she won the election. So you have to give it to her. Smriti Irani, when she was brought to the Lok Sabha, you know, in 2014, she was asked to contest versus Rahul Gandhi, and it was a no-show, everybody thought. But she still fought it and lost the election. But for the next 5 years, it's a classic example of how leaders should really perform. She kept on going to Amethi, she kept on working over there on ground and ensured that she won in 2019. That's the kind of effort that you see even in Sambit Patra, because he's picked the same
Oh, he
theory.
has.
Yes,
But in this case, she's trailing. What if she loses? So all that effort.
It's too
all
early
that
to
work-
say, but
I
you
know,
know, it's
true.
been-
It's 12
yeah,
o'clock, but it's
yeah.
12 o'clock, Payal. I
It's
mean,
too early to say.
You know, okay, fair enough. I'll Kiran Rijiju, such an interesting
well, absolutely.
person. He's
Yeah.
a winner. Arunachal, I mean, he's leading. I wouldn't declare
Forget
that
about
he's a
him
winner.
leading. He's been saying that he's going to win, but this time around he wanted more margin. He last time won by margin of 5
Okay,
lakhs, but he
okay.
said there are only X number of people which are there in in his constituency, so he can only win by an X number of seats. He's been somebody who's been very local, very focused on his state, kept on talking about development in the state, held multiple portfolios, did well wherever he went. He was, I think, an amazing sports minister.
Of course, and I second that wholeheartedly. Mansukh Mandavia, Payal, I wanted to ask you that when you have these leaders who have the portfolio of a central minister and also they have the constituency. Now, I know you know Gujarat really well, you know some of these union ministers really well, personally as well. How are they able to strike that balance? Mansukh Mandavia, if I'm not mistaken, you even had interviewed him, and if I'm again not mistaken, I recall he was telling you that he wanted a very simple campaign,
yeah,
a
absolutely.
low-key campaign, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Mr.
that was
Mandavia
his-
did not do any big rallies. He would just, go on the roads, go to the villages, go and, walk around the villages, talk to people, probably deliver a speech of 5-10 minutes, and that was about it. He did not want the Karyakartas to spend unnecessary money. He's a very economical minister, very economical leader. But, this constituency of Porbandar is a BJP constituency.
Okay.
It's a BJP-dominated constituency. Mansukh Mandavia is a Patel. That also works additionally well for him as well. And he's been somebody who's been in the organization for a very long time. I mean, there's an anecdote to it. Mansukh Mandavia has taken 3 Gujarat chief ministers to the Raj Bhavan to resign, including Anandiben Patel. So
yes,
that's how he's
yes.
been. He's extremely close to the Prime Minister, is a Prime Minister here. And I remember many years ago, I think in 2012 or something, when he was being sent to the Rajya Sabha, Modi had predicted that once Mansukh Mandavia goes to the centre, nobody can stop his rise. So that's the kind of confidence he has been doing. He performed extremely well, when the COVID crisis was on. Even if he was the MOS, chemicals and fertilizers, he stood up to the task, did the work, and then he was rewarded with the cabinet portfolio. He has the Ministry for Pharmaceuticals, and he has a Ministry for Health, where he's done exceedingly well.
Oh, and it's showing. He's leading there. Prajwal Revanna, a very controversial candidate from Hassan who had been missing in action.
No,
He was
but it's- but-
absconding
but-
and finally he is back now. But
The
he's
entire controversy
unfortunately
took place
trailing.
after his
the
voting was over.
voting. Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. But it was
But
a
he's holding
big,
on to that bastion.
it
He
was
was
a
the
big
lone, he was lone warrior for the JDS in the last election.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say it was a big embarrassment for the JDS family? I know, I agree that whole sex scandal broke only after the elections were over there. But he is
It
trailing.
was an embarrassment when you have a 94-year-old, 95-year-old grandfather having to explain that, you're not, on the same terms as him.
True.
It's quite a bit to watch
I'm
out.
just going to go through some.
I believe I saw it outside in our newsroom that Vincent Pallas probably won.
Okay, so let me just refresh this.
That's the first victory for the Congress party is what I was told. None of these guys I'm surprised. Dayanidhi Maran, Karthi Chidambaram.
No, but they are on expected lines. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised that they're taking
I'm
a
not
lead
surprised
here.
at
You
all.
have Paneer Selvam, poor guy, has been working in isolation. I think this is the first
Yeah.
time AIADMK and the BJP are rivals. They're not in an alliance.
But the
first time in 5
AIDMK
years.
and the AIDMK and the BJP alliance could not take place because the AIDMK constantly wanted the removal of Annamalai as a state president.
True.
That couldn't really
That
happen.
couldn't happen,
Yes,
but
and because Mr. Annamalai
even
and
that has
Mr.
not worked.
Mr. Annamalai and Mr. EPS are from the same community and from the same caste. And some of the
okay,
comments
okay,
that were
okay,
made by Mr. Annamalai during his campaign, including that on Jayalalitha, did not go down too well
Okay.
with the cadre on ground.
No, but he did put up a very spirited fight, though
Yes,
he was
he's quite a
pretty
fighter.
relegated
Yeah.
to one corner. He was working in isolation, going on his campaigns on his own. But unfortunately...
This is the birthplace of APJ Abdul Kalam, Ramanathapuram.
Oh, lovely. Then you have Akhilesh Yadav, the star emerging out of Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi Party.
Well, he won the last Lok Sabha election as well. And then he went back to the assembly, resigned from the Lok Sabha and went back to assembly.
True.
But like I said that,
But the alliance seems to have really worked
Absolutely.
very well for him and the political fortunes of the opposition.
I think it's the Samajwadi Party which is carrying the Congress on its back. It's not the Congress Party because the Congress Party doesn't have much to write home about except Raebareli, which is their constituency. But the biggest problem for the Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi will be कि कौन सी सीट छोड़ेगा? क्या वो वायनाड छोड़ेगा या
So let me
Raebareli?
ask you. I asked Aman just before you. Let me ask you that question. Now he's leading in Wayanad also. He's leading from Raebareli also. What are you hearing from your sources?
From whatever I've heard and whatever I've spoken to the Congress leaders who are known to me, they've been saying that he probably will, keep the Kerala seat going. because
And
that's
she
what
will
you-
contest. Priyanka
Priyanka might be
will-
asked to contest the bipole. But that's such a silly thing to do, isn't it? He should have, in the original place, just
Yeah.
asked the sister to contest and
I
probably
know.
won that election.
Maybe they were not expecting the numbers that we are seeing
And probably he
right
should have
now.
put up a fight and challenge Smriti Irani. But that's a different message that was also sent, that saying that my party worker will take you on. I don't want to give you that kind of importance.
Very interesting. Kanhaiya Kumar, he's trailing. Unfortunately for him, he was thrown at the very last minute, and then you have a person like Manoj Tiwari who's leading.
Well,
Such a popular candidate.
Popular candidate, he's been the only one who's been able to keep on or hold on to his position, despite the fact that 6 seats were changed. He was the only one who's been able to keep his position going. This is his third election. Not only that, in terms of Delhi, of the work that he's done, Manoj Tiwari is one of the most popular candidates as far as campaigning is concerned
But
for the
why?
BJP.
What is it? Is it because of just the person he is? I
person,
have
the
not seen
connect,
a
the
lot of
way-
work on
yeah.
the ground, Payal.
The person he has a lot of connect because he's a filmy person, so he's very popular. So people want to ask him to come and sing for them, and he'll probably connect with the people.
Quite a
And he's a very
colourful
low profile
character.
person, so he's very nice and very soft spoken as well. So he comes across as this huge popular star.
Oh, and yeah, evidently so, we can see. Somnath Bharti, he has already declared that if those numbers are coming, he's going to shave his head. With the kind of numbers that are coming in right now, I think probably he will
He's
be
been one of
able
those
to save
controversial
his
pieces of AAP
hair.
all the
Of course,
time.
very controversial. He himself had a lot of allegations that Swati Maliwal right now is facing against Mr. the Secretary of Arvind Kejriwal. Dipender Hooda, we spoke about him, and Manohar Lal Khattar, very interesting, both of them in fact leading. But I think a lot of work that has been done by Dipender Hooda ever since he lost the 2019 election. Would you agree that this is the result of all the work that he's done
Work
in the
has
last
been done,
5
and plus
years?
this is a bastion of the
family.
And secondly, people
His
do
father-
understand that his father is going to be back soon and be active soon. That also works in their favor. And Dipender Hooda has been very strongly in support of the wrestlers' protests, for whatever the reason be.
Oh, has he been? Like vocally he has
right. He
come
has
out.
been. And many people within the BJP fold feel that the one who orchestrated this whole wrestling protest against the BJP MP was Dipender Hooda, because he wanted to become the wrestling federation chief.
Now that's an interesting bit of information that you're giving us. Okay, he's finally leading. He was trailing for quite some time. He has made his switch from the Congress party. Someone who is in fact known to be a very prominent Congress face, now part of the BJP. So I think he's doing well for himself. He was very nervous, in fact, when I'd gone to interview. He was wondering because the Aam Aadmi party was extremely strong in Kurukshetra. But good news for him. Raj Babbar leading, Dharmendra Pradhan leading. Sambit Patra, this guy has completely vanished from the national discourse. He plunged himself into the politics of Puri, and it seems that it's working in his favor.
So whenever I call up Sambit Patra, ask him where you are, I said, are you in Puri or are you in the Northeast? Because he's in charge of Northeast for a number of states, so that's where he's been. Otherwise, he's been in Puri. He's camped there, he's bought himself a property, he has stayed there.
Yeah.
He's actually hit ground. He's another example of how Smriti Irani won her election. You go there, keep hitting the ground even if you've lost. That's the mistake probably Rahul Gandhi made, after losing Amethi. He should have just stuck his neck out and, kept on connecting with people and tell, because the voters of these days are very smart, Avantika. They want to see their leaders on ground. They want to see what they're going to do, because they're never going to tell you that we'll vote traditionally for you. The women are the smartest voters, I think, in the present day. They wouldn't ever tell you what they're doing, but you need to be present and need to be available.
No, I completely agree with you. Menika Gandhi, what do you think has gone wrong here? She's trailing.
We're still wait and see,
Anti-incumbency?
I wouldn't really, buy this argument as of now, because she's one of the most popular faces within the BJP fold. As far
Payal,
as
आपको नहीं लगता है कि anti-incumbency भी बहुत बड़ी बात है? वो आ गया है. It has crept in a couple of constituencies.
I'll be very surprised if she loses, because she's been at it. She's not a very, very popular leader, not in terms of a mass leader for us in Delhi.
Okay.
But I've been sitting in her office when she gets random calls and she picks up every call and somebody's calling her up and telling her कि मेरी भैंस नहीं मिल रही है, कहीं गुम हो गई.
Oh, really?
So that's the kind of connect that she has. She contested from Varun's seat. In fact, Varun contested from her seat. So, last time around, she's moved to the neighboring seat. But yes, we'll just have to wait and see. She's an 8-time MP, one of the most senior MPs within the BJP fold.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and watch this very closely. The two daughters of Lalu Yadav, Misa and the other one, Rohini Acharya. So Rohini Acharya was trailing the last that I checked. Misa Bharti, good news for her. She's leading. That's an interesting one.
Rohini's contesting versus Rajiv Pratap Rudy. He's been a veteran from that place, and he took the RJD on even when Lalu Prasad Yadav was on. So obviously that's the kind of connect that he's really has.
He keeps saying something which I have noticed. He keeps always talking about the fact that this is my home. I'm not someone who wins and leaves Saran. I believe he has a house there and he spends a lot of time. So perhaps that's why he's taking a good lead.
Well, he's taken on multiple tasks upon himself. He's an MP, so he keeps going to Saran. He's here in Delhi because he's part of various committees. And he's also a pilot, so he keeps flying around as well. So
is he still an active pilot?
He is an active commercial pilot.
Interesting.
He flies Indigo.
And Ravi Shankar Prasad is leading another very popular, very affable face, very affable person.
And a very, very safe seat. Patna Sahib has always been with the BJP, so, he probably won't have any issues over here.
No surprises there. Manish Tiwari, Basuri Swaraj also. So, very interestingly, Himachal Pradesh and Delhi, both are states which are doing really well for the BJP. You have Basuri Swaraj. Kangana Ranaut is also leading. Why do you think... So it's interesting. I feel that if his mother was given a ticket, she probably had a very stronger chance of beating Kangana Ranaut, Pratibha Singh, but it was the son who was giving at the last minute. Do you feel the same as far as Himachal politics is concerned?
Well, yes, Kangana is going to be a popular face. She's been known to be somebody who speaks her mind even if it's controversial. But the biggest task for the BJP will be to make sure she doesn't get controversial again. That's going to be the biggest task.
Probably that's winning her
She's already had her share of controversies as well.
That's true. Jammu and Kashmir, very interesting. Mehbooba Mufti, she's trailing. The National Conference, in fact, are taking a lead. Odisha, Jay Panda is trailing now. Okay, so he was leading and now he's trailing.
He lost the last election, so he's come back to his ground. He's been given a lot of organizational work. He was, in fact, in charge as far as BJP's campaign in UP is concerned.
He's the vice president.
Yes, he's a national vice president. He's been actively involved in a lot of campaigns for the BJP, a lot of work for the BJP. But when the party told him to go and contest, then he was relieved of his duties in UP and asked to contest. Let's see how it goes, because last time around when Jay Panda lost that election, Naveen Patnaik went and sat in Kendrapada for 3 days to make sure that Anubhav Mohanty wins. Unfortunately or fortunately, this time around, Anubhav Mohanty is also in the BJP.
He's in the BJP. He's just made that switch now. So I wanted to ask you very interestingly about Anupriya Patel. Now she's someone who is a very strong candidate. She's a two-time MP, if I'm not mistaken. She was planning for a hat-trick. I'm quite surprised that she's trailing. So Mirzapur, most of the eastern parts of Uttar Pradesh, it seems that probably anti-incumbency is a big factor that is playing, right? Would you agree as well?
Yeah, and the caste combination and the way it's been looked at, I think this Mukhtar Ansari and the Afzal, Atiq Ahmad issue is also playing out on people's mind as well. Especially Mukhtar Ansari's, quote unquote, mysterious death is something which the family really feels needs to be investigated. So Afzal Ansari, we are given to understand from, friends and colleagues who've been traveling there, has a very, very good chance of winning Ghazipur.
Again, it's because of the sympathy factor?
We may consider him to be a mafia, but he
No,
himself says that he's not a mafia. He said he's a messiah.
True.
He speaks about his
He said the same to our colleague Arunima as well when she went out there.
He speaks about his grandfather's contribution to the cause of India, the freedom fight. He also quoted what they've done to help Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi and the others. So there's a different sentiment altogether, and it's one of their strongest bastion, I guess.
Very interesting. Then you have Karan Bhushan Singh, the new son, not the new son, the new candidate and the son of the very controversial Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Interesting. He's also taking a lead.
Well, that's Brij Bhushan Sharan's family seat, so they would win. Brij Bhushan Sharan refused to sit out. In fact, it took the BJP leadership to at least make some 4-5 calls to him saying that you can't contest this time around, because he had initially brought a form and decided to contest independently, and he would have won as an independent candidate. But the BJP leadership had to drive some sense in him that the messaging is not going to be right. So you put forth your own son. To which also he had initially refused, but the top leadership then convinced him to do
Throw
that.
His hat in the
in
ring.
fact, Brij Bhushan Sharan also resigned as a member of parliament, in last September or something. But then he was convinced by the BJP top leadership saying this is not the way to do it. But he knows that this is his family bastion, and he's hopeful that of course he'll get relieved of the charges sooner than later.
Oh, if the son wins.
No, the son wins, but his case is still ongoing, right?
His case is still. Ravi Kishan, another very colourful character on the lines of Manoj Tiwari, and very popular, extremely popular. I mean, I've been watching his interviews.
Yeah.
He sounded so confident of his win, so he's leading right now.
And he's from Yogi Adityanath's hometown.
Exactly, that's also true. So very interesting leads coming in right now. Payal, I just wanted to shift your focus to an important state. I just want to quickly take a look at Uttar Pradesh once and just see the numbers where they are at, because this is a very crucial state. So 34-44, that's a huge loss for the BJP NDA combined.
Which a party which in fact won in 2017 in the assembly, and 2022 they got a bigger mandate in 2022. So a lot of questions will have to be answered.
This is 34 out of 80. That's unimaginable. They got what, 62?
62 last time around.
Wow. So what really went wrong here? What do you think? Is it because of the SP Congress alliance? Is it because of anti-incumbency? Is it because of just people wanting a change?
I'm not really sure if it's actually Muslim consolidation in the favor of the opposition, because many political pundits have told me that even Mayawati's votes, which are in fact otherwise with her, probably are transferred to Samajwadi Party, which is a huge dent for the BJP, because never do you see Muslims and Dalits going together, but that's something which people have been able to see and witness on ground. So very interesting. Let's see how many they get, and let's see how they tackle why they went wrong.
It's only
because the answering will have to be done by Yogi.
And then you have all those noises and voices coming in.
There's already a buzz on ground saying that he's going to be removed.
Yes.
And Mr. Kejriwal also fueled that fire a little bit more by
both of them. Akhilesh Yadav was present there at that press conference, so it's going to be interesting to watch out. I wanted to understand, how do we see the comments? I would like to see some comments here, but I don't know because it's not okay. We have some comments here. I don't know, how do I go up? So there are all sorts of these comments because I want to engage our viewers as well. So obviously a lot of goodwill coming in for Prime Minister Modi, and Modi is a cool dude, this and that. Congress should change its leadership. Okay, that's also something that everyone talks about, that why is it that there's so much of indecisiveness within the Congress leadership? Why don't they just name who's going to be their prime ministerial candidate, if at all they come up with a good number? So that's also something that the government has been pinning the opposition with. Now, let's go to another very interesting state, Madhya Pradesh. Let's take a look at this. Madhya Pradesh, saffronized.
Has been BJP's bastion for the
very,
longest.
very strong.
It's their
Yeah.
oldest organization. You know, that's where the Jansang in fact emerged from. So that's something which a lot of people connect
So
with.
this is not surprising.
But
to
I'm
you
not
at all.
I'm quite surprised to see 4 leads for the Congress party, or did I see something?
No.
Okay, fine.
Nothing.
Okay, they're holding on to everything.
They're
then.
holding on to everything. It's all saffron everywhere.
But you know, the onus will be on Kamal Nath to make sure that he's able to save his bastion, because he refused to contest the election. His son was then put back into place. But his son does not have the kind of aura, personality, or the leadership like his
not
father.
Yeah, Kamal Nath was.
So
in
is
a
this
league
the end
his
of
own.
people's bastions? Because Digvijay Singh was also said to be a good, important candidate. He's not been able to do much, but the BJP leadership was extremely confident that they'll win Chhindwara also, which is the last bastion that Kamal Nath was
But
holding
has
on
the
to.
Congress party, like the main Congress party, have they given that kind of support and the kind of push to Kamal Nath or Digvijay Singh?
Kamal
I
Nath
don't
doesn't
think so.
need their
They've also-
support because this is Kamal Nath's bastion. I have friends in Chhindwara who tell me that Kamal Nath knows each and every party worker by the name. That's the kind of connect that he's had in Chhindwara. But this probably looks like this bastion is going to be lost now.
Absolutely. So we have already gone through Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Punjab, Odisha. We have spoken about. I just want to quickly see Odisha. Where is Odisha at?
Let me just tell our friends that the leads that we are getting is that Owaisi is leading by 56,000 votes versus Madhavi Lata who's leading by 13,000 votes.
This is a big one. This is interesting. Madhvi Lata was all over the place and she was also extremely
She's very
confident, very fiery candidate and very confident of securing a win. But I also noticed how Asaduddin Owaisi in his interviews to our channel was clear that this election is going to go in his favor. Having said that, it's just initial leads.
It comes in from a lot of ground that he's covered. This has been a bastion again for him. His father was a very, very popular MP, did a lot of work. He does a lot of work in terms of health and other infrastructure to be provided to the locals as well. That holds him in a good stead. This is the old past of Hyderabad, so Muslims do have a very significant role to play. Madhvi Lata tried to prove a challenger to him, but he has never taken Madhvi Lata's name. Without naming her, he's made multiple comments and said about the fact that he's very confident that this is going to be there and he's going to be able to retain that bastion. He's contesting, I think, on 3 seats. One is Imtiaz Jalil's seat, the other one is at the Kishanganj seat, and Hyderabad is the seat. If he would have lost Hyderabad, he would have lost his home.
And we are seeing a pretty similar story in Chhattisgarh also, like in Madhya Pradesh, except for, of course, one seat for the Congress party. So no surprises there
not at all.
as well. So Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, let me go.
The kind of safety,
Rajasthan.
security and peace that you've seen in Chhattisgarh, the end of the Naxal Raj for a long, long time, that is something which BJP takes a lot of pride in, and probably that's the reason people feel that there can be stability over there. This was one of the causes that was very critical in them winning the assembly elections. Also, the kind of, leads that were taken, all the kind of manifesto details were provided were very important. For example, giving women 12,000 rupees a year. Any married woman would get 12,000 rupees a year. But just before the election closed, they made all these women sign on these forms. So the women knew that Modi ne bola to karega zarur. So that actually provided them a big lead in the Chhattisgarh
As I
assembly
just
elections.
wrap up, one quick look at Punjab as well. Congress decimating Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely.
I mean, there was a time when Aam Aadmi Party was all over the place. So Arvind Kejriwal has a lot to think about while he's inside the jail, because the Congress is doing really well there. 7 seats for the Congress Party, just a loss of 1. Aam Aadmi Party making 2 gains. But I wanted to ask you that if these two had come together, do you see a difference? Would have been there different numbers? Because that 1 seat is for Harsimrat Kaur Badal, which he is leading.
Last time around, the husband and wife both won the Lok Sabha election. Both Sukhbir Badal and Harsimrat Kaur Badal won the election. But they seem to be quite a spent force in Punjab, because they do not have an alliance with the BJP this time around. That has been one factor which is costing. The fact that there was a corrupt government, the fact that they did not do anything to ensure the welfare of the youth was something which actually stuck to the Akali Dal.
Akali Dal.
Yes, so that's been, and of course the farmer protest, the fact that they had to walk out of the alliance because of the farmer protest. I remember in Parliament, I saw Harsimrat Kaur Badal rushing to the Prime Minister's office just to offer a resignation because the farm bills were not being, repealed. That's there. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party did not have any Lok Sabha MP after Mr. Rinku also resigned and joined the BJP. They failed to win that seat that Bhagwant Mann vacated. So that was also, which was a problem for them. Congress Party seems to be doing there. The worry will also be for the BJP. At present, they had 2 MPs. One is Sunny Deol from Gurdaspur, and of course Som Prakash from Hoshiarpur.
I don't know if I can see Sunny Deol. What's the update on
No,
him?
he's not contesting this election.
He's not contesting. Okay. All right.
And the Hoshiarpur candidate, Mr. Som Prakash, is also not contesting. That seat is gone to his wife.
So we'll just quickly, we're just wrapping up now, Payal, but this has been just so amazing to sit down here and go through all these star candidates. Very interesting. Shashi Tharoor is again trailing. We were just seeing that he was leading and now he's trailing. So you're right. It's it's a neck and neck, very close fight between
election, no?
Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Shashi Tharoor.
I'm sure, all the exit pollers must be racking their heads right now.
That's true, because it's the edge of the seat election.
I believe the only exit poll which has worked so far has been the leads that you've seen in Andhra Pradesh. They've got it bang on.
Annamalai trailing. This is something which, you know, the BJP had pinned their hopes on him for quite some time.
The Prime Minister used his own magic.
Everywhere. Sanjeev Balyan, are you surprised? I'm quite surprised that this guy is trailing.
No, it was going to be a tough election for him because his own party man, Sangeet Som, targeted Sanjeev Balyan for a very long time from that constituency and actually created a lot of, you know, negative impact upon Sanjeev Balyan in the...
And you have Mr. Arun Govil. He was just now leading, just like in half an hour ago, and now he's trailing. So, and Hema Malini,
again, not a very popular candidate, a newbie into the party.
Very new.
And
that's
you know,
true.
People did not really connect with him that much, you know, from whatever I understand.
Why did the BJP choose him? Why? Just because he had played the character of Ram?
He was somebody who was going to be popular. Meerut is also not an easy seat. You would understand that because there are a significant number of Muslims. So to consolidate and probably create that image about Hindutva was why he was given a chance to contest from this election. He's the only man, you know, who's been able to play the role of Lord Ram and Modi in his lifetime. He played he played the character of Prime Minister Modi in Article 370.
Oh,
but, you know,
really? I haven't seen that film.
But you know, last time also when Rajendra Agarwal won that seat from Meerut, it was by a very narrow margin. So Meerut has been a difficult seat, you know.
Meerut has been a difficult seat. Well, the Prime Minister is...
And look at Hema Malini, you know, everybody wrote her out, but she's been...
No,
everybody wrote her out in every election.
She just...
What BJP's top leaders say that, you know, she's a very disciplined person. If they ask her to go anywhere, she's willing to go. She's willing to campaign for the party. Is very, very regular in Parliament. I see her every day in Parliament. So she had a lot of these qualities, and she's about 75 years old, but she's only going younger.
She enjoys a lot of goodwill. When I covered Vrindavan and Mathura, the people really, really adore her. I don't know how much work has happened in Vrindavan though. That is a big question mark. But she enjoys a lot of goodwill. She's someone who's extremely popular amongst the electorate.
And she's so fit for her age.
Very fit. But I must say, I saw a lot of work in Mathura as far as the roads are concerned. That is something that I think
most of these guys can actually thank Nitin Gadkari for that.
Actually, that's true. I mean, all of them, the highways. I mean, Payal, we've been traveling all over the country.
I've seen, you know, opposition leaders come and sit before him and tell him, please, hamara kaam kar dijiye. So he does everybody's work. He's that kind of a person.
Such affable. What about him? Is he leading? I think we just checked. I think he is leading.
Ajmal is leading? Trailing? Okay. The BJP unit of Assam seems to be confident that they'll finish Ajmal's popularity this election.
Is that true? Why is that?
Because there is a very, very clear divide, very clear understanding in terms of how they want to operate in Assam.
Okay, and you have Mr. Rahul Gandhi leading, and he's been consistently leading from Wayanad and even Raebareli. So interesting. Navneet Rana, the new entrant, she's also a very fiery candidate from Amravati. She's been in the news. There was a lot of talk around her, a lot of chatter around her. She and her husband both together. So it's interesting that she's leading as well. And then, of course, Om Birla, no surprises here. No surprises.
He's been around for a while.
He's very popular.
Vaibhav Gehlot trailing. He's the person behind whom, you know, Ashok Gehlot puts his maximum effort in every election. That's the son.
Okay, interesting. But he's trailing, unfortunately, at least for now. So these are very important.
Vayesh Sharmila is also trailing?
Yeah, Vayesh Sharmila is
trailing. Avinash is Jagan Mohan Reddy's cousin. He's been somebody who's been pitted against Sharmila. They're both cousins. But Sharmila wanted him out because Sharmila felt that he should not be allowed to contest because, quote unquote, he allegedly was involved in their uncle's murder. So Sharmila has been fighting this cause of winning this seat only to prove a point that, you know, she wanted justice for for her uncle. And that's the reason she had a bit of fallout with her brother as well.
Oh dear, okay. This is very interesting.
Giriraj Singh is trailing.
Giriraj Singh is trailing.
Okay.
Begusarai Singh.
Okay.
From very interesting. And Prahlad Joshi, I'm not surprised here. He's also a very popular candidate.
Very old organization.
Very. Digvijay Singh, आप अभी mention कर रहे थे. He's trailing. Jyotiraditya Scindia, again very popular candidate.
Yes.
And he's...
Scindia, I think, has camped for the longest in Madhya Pradesh
He
over the last
has.
6-8 months. He's been going there, working on people. Look at
But
the number
his
of
wife is also there. She's been doing a lot of work. His
son,
has been
yes,
his son, but his
absolutely.
son also got into a bit of a controversy because of also his age, and he's still very new to politics. So that was Narayan Rane, not a surprise. Supriya Sule, she's leading.
Yeah.
Sunetra Pawar. This was a very bitterly
Absolutely, fought election.
contest between the relative Supriya Sule. She's her sister-in-law. Sunetra Pawar is Supriya Sule's.
Bhabhi.
And Bhabhi, and
Vahini, as they
it
say.
got just so personal. The attacks got not just vicious, but they were very personal.
There's a lot for
attacks as
everybody
well.
to prove over there. The fact that Ajit Pawar decided to put his wife there in the contest versus his cousin was a big deal. And as far as Sharad Pawar and his reputation is concerned, the Supriya Sule seat, which is Baramati, which is the most traditional Sharad Pawar seat, was a battle of prestige.
But the attacks always came from Ajit Pawar. I've never seen these two women speaking anything wrong or anything harsh against each other.
I haven't seen Supriya Sule ever talk about her brother also. That's the kind of politics that
True, actually, yeah, you've got to give that credit.
Yeah.
She's always maintained, well,
Yeah.
this is politics. We don't mix personal relationships with politics.
And the amazing thing about Supriya Sule is that she's friends with people across the party circle. She has friends, great friends from BJP, from the opposition. She's somebody who's said to be a very, very affable leader. Somebody who's a very, very nice person to come across.
So ideologies aside,
Yes.
she enjoys personal
Friendships
equations with other...
Friendships are over and above everything else.
Very interesting, very interesting. That's a... Asaduddin Owaisi, he's leading. Then you have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who we spoke about, Dilip Ghosh.
I am putting my money on Adhir even now.
I think you have
I
a
want
soft
him to win.
spot for him.
I
Why
want
is
him
that
to
so?
win.
It's because
Well,
he just
I
leads
really love
from the front.
I love the way he leads from the front. I like the fact that people make fun of him, but he still doesn't get affected. He just speak whatever he wants to speak, and he's supposed to be somebody that even the Prime Minister is very fond of because of the way he
Really?
speaks.
Is
And
that so?
Yeah, he's a street fighter.
Okay. So pretty much like Mamta Banerjee, she's also... And what we
So,
hear is
every
that
time-
the Prime Minister is also very fond of Mamta Banerjee as well. That's what...
Every time that we are there on ground, and every time, in fact, every time that we are there in Parliament, and every time that a BJP leader, especially Modi's, talking, you'll see Adhir Ranjan getting up and down, up and down.
I
So
know,
much that
we've
the
seen
PM
that.
said once that you should become the brand ambassador of Fit Bharat.
Well, he's quite
Moitra
a
is
character
leading.
himself. Mama Moitra, she has a lot to prove in this election.
Absolutely.
There's a lot at stake for her as well.
Well, she can thank the Congress party and Ranjan Chaudhary to guarantee her a ticket because they are the ones who started supporting her, after which Mamta had no option but to come out and support her.
Yeah, she was quiet for quite some time when all those allegations were
Yes.
coming up against her. But interesting. Payal, I have really enjoyed myself. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure just going through all these candidates, going through every state. And we want to tell our viewers as well that these are just very initial leads. One cannot call an election just yet. There is still some time for it. But thank you so much to all of our viewers who have been watching this telecast, and we'll keep coming back for lots more.